Forensic.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Chilterns Champions Outstanding in Their Fields conference. Apologies for some technical hitches. Hoping you managed to see the introductory video there from our guest speakers, and so welcome. So, as setting the context today, the UK is the envy of the world in our citizen science. And we're pleased today to really bring you a whole celebration of citizen science in its broadest guises, from wildlife, from heritage, and to really say a big thank you to all of those of you out there who are involved in citizen science projects, and to share with you other ideas, other schemes that are out there, and the big difference that it really makes in a whole range of different contexts. So we hope you enjoy the day. We hope that the technology holds, and forgive us if it's a little bit maybe a little bit clunky as we go through, but hope you can bear with us on those fronts. We have a wide program for you today. We have 29 speakers, so hope there's something in it for everybody. Feel free to dip in or dip out as we go through the session, but hopefully you'll find a lot of things for interest as we go through the day. The YouTube link is open all day, so you're able to dip in, dip out, go for lunch, or go and make a cup of tea, or have a brew. And it's going to be recorded as well, so if you miss a session, then you'll be able to pick up on those sessions on our YouTube after the event. Feel free to dip onto social media and to chat about the day or your thoughts on some of the sessions. And if you want to use the hashtag Chilterns Champions, that will be fantastic. And in terms of how to get involved and copies of information of all the different opportunities to get involved in citizen science projects, we'll send around various information after the event and place things on our website. So hopefully you'll enjoy the day. My role really now from the Chilterns Conservation Board again is to welcome you to all, to say thank you to the National Lottery Heritage Fund for funding the wider chalk cherries and chairs and beacons to the past projects, to thank them, and now to introduce Chris. So thanks, Chris, for taking the time out to join us this morning. Conscious you're in a very busy time at the moment with a small TV program starting next week, so thank you for your time this morning. And I guess people of kind of my kind of age will probably remember you, Chris, from your first days on the Really Wild show with slightly more eclectic haircuts and other things, and it kind of stayed with me through my kind of involvement into kind of wildlife and conservation. But I guess more latterly, your involvement with Spring Watch and Autumn Watch and Winter Watch have really kind of stayed with us all and probably inspired us all. And speaking to some of the younger people we have on the program later, they've all said how influential Spring Watch and Autumn Watch has been in their journey into wildlife and into citizen science. So thank you for your efforts there. But equally, behind the screen, your attempts and you're championing the cause for wildlife. You're a real champion for the sector, and it's great to have you here today. Couldn't think of a better speaker to open our conference and to open the first session, really looking at why citizen science matters. So Chris, over to you to lead us through the first session.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Nick, and thank you very much for the invitation to kick off today. The Chilterns is an area which is of enormous importance when it comes to UK's flora and fauna. I've had the privilege of visiting a number of sites there over the years, of course. I even once went to High Wycombe to make a film about bodgers, the chair makers. So it's not, of course, just the natural history that we're interested in today. It's the human history and the culture as well, and we'll be hearing about that a bit later on. So my plan is to speak for about 20 minutes now, and then I'm going to hand over to 4 other speakers in this first section. Gavin Surdwadina is going to be speaking to us as well, Michael Pocock, Megan McCleverty and Arjun Dutta. But before I get started, I just always like to share something I've recently found, and this was sort of pertinent, I think, to the Chilterns. So here is a skull that I picked up on my dog walk a couple of days ago. I won't be running this as a quiz. I'm going to tell you what it is straight away, and I imagine many of you will have identified it. So if you look underneath, you can see it's got herbivorous teeth here. The front section of the nose here is missing, but what's distinctive are these two short, sharp horns here, which formerly would have been covered in an outer covering. And this is the skull of a male muntjac. So a Reeves muntjac. There are 12 species of muntjac around the world. The Reeves muntjac, so named after someone Reeves who was in the East India Company, is also called the Chinese muntjac. And they were introduced into the UK. They were non-native species. Woburn was one of the original sources of their introduction, but I think the majority got out of Whipsnade Wildlife Park, and they have spread widely. So as a non-native species, they do provide us with some problems in the sense that they are ferocious browsers of undergrowth, and its removal means that we lose the foraging habitat of many woodland bird species. Things like chiffchaff, willow warbler, blackcap and nightingale like to forage in that 30 centimetres of plant cover in woodlands, and that's exactly what the muntjac loves munching. And as a consequence of that, they can have a negative impact there as well. Anyway, I'm sorry that the front of the skull is missing, because the two tusks here that they use for fighting would have been present. And when they do fight, they use these little antlers to twist each other over onto their sides, and then they stab one another with their tusks, normally solitary. And what's also interesting, if you look at the skulls, it's just this large indentation here, because they have what we call a pre-orbital gland. And you can see what appears to be an enlarged tear duct if you look at these animals, and they squeeze a sticky solution out of the preorbital gland, which they put onto twigs and pieces of vegetation about their head height. So that would probably be about 40 centimeters off the ground. It's black and sticky, and it's obviously filled full of pheromones, chemicals, which communicate to other muntjac that this particular animal has been present. So interesting animals, but they come with an interesting cultural history, human history in terms of their introduction, but also a contemporary history when it comes to how we manage them and treat them in our environment. That skull has shed all sorts of relatively unpleasant things over my kitchen worktop, which I'll clean up in March or something. So Chilterns Champions Conference, celebrating citizen science, is what we're about today. Chalk, Cherries and Chairs is the project. And I thought I'd just, before we got started, if you're not familiar with the project, tell you a little bit about this from the website. So I'm just going to read directly from that. It's described here as an ambitious 5-year scheme which aims to connect local people to wildlife and the cultural heritage of the Central Chilterns. And it operates under 3 themes: wildlife, heritage and people. Going forward, the scheme is conceived to address, and this is where I think we get to more important issues, the real and immediate challenges facing the Central Chilterns. And you will know that they include things such as the HS2 development, the loss of ancient woodlands, not just through HS2, but because they're being sold off, fragmentation of wildlife habitats, which we see not obviously just in the Chilterns, but all over the UK, all over the world, unfortunately, hedgerows disappearing, and also critically, an increasing disconnect between people and their local landscape. Its mission is to leave an important legacy, to establish improved conservation and land management, close partnership working, improved skill sets, motivated volunteers, and engage and aware communities who care for the future of their heritage. Very generously sponsored by the Heritage Lottery Fund. I sincerely hope that all of those objectives are met. I think that they're, as I said, not peculiar to the Chilterns in any way, shape or form. I fear that our connection to our community countryside in some context, is something which is doing us enormous harm. this spring, under lockdown, many more people connected with that community. I think they went out into spaces which they knew well. Perhaps they walked or drove through them when they typically traveled to work or to take their children to school, or if they were school children, as they traveled to school. But during that period when our lives were slowed down, we didn't just see things, we looked at them. We didn't just hear things, we listened to them. And many, many people re-engaged or engaged with nature for the first time. And the lasting impact of that, I think, will be significant. People's eyes were open to the fact that they were surrounded by an enormous richness of life and an enormous richness of opportunities for them to connect with that life and benefit from that connection. People spoke freely and candidly about how in this time of crisis, their mental health had been significantly improved through that engagement. They found solace and respite in simple things, those bird songs, which had always been there in the background of their lives, but were brought to the forefront because they took the time to listen, and they were enchanted, and their spirits were lifted. And this again is the underlying aim of Chalk, Cherries and Chairs. It's saying to the people who are fortunate to live in the Chilterns, don't let familiarity breed contempt. This is a wonderful part of the world. It's filled full of all sorts of extraordinary, muntjac, and ordinary, like there's a very long list of fabulous species that grow in this area. Military orchid, wow, I mean, fantastic stuff. So it needs to be looked after. And the statement of the very obvious is that the best people to look after it are people living in those communities. I care for your area. I care broadly, as we all do, when it comes to trying to look after our landscape and its wildlife and our environment. But my greatest focus as a resident of the New Forest is on my doorstep. It's where I can see things, react to things most quickly. It's where if I make an investment, I see the reward most easily. And so looking after our own patches is really very, very important indeed. How do we motivate people to do that? Let's hope we don't have too many more lockdowns and they're forced to do it. I think citizen science is a brilliant way of getting people to achieve a number of great objectives. But let's think about the first one, and that is people have to go out and look at or look for things, and they have to record them or report them. And this means that they will be therefore looking for these things in their gardens, over the fence, in their immediate surroundings. And they will engage with them. Now, a number of citizens' science projects are very successful in the UK. We have the RSPB's Garden Bird Watch, which runs in January. We have Butterfly Conservation's summer citizen science project, which they run every year, looking at butterflies. Birds and butterflies are amongst those species which we frequently and easily engage with in the UK. And we've generated enormous amounts of data, and I'm sure some of our speakers later on today will draw upon these and other recording schemes. The BTO has a long legacy of fantastic data acquisition through volunteers, citizen scientists, which mean that in the UK, our finger is more firmly on the pulse of our wildlife populations, distributions, and changes in those than anywhere else in the world. I would argue that the UK is the best known in terms of its birds, butterflies. Most of it is significant flora and fauna. And that comes down to amateurs, volunteers, citizen scientists. There are lots of brilliant scientists out there, lots of brilliant employees of Wildlife Trust, RSP, BTO, all of the others. But the bulk of the people collecting this data are unpaid volunteer citizen scientists. What motivates them to set their alarms and go out and do it? Their passion, of course, their passion to reward themselves through that engagement, the thrill that they get through finding new things or seeing familiar things that they love very much. Sometimes, of course, we partake in projects which are new to us, and we're encouraged to go and look for things, even as naturalists, even as dedicated birders or entomologists. We are challenged by citizen science to go and look at new things. And this opens our eyes to even more of those riches that I've spoken of previously. So I think engagement is the first thing that we must acknowledge and not underestimate its importance. Citizen science is not all about data, and it's not all about results. It's about communities seeing what's on their doorstep and learning to love it, develop an affinity for it, and therefore want to look after it. And that's a very important component. The second thing is data. As I've already said, we have an extraordinary group of scientists in the UK using up-to-date technologies to learn more quickly about more things than we could ever have imagined in our youth. But there aren't that many of them, and in these times where funding is tight, we would love lots more, but they are reliant on us volunteers to go out and basically tick the boxes, fill in the squares, write down the names, upload everything, and send them to be crunched. So the legion, as I've mentioned, although not grammatically accurately when I say legion, of volunteers is incredibly important. Does the data matter? Does it work? Not always. Some citizen science projects that I've helped launch and participate in, I would argue, were probably not delivering the strongest scientific rewards, but don't underestimate their success in terms of getting people out and interested. Others, of course, are and amazingly rewarding in terms of the science, and increasingly so as we utilize those new technologies. So our data matters, and in the right hands, that data can be used, and ultimately that's what we're about. What we would like from our citizen science projects in terms of that sort of reward is the ability to present the data so that people can make better informed decisions about how they manage the species or the environment or our human communities. And best informed decisions is what we should always be aiming for. I'm afraid we don't always get them, and I won't spend too much time talking about HS2, but one could argue that that is a project where best informed decisions have not always been made, and maybe it's time to stop and rethink it, given the data which has been provided by scientists and citizen science scientists too. So I think that those are for me the key attributes to that. And then there's one more which we must add to it, and that is that, you know, I'm speaking as a lifelong naturalist, someone who's never had any trouble setting that alarm clock and getting up and getting out there. But I'm 59 years old. And I'm not going to be so rude as to ask how old Gavin and Michael are, but what we do recognise in the UK is that we are in an ageing sector when it comes to top quality naturalists. People who've dedicated a lifetime to focusing on, you know, one or two subjects, whose expertise is globally unrivaled. I'm not saying that there are not young, extraordinarily brilliant naturalists. There are. My argument would be there is not as many of them as there used to be. So engaging young people with nature is something that we are all very aware of, that needs to be at the forefront of our interest, concerns, and activities. And citizen science is a brilliant way of doing that. It's a task-orientated objective. You have to go and look at things, count things. You have to complete the task by uploading or sharing that data, or maybe even analysing that data yourself. And many young people during the process of their classical schooling are taught to be task focused. They have essays to complete, they have tests to complete, they have exams to take, all of which have a beginning, a middle, and an end, relatively in short term. So their mindsets are, at that time of their lives, fit many citizen science projects. So in a way, it's a template, if you like, which they can readily engage with. And that makes it slightly easier for them. It's formatted. It's not something that you have to be self-motivated to develop. Someone else has sat down and put together the program for you. It's a bit like school, college, and to less extent now university, but in my day, that was very formatted too. And that makes it accessible and easy. And for those young people whose interests are not principally wildlife, environmental care, culture, history, whatever they are, but it's on the periphery of their interest, then citizen science is a way of drawing them into it. And many of the citizen science projects which are developed in the UK are certainly developed with young people principally in mind, or as to be made as accessible as possible to them. And I imagine if we were to conduct a poll of the competent batch of very exciting and able young naturalists that we do have coming through the ranks, if you were rising rapidly through the ranks, I would have to say at the moment, that many of them have taken part in citizen science projects and would continue to do so. So I think that there are reasons, that those are the principal reasons to do it. From a personal point of view, I do as many of these surveys as I possibly can, and I do most of them close to home. Because that's where it's easiest for me to do them, and it's where I would have an interest in. So imagine there's a citizen science project, there was one a few years ago, looking at earthworms. Now, I'm sure you've got some great gardens and great patches, parks and nature reserves, and they're probably full of, earthworms, but I'm interested in what's in my garden. And then I'm interested in what's over the fence, and where I am, not too many earthworms, because the soils are really acid, to be honest with you. But that's what's going to get me out with my fork, my meter quadrat, and my little tray to count worms. It's looking at my patch. And given that I don't know too much about worms, I could start telling you about the 27, 28, or 29 British species. So obviously I've got a little bit there, but I still have a lot to learn. And that ability through a guided process, because someone else has come up with the scheme, to be led through a learning process, I find irresistible. I'd love to learn more about the earthworms in my garden, or some other species. So these sorts of projects excite a great range of people. And as a consequence, I think that they are tremendously important. Anyway, enough from me. Let's move on to the first of our guests this morning, and I've got his biography here. So Dr. Gavin Surdwadina from the British Trust for Ornithology was brought up in Aylesbury, got into birding when he was 11, a little bit earlier than me there, Gavin. I got into it when I was about 12 or 13. Joined the RSPB members group when it first started, evolved into a lifelong interest in wildlife, leading to a career in ecology and conservation at the British Trust for Ornithology. And again, Gavin probably won't say it as he's an employee, but I will. The BTO is one of the best things in Britain. We've got the RSPCA, we've got the Big Issue, we've got the BBC, but we've also got the BTO. And the BTO has done enormously important work for ornithology and now other species in the UK. It's absolutely brilliant. And if you're not members of the British Trust for Ornithology, then I would urge you to think about joining the BTO. He's worked for more than 20 years there, mostly on research and monitoring farmland birds, and also looking at the BTO's national data sets. He's currently head of terrestrial ecology at that NGO, and in his spare time, he doesn't get much birding done anymore. Now that, Gavin, is a tragedy. I would urge you that the minute we're finished today or tomorrow, you get your bins out and give yourself 5 minutes off to go and see the real thing. Because you don't want to leave that behind you. But he does say that when he goes on holiday, he's a manic birder. So Gavin, give us your presentation. And well, I'll tell you what, before you get started, tell us what your favourite bird is in your community and why.
Oh, that's put me on the spot, Chris, thank you. So favourite bird, for fairly nerdy reasons, because I've worked on it a lot, is yellowhammers. Yeah, I love a yellowhammer. It's around all year round in the farmland around here and most of England. It's really interesting demographically, doing lots of stuff that other things aren't doing. And they're really cute in the hand, nice songs, nice calls. So yeah, that's mine. So Okay, well, thank you, Annie, for that introduction. And I completely echo the sentiment to join the BTO. Hopefully, we'll do something towards persuading anybody out there, to do that today. I've been asked by Nick to talk today about why citizen science matters to decision makers, because this is something that it's the area that I tend to work in a lot, is doing a lot of research and monitoring work and communicating that to the government, mostly various different government organisations and related audiences around the UK and elsewhere. And citizen science has a real role to play in that. And basically where this comes from is that if we care about wildlife and the environment as a society, then we need data on what wildlife, what environmental features are in different places, and how those things are changing, and how the events in the world, like climate change, like weather events or policy changes, affect those things. So some things in those areas, like air quality, pollution, areas of woodland, areas of salt marsh, those sorts of things are best measured by sort of highly technical kit, which needs to be run by official government agencies. It's things like air quality monitors and satellite imagery to record the spread of habitat. However, that sort of thing can't tell us anything about how many skylarks there are, whether those populations are going up or down, or the same for small tortoise shells, ash trees, you name it. We don't have any data from that. We need to go out and measure those things, count them. And to do that for mobile wildlife in particular is really, really difficult. To get reliable information on numbers or status of those things. And to illustrate that, if I say to you, if you feed birds in your garden, for example, can you say how many blue tits you feed in your garden each year? You've got them, they come in, but how many actually are there? You may see 3 at a time, 4 at a time. You've no idea how many there really are. You may see hedgehogs from time to time, but can you really say whether they live in your garden or in your street, or are they passing through? What's actually going on? You don't really know. But fortunately, with a combination of recording observations of this sort of thing in a controlled or structured way, and using the right methods to analyze the data that come in from doing that, which is basically citizen science, we can then extract information about the status and trend of these animal groups from the sorts of records that can be made by anybody who can identify those species. And this is specifically where citizen science comes in. By organizing recording by volunteers into schemes, we can generate the sort of large-scale, long-term information that simply can't be collected in any other way. It would cost, we do surveys with professional field staff, people we send out who expert naturalists to do this. But to collect this level of information at a national scale would cost an absolute fortune, and it's just not feasible. So we can collect this information using volunteers and using these sort of survey schemes. And the other side, the side of this is that the more organization we apply to this data collection, such as asking people to go to randomly chosen locations and to count things, to record things in standard ways, as Chris mentioned, using a meter quadrat in your garden and a sort of digging to a certain depth in the soil to count worms, that sort of thing, which is the sort of approach we've taken in the breeding bird survey, for example, not with forks and quadrats, but with large 1 kilometer squares. If we use this sort of organization, the more we do that, the more we can do with the data that are collected as a result. And hence, thanks to the efforts of the thousands and thousands of citizen scientists across the UK, we have lots and lots of high quality data that will allow us to identify population declines in species that we're interested in, and to find hotspots of population that we need to protect. We can also do loads of scientific studies on the impacts of things like climate change and what I've done a lot of, the intensification of agriculture and urbanization. We actually measure the effects of those things on wildlife. And at the same time, we can then evaluate the impact of policy measures that aim to mitigate those things. And another thing I work a lot on is agri-environment schemes, where farmers are paid to do some of this sort of action and mitigation for population effects, negative population effects on birds. what that leads us to is we can then do things like underpin high profile schemes like BBS, then underpin high profile reporting of data, which is then used directly in policy. And at this point, I'm going to just show you a couple of, or attempt to show you a couple of examples of this. So you should be able to see, I don't know, Michael, somebody give me a thumbs up. Can you see that screen? Yep, thanks, Michael. So yeah, so you can see the farmland bird, this is sort of farmland bird index and other large scale policy indicators that we use for birds, for example, at the national scale. These sorts of things, once upon a time, were explicitly part of a government policy target to improve the environment. And that's the sort of level of policy use that's been, the data have been applied to, but they actually represent the efforts of citizen scientists, and the data wouldn't exist in any other way. These same sorts of data that come from the Breeding Bird Survey now contribute to bird population monitoring across the whole of Europe and tell us about population sizes and the international significance of the populations that we have in the UK. So using this kind of index, it's this sort of measure that actually that has alerted the conservation and policy worlds to the farmland biodiversity crisis. And this led directly to the introduction of conservation measures into agri-environment schemes to address the problems with farmland birds. And it's provided the hard evidence of change in farmland bird populations that was used in policy arguments to persuade farmers that this sort of thing is important. And that's not a straightforward thing to achieve, actually. So also with that analysis of these kinds of data, if we could get this is going to work, with this kind of data, we can combine, we can find citizens, we can get the citizen science data to using things like nest recording, which we also do at BTO, and recoveries of ringed birds. We tell us about the patterns of in breeding success and survival in bird populations. Oh, it does work. Okay, so yeah, so there's just this, you don't have to worry about the details here, but this is again data from the Breeding Bird Survey on skylarks and showing the effect of the amount of stubble in the landscape on the population trend. So the population trend is more stable where there's more overwinter stubble in the landscape. This kind of result helps us to show that where you have population, where there is more of this management in the landscape, the birds do better. And this immediately points to a conservation solution to the problem. With bird ringing, we can find movements of birds, but you can also measure their survival over time. And with our BTO's nest recording scheme, where people record what goes on in individual nests, we can record breeding success. And these things combined tell us that overwinter survival is most important for a lot of bird species, and particularly it follows this argument that stubble, for example, in the landscape is really important. Then more generally, the citizen science data informs lots of our national data on population changes. So they provide lots of publications about red listing of birds of conservation concern, the state of the nature in nature of the UK, and bird populations in general. These reports all rely on the same data sources. And the sorts of things we've done with the BBS data is show the effect of overwinter stubble management, wild bird seed mix options in agri-environment, which provide seed in winter for bird populations. And the importance of these things, the effects they have on breeding populations of birds. And this all feeds into the design of agri-environment schemes, of which there are different ones in different parts of the UK. But this has all been relevant, and the data have fed into the policy picture that has been applied and is still being used now to measure the effects of these things as they go forward. Then as I say, we've evaluated some of our research results published in scientific journals. We've looked at whether the management of whether different things in the landscape affect populations. So we can test effects of winter weather on weather information. Winter weather effects on birds, conditions on the wintering grounds, effects on migratory species, effects of predators on bird populations, which show that basically numbers of sparrowhawks, which are often blamed for declines, are not related to the numbers of the populations of breeding songbirds, for example. We've tested all these things using the citizen science data, and it's all really important to contribute to the development of policy for conservation. Chris mentioned deer browsing. We've measured these effects as well on bird populations in published scientific papers. And so there's a whole range of different things we've done, as I say, with the citizen science data, and these things continue to happen. What I would say to finish off and to back up something that Chris said as well is all this work depends on the efforts of the volunteers, and they're absolutely invaluable. But we also need to do the data processing and analyses that underlie these things, and these things aren't free. They depend on NGOs. BTO is one, but there are many others as well: butterfly conservation, plant life, the Botanical Society of the British Isles, the National Biodiversity Network, and Michael, who's following me, the agency he works for, Centre for Ecology and Hydrology. All these organisations work with government country conservation agencies like Natural England and charities like the RSPB to get the funding in to keep the programmes going, and that needs to be maintained. And we need citizen scientists to keep working to do that. And we've got loads of people doing it now, but people drop out and we need replacements for those. And just finally, I'd say, despite all the benefits and positives from all of this, there are gaps in the data. There are unpopular animal groups that aren't recorded very well, and remote areas like uplands and less pleasant ones like city centres are under-recorded relative to the nice places. And also those things we need more data from. And we can derive good evidence from the schemes we've got about the national picture, what goes on across the whole of the UK, for example, or England. But the data are less reliable very locally at small scales. So if you want to find out things to go on, find out what's going on at local level and in your own region, that's where you need really detailed and extra effort to go on. And that's where the efforts of Nick and the Tracking the Impact team come in, and it's really, really positive and complementary to what the rest of us are doing at the national scale. So that is all I wanted to say. So I shall hand back to Chris now.
Thanks, Gary. Can I just ask you a couple of things before you go? One thing that we always worry about is making sure that we can engage as many people with the projects that we devise, and some of the data that you've shown may have been intimidating to people, but they may think, oh, like, it's all over my head, I'm just a beginner, I've only just got into whatever branch of natural history it is. But we'd all be very keen to say that most of these citizen science projects are designed to bring people in from any level of interest and any level of ability, aren't they?
To be honest, there's a combination. An organisation like BTO, we have projects which are ideal for getting people in who don't know so much. You don't have to be an expert. You don't have to have been doing it for years and years. And we have other projects where you do need to be an expert. If you're going to ring birds, you do need to be trained to do that safely, to know how to identify them properly, so that we don't waste the effort that we put in, that people put in on doing that. So there is a combination, frankly, but there's always a way into this, and we want to bring people on a journey from starting with the things which are easier to do, have less requirement for specific skills, and bring them on to being able to do the more complicated things. But absolutely, it's what I wanted to show is that we can do really quite complicated science that has high evidence value from these data, from what pretty much anybody can do. And you can start from just being able to identify one thing. If you can identify that thing and tell it that it's not all the other things, then you can report that, and so it's the schemes like our bird track scheme, and you can provide useful information in that way.
Just one other thing, you touched on it at the end of your presentation there, about the dearth of data from the uplands perhaps, and our city centres. One of the problems that we have had with citizen science projects in the past is people like to see things and they like to record things. So they don't like going to places where they don't see as much and can't record as much. And I know that in areas of intensive agriculture, where there are less birds, for instance, we get less records. But we've got to stress from the outset here that negative data, things not being there, is every bit as important as positive, i.e. they are their data, isn't it? That's right, isn't it?
Absolutely. That is absolute. I think absolutely that is true. And I also think it's important. There's actually a lot of interest in going out to places that aren't naturally very interesting, if you like, because you will still see things there. And what's more, those things are then interesting for where you are. And I think a lot of birders, for example, get excited about rare things in Britain that are really, really common in other countries. And this is something where you can apply that to any level. And it's the same in your garden. If you get something in your garden you've never seen before, it might be really common a few miles away out in the general countryside. And it's the same thing you can apply. If you go to a patch of farmland, for example, like you say, you get to know that area, you'll know the nice bits, and then you'll see, especially if the farmers are doing something in agri-environment or whatever to improve the habitat, you'll see other things starting to come in, and then it's really interesting. And that sort of patch approach is really I would really encourage that. And also what's more, you can really engage the farmers that way as well, and the landowner, people in that area. Quite often, if I'm around doing surveys, they'll see walking around binoculars in a place where people don't usually do that. And then you can they will ask you, oh, what are you doing, or what have you seen? And if you say, oh, well, then I've seen such and such, oh, really? I didn't know we had those here. And there's often more about than you think, I would suggest. And if you look, you can find it, and then it becomes quite interesting.
Excellent. Gavin, thank you very much indeed. Before we move on to our next presentation, there's a question that's come in here from Sheena. How does citizen science compare to scientific research using hypotheses and randomized data collection? Well, Sheena, if it's done properly, it doesn't compare, it equates to that. And people like Gavin and our next speaker, Michael, spend a lot of time making sure that these projects are put together as rigorously as possible to make sure that the data collected through all the hard work and endeavour of the participants is valid and can be used that way. So yes, very, very much so. And the BTO, as you know, I'm going to carry on blowing their trumpet this morning, is brilliant at designing those projects and also making sure that the data sets are standardized and can be used over a long period. So what the BTO have done is evolved citizen science projects, which have been running now for a long time, which means that data is comparable. And that's quite important as well. If you change the parameters of your project too frequently, then basically it makes, looking at declines, increases, changes in distribution very difficult. So thinking ahead, keeping it simple, standardizing it, being scientifically rigorous in terms of the project's design is something that all of these people are very, very good at. In fact, increasingly good at. So rest assured that's okay. We're going to move on to our next speaker now, Dr. Michael Pocock from the Centre for Ecology and Hydrology. Now, you may not have heard of the CEH as frequently as the BTO, but I've had the privilege of working with many of their staff over the years. Fantastic organisation. In fact, Autumn Watch is just about to start next Tuesday, and my colleague Michaela Strachan is going to, I don't know if I'm allowed to tell you this, but I'm going to tell you anyway. She's going to be up in Scotland, and one of the things she's going to be looking at is the birthing of grey seals on the Isle of May, where she has been and will be working with staff from the Centre of Ecology and Hydrology. Great breadth of work. Frankly, we should quadruple, triple, or add to their funding by 10 times, because unfortunately the agency has had cuts to its funding, like many of our statutory bodies in recent times, which has made life difficult for all of us. However, Michael, it says here, is an ecologist at the CEH, works on the impact of environmental change on the benefits that we can gain from nature, focuses on citizen science and innovative ways to explore how it can be used to benefit both people and nature. Been a wildlife lover as long as he can remember, which presumably is all of his life, having spent his childhood on a local chalk downland where he was interested in birds and then expanded to plants and insects. Many of these interactions lead to benefits that people can get from nature, he says here, things like pollination pollination and pest control. And in his research, he looks at where these interactions connect together into whole networks. The joined-upness is something which is, fundamentally important when we think about ecology, of course, which is part and parcel of CEH. He works at the Biological Record Centre now at CEH, which has a history of more than 50 years supporting people who record wildlife and using those records for scientific research. And again, this is to highlight, of course, that if you do get out and get active and you do participate, your data is not only useful to you at that point in time or that study at that particular point in time, it can also have a lasting legacy because at some stage in the future, someone may repeat what you've been doing or close to it, and that ability to strike a comparison will be there. So anyway, without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Michael Pocock from CEH. Michael, good morning, and give us your presentation.
Thank you. Thanks ever so much. And it's brilliant to be part of this conference. I grew up, as Chris said, basically on the chalk downlands at the end of the Chilterns, up near Dunstable, and I now live near Wallingford, so just across the Thames from the Chilterns. So that's been a big part of my life. So I will now share my screen. There we go. So as Chris said, I've been a naturalist for as long as I can remember, enjoying a wide range of different aspects of natural history. And so what I've been asked to talk about is why citizen science and being involved in recording matters to you. And at the Biological Record Centre, there, which is where I work, which is part of the UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology, there has been this incredibly long history of citizen science. We've got over 50 years of supporting volunteer naturalists across 85 different schemes and societies doing recording of wildlife. And you can see here some of the ways in which that has changed with plant monitoring and some of the outputs that have come over the course of more than a century, 150 years or so. People have been doing this. And actually what we've been particularly keen on doing is trying to make best use of those data, the data which people like you have been sending us and sending different schemes and societies. So that's for plants, but that's also for a range of different, much more obscure groups, things, different fly groups or fleas or all sorts of fascinating things, which, exactly as Chris said, means that we know more about our wildlife in Britain than just about anywhere else in the world. But I wanted to begin just by talking about a project which I did a few years ago, which was looking at wildlife on farmland. And a team of us, a dozen of us, spent a couple of years of hard work. It was hard work, but it was happy work, I think, because we were out in nature in all sorts of weather conditions. And we were interested in looking at all the different, or many of the different species on the farm, and we were particularly interested in looking at their interactions. So we were looking at all these different things of pollinators feeding on flowers. We were looking at pest controllers, a wide range of different things. So huge amount of hard work. And what we did was we ended up producing this network of over 600 species, and each one of those lines represents an interaction that we observed in the field. And it shows the importance and the interconnectedness of nature. And it was really wonderful to be part of it. It felt like a real privilege. Not only were we able to understand the breadth of ecology and the interconnectedness of all these different species, of which, of course, there were many more species on the farm. But we were also, as we looked closer and closer, we had that sense of awe and discovery. We found a species that was new to Britain, this tiny little parasitic wasp that's so small that it lays its eggs inside the eggs of a weevil, the type of beetle that lays its eggs inside thistle flower heads. So an incredible sense of wonder by looking really, really closely, in this case from rearing insects from thistle flower heads. So that was really important, and we were able to talk to scientists and various other people about the importance of the interconnectedness of nature on this particular farm. But me and my friend who were working on this project thought, well, that's all very well to talk to scientists, but we wanted to go beyond that. Clearly, it was important to try and engage with people. So we ran these projects talking about the interconnectedness of nature and toured around shopping centres and various other things. And as part of that, what we did was we gave people these little tubes with a leaf in it. And that leaf had a leaf miner. And we asked people to rear the leaves and to look after them until what emerged was either the leaf or the parasitic wasp, which was predating the leaf mining moth. And that evolved into a project, a national project, which we call Conquer Tree Science. And as part of that, we got people to look at the damage caused to the conker trees, the horse chestnut trees, by this leaf mining moth. And we also asked people to have a go at rearing the insects in this leaf. And so people could put the leaf in a plastic bag, and what would emerge was either a tiny little moth, just shown next to that penny coin at the bottom, or it would be one of the tiny little parasitic insects which was preying upon that moth. And so people were getting involved in this, and we got several thousand school children involved in this particular project. So citizen science, where people could get involved. They didn't need to have massive skills of being able to identify species, unlike many of those who contribute to the Biological Records Centre and the schemes that we support and work with. But instead here was a type of citizen science where people could get involved in real science. We published this in a scientific journal, the results of it. But we also asked people what they found when they were doing it, or what they felt. And you can see there a word cloud of the comments that school children left on our website. And brilliantly, you can see words like interesting, enjoyed, fun came out of there. There is a boring somewhere, but that's very, very small, indicating that not many people wrote that down, which was good. And so it began to help us realise that the motivations of people getting involved in citizen science. Clearly, there's something where people got a lot of enjoyment out of it. And the motivations for being involved in citizen science are really, really diverse. And this is where it gets to some of the things that matter to people like you. And so there's been a range of different research over the past few years, which has been looking at these motivations of people being involved in citizen science, nature-based citizen science. Contributing to science, that sense of responsibility or duty, is something which people often say is important. But increasingly, it's things like connecting with nature, that sense of discovery, a sense of being prompted to go out and look and have a sense of awe and beauty. Actually, for many projects, it can be being part of a virtual community and providing you with information to inform action, empowering maybe the way that you manage your garden, or things like this. It gives a sense of connection to place. And actually, it might be that people, or what it's been shown is that people get involved in citizen science for one particular reason, but then that sense of place and that connection with seasonality and things like that are the things that keep people involved. It might even be that people are concerned about threat, and actually quite a lot of work on invasive species, for example, citizen science has been prompted through that fear of threat. And that has clearly been really important, as Chris touched on at the beginning. During the time of lockdown, the sense of connecting with nature has been a real solace. Natural England did a large-scale study, and they found that the vast majority of people were saying that being in nature makes them happy during this period of lockdown, and that they've engaged much more with everyday nature. So maybe that's birds in the garden, actually noticing the tiny little weeds in the cracks in the pavement, or the birds flying overhead, a whole range of different things that people have engaged with. And actually, a large number of people were saying that nature is more important than ever to their well-being during this period. The anxious, crazy, uncertain times that we've had this year. One of the ways in which people engaged was that people were recording more as well. And so this infographic shows some of the increase in records that we've received through the iRecord platform, which is where people, one of the places where people can submit records of things that they've seen. And you've seen an almost doubling in the numbers of bats, of butterflies, moths, and of bees that have been recorded during this period of lockdown compared to previous years. And one of the things that we do within the Biological Records Centre at UK CEH is we've been looking to try and increase the accessibility to citizen science. So it not just being for those nature nerds, like many of us may be at this conference, those people who are really willing to invest hours and hours, but can we make our citizen science more accessible? And the benefits that brings in terms of nature connectedness. And so we've got apps, obviously, which make recording so much easier. There are online identification guides on websites and built into apps as well. We're exploring ways of automated identification so that you can take a photograph of something and it tells you what it is. You don't need to be an expert in the minutiae of being able to identify this or that, but you can get tools to help do that. New approaches with these much more sort of instruction-based citizen science, the things where you go out and you can follow the protocols, you can get involved without having particular skill already, and being able to give enhanced feedback as to where and how it would be helpful for people to go and record. And so we've been exploring all of these sorts of things increasingly as time's gone forward at the Biological Records Centre. And but one of the things that we've begun to think is, well, actually, some of these things, maybe putting some technology, giving somebody a phone and telling them to go out, maybe that actually puts a barrier between them and nature. Maybe giving them an instruction sheet and telling them to follow it closely. Again, maybe that puts a barrier between them and nature. Maybe it does help them engage a bit more. So in order to discover that, we ran a project over the course of this summer called Nature Up Close and Personal. And we were particularly interested in exploring this idea of how can citizen science, or does citizen science boost our nature connectedness? And that's important because it's been shown in the past, particularly through collaborators at the University of Derby, that nature connectedness relates to our physical health, but certainly as well our well-being and our mental health. And so what we asked people to do during this project, it was a randomized controlled trial, we did it all scientifically and properly, was that we asked them to get involved in one of a few different activities. It could have been recording butterflies through the iRecord Butterflies app, something simple they can do for 10 minutes. Something a bit more complicated, putting out a quadrat and counting insects as part of the UK pollinator monitoring scheme, or something which our colleague Miles Richardson at Derby University has done in the past through the Wildlife Trusts as part of their 30 Days Wild, was asking people to go out, look at nature for 10 minutes and then write down 3 good things that they noticed. And what we found over the course of doing this project was that actually whichever activity you did, whether it was citizen science or whether it was something that was more a more explicitly emotional engagement with nature, all of these benefited people's well-being. And actually it didn't matter how often you did it. It didn't matter how much time you spent. What mattered was the fact that it was the quality of your engagement with nature. And clearly then, as we showed during this project, citizen science has a role, is one of the ways in which we can have that more purposeful, mindful engagement with nature, which then benefits us. And I'm sure many of you found over the course of this strange spring and summer, that was something that I experienced. And so with all of that, what we're really keen on doing increasingly is to try and create these win-wins. So you've got citizen science. As Gavin said, the data has been so valuable and continues to be valuable. We're working on pollinators quite a lot and been looking at the impacts of pollinators and pesticides on pollinator populations from the records that people have sent in. All of this is really valuable. It feeds into policy. It also feeds into the way that we manage nature, which might be in our gardens if we've got them, or the way that we influence management in local parks, things like this. So all of this is great, but how can we create more and more of those win-wins where we get those real benefits of data provision, including in the places where we don't have so much data, but also in ways in which we truly benefit each of us as individuals taking part. So clearly there's this incredible diversity of people who could be engaged with nature through citizen science, right from the nature nerds through to those who have in the past been barely noticing nature. And this is something which we're desperate to try and increase more and more. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. We're running a little bit short on time, but I'd like to come back to you with one thing just to expand on, if you can. You talked a lot there about how we as individuals can benefit from citizen science. What about the fact that it's also a great way of community building, particularly these days when we're using social media? So whilst someone in another part of the UK may be doing the same project as you, someone you would never have met under normal circumstances, when you start to participate in many of these projects, it is about publicly sharing your data. And it's great for expanding our communities, meeting new people. I've just been looking at your Twitter feed, you see, which I'm about to advocate to people. And I've seen things like, there's a couple of things I've spotted on there I immediately want to read. So in a way, through my interaction with you, through our interest in citizen science, you're going to expand my knowledge indirectly. That's quite important, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah, definitely. And that sense of community, I think, can be at the local level. Clearly, there's a limit as to how much we can do in person right now. But there are really great examples where being part of citizen science and volunteer recording builds that sense of community through personal social interactions. The National Plant Monitoring Scheme has been running a lot of training online during the period of lockdown. So then there's been that connection, a virtual connection. And then there are other examples where there's been a network of wildlife recorders who've come together entirely through social media. Many of them had never, ever met and yet been part of a strong community. So all of that's really important.
Excellent. Michael, thank you very much indeed.
You've muted yourself, Chris.
I'll unmute myself. So yes, thank you very much, Michael. That's brilliant. Let's all become part of the community. Let's become part of Michael's community and that of the CEH. You can follow him, MJO Pocock, P-O-C-O-C-K, MJO Pocock on Twitter. Look, buddy, I just found this. You see, there's something that Michael has retweeted there. Could moths be the secret to understanding climate change? Euronews.com. I wouldn't have found that probably if I hadn't have just been on Michael's Twitter feed. So become part of that community, and I'm sure it's a rewarding experience. I mean, I have to say, I've always got to have my nose in the news when it comes to natural history, and I find quite a lot of stories which transfer into my work, professional work, on social media, or I meet people that tell me things there, all of which are quite inspirational. But when it comes to inspirational, we're definitely going in that direction now, because our next speaker is Megan McCleverty. She's a BTO Youth Ambassador, a Cameron Bespoker Trust Ambassador. She's 17 years old, currently doing her A-levels, biology, psychology and geography. Her aspiration is to go to university and study zoology and to pursue a career in conservation. She enjoys sharing her experiences through her blog and Twitter platforms. I've just followed Megan on Twitter as well, and I can tell you that her tag is at StoneChat as in the small passerine, _42, at StoneChat _42. So follow Megan there as well. Let's continue our community building exercise this morning. Megan, we are running a little bit short of time, so I'm going to cut my waffle so we can enjoy your good sense. Over to you in your presentation.
So yeah, my name's Megan, and I'm going to be talking a little bit about why citizen science is especially important for young people, and how it can be used to address some of the issues we face when engaging with the natural world. So before I start, I'm just going to quickly share my screen. Thumbs up if you can see that. Can you see that? Okay, great. Okay, so just to quickly introduce some of the things I do, which we briefly talked about. I'm a young ambassador for the Canberra Spoker Trust. I'm on the BTO Youth Advisory Panel, and I volunteer at my local nature reserve, College Lake. And all of these things have a real focus on engaging young people in the natural world. So how do we make a difference through citizen science? Oh, 1 second, I'm sitting in front of my screen. Okay, so citizen science is really important for engaging young people in the natural world, because we can sometimes feel like our sort of lives are just surrounded by schoolwork all the time and external stress and activities. And we sometimes feel like we don't have time to engage with the natural world in that sense. But as a young person, I've always wanted to generate a meaningful impact and create a difference. And citizen science is wonderful in the sense that we can engage in our own terms. Oh, sorry, can you still see this PowerPoint? Oh, I'm having an absolute nightmare with this. Okay, I can't see my PowerPoint.
Still see your PowerPoint, if that helps.
Okay, right. Does anyone know how to get rid of the tab with the speakers on? Because I can't read it. Okay, just give me 1 second. Sorry about this, guys. Okay, right, now we're back. Okay, so citizen science helps young people engage in the natural world in a meaningful and personal way, because we can engage in our own terms. So in that sense, because there's so many different ways we can engage. Okay, I'm just going to move on to the next slide. Okay, so what are some of the issues that we face as young people? One of the issues we do have is accessing transport. So many young people can't drive or have to travel alone, or can't travel alone because it's just not safe, and it doesn't feel safe. So we'd rather travel with other people we know or be brought to nature reserves in groups. So we struggle to access nature reserves and are mainly restricted to our local areas. This means that we have to complete surveys in our own gardens or local areas. While some surveys may require you to travel to a certain patch or certain area, some can be conducted in a local area. So one that I do and I really enjoy is the Garden Birdwatch with the BTO, which can be conducted from your own home if that's what you wanted to do. This makes citizen science particularly accessible to young people because it can be completed in your local area, allowing you to still make that difference you want to. So how do young people start gaining confidence when you're going out? Some young people will lack confidence when they're first starting out in the natural world, especially with things like ID when you're just getting started. But one of the great things about citizen science and a way it can combat this issue are there's so many different opportunities, regardless of your knowledge level or area of interest. So if birds are more your thing, you can do the breeding bird survey with the BTO. If butterflies are more your thing, you can look into butterfly conservation, which is an amazing organisation. Or if you want to learn more about mammals, you can submit data to the Mammal Mapper app. What I'm trying to say is that there are areas of citizen science all across the natural world, which means you can engage in something specific to your interests, which provides a great learning environment for gaining confidence in your own knowledge. So, how do you meet new people? As a young person, it can be really difficult to find friends with the same interests as you within the natural world. But citizen science, such as volunteering, can be a really good way of bringing people together, especially those with similar interests. Which means that once you get to know people who have the same interests as you, you can share your passion and learn from one another. And for me, I think that citizen science is really, really good work experience. So learning more about how data is collected and eventually presented can give a really strong understanding of conservation. It also allows you to meet professionals with the environmental sector who can act as mentors, who can help you find further opportunities, but also increase your knowledge of things you're currently doing and help you complete surveys with more ease. So one other thing that I really enjoy about citizen science is that it can build really positive mental health. So many young people are affected by stress, and I say especially under the current circumstances with both work and their current circumstances, but getting involved in citizen science can be a really nice way of sort of getting over that. So getting you outside and engaging in wildlife can be a really nice stress relief and a break from doing your work, but also is a really productive way to spend that, especially when you go into conservation in the future. It can give you that understanding as well. So not only is it fun, but it also gives you extra knowledge. Doing something constructive for the natural world can also give a sense of achievement and satisfaction when you complete that data, especially on a regular basis when you get to see the sort of findings and how things are going. And not only does it help you with a great understanding, it also involves you in the wildlife community and can be a really good starting point for conversations, especially online. So why does citizen science matter specifically to young people? Not only does it give you a great sense of achievement and a sense that you are making a difference and contributing to a community which is of such value, but you also get to learn and know from people in that community and make new friends and connections which can help you in the future. And among all of that, it helps you increase your positive mental health. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. That was an excellent presentation. I always like things in plain, simple terms, particularly when they're pertinent. And I think your closing slide there epitomises all of that. Just one thing I'd like to ask you about, because it was important in my development as a young scientist. You mentioned mentors there, and citizen science being a route to meeting people who know more than you do, who are keen to educate as well as they are to stick their noses into whatever fascinates them in the natural world. That, I would say, that was a very significantly important thing. I met a number of mentors without whose help I wouldn't be having this conversation with you this morning, and that is important for many young people, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd say it's a really good starting point for me. So after I went to Bird Camp in 2017, I met a lot of mentors from the BTO who've helped me find all of the opportunities that I've been involved in to this day. And so meeting mentors has been a really key thing for me, and also other people that I know within the wildlife community. Just a quick note on my Twitter, I had an absolute nightmare with Twitter, and I've now got a new account which is called Megan's Wildlife. So go follow that if you'd like to.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I did look at your Twitter. In fact, I was going to very gently chastise you for not posting very much since August. And that's because you've switched your account, is it?
Yeah, I had an absolute nightmare. I couldn't access it. So I just decided to get a new account so I could get going
Okay.
again.
Well, look, okay. So I'm going to unsubscribe from StoneChat_42, which is the one that I should resubscribe to. Tell everyone now.
Megan's Wildlife.
At Megan's Wildlife.
Yes.
At Megan's Wildlife. Okay, everyone. You know what to do. Megan had trouble with her account. We need to engage with her and a part of her community. So at Megan's Wildlife is where to go. Megan, thank you very much. That was great. I'm going to move straight on now to our last contributor this morning, another young person, 17 years old, also doing A-levels and intends to study geography at university. Bird watching has always been a great passion. He's also an environmental campaigner, keen on photography, youth ambassador for the BTO, sits on their youth panel, helping them to become more accessible to young people, and also especially so that diversity and ethnicity can be is less of a barrier to people enjoying the natural world. Volunteers for the National Trust and is on the youth panel for the London Wildlife Trust, as well as Megan has outlined, being an ambassador for the Cameron Bespoke Trust. I'm talking about Arjun Dutta. I'm very pleased that he's going to be speaking to us now. He's a clearly very active young man, and I salute that. There's no time for sleeping at the wheel at this time, is there, Arjun? And on that account, I'm going to hand over to you rapidly for your presentation.
Thank you, Chris. Good morning, everyone. I'll just quickly share my screen. Can everyone see that okay? Hopefully. Just let me try and share it. Right, so yeah, good morning, everyone. So I'll just talk quickly a little bit about how I first got involved with nature and bird watching especially. So age 7, I had a strange obsession for dinosaurs, which my mum quickly got fed up of, and she quickly shifted me into getting into the big garden bird watch when I was, when I was around 7 or 8. And really that just continued as a hobby all the way until I was 12 and went to Malaysia. It was meant to be a family holiday, but it quickly became a bird watching holiday, and the wildlife and birding there just inspired me to get involved with conservation, especially when I came back home, because being able to see conflict there between human and nature and trying to understand why that's such a problem just was so important to me. And yeah, over the few years following that, I quickly found a patch local to me. I'm based in South London, which means green areas can be quite difficult to find, but I quickly found Mordenhall Park, which is owned by the National Trust, and by the 514 I started to get to volunteer there. I'll just quickly move the slide, which doesn't let me do that. Yeah, so after a little while, I joined the Young Volunteering Programme, which is for 11 to 24-year-olds. And what we do there is a big range of things. We help lead projects from, if you look in the bottom right corner, we had a biodiversity project last year. And again, this links back to citizen science, really. It was the idea of engaging young people and giving them almost the responsibility to get involved and lead a project. And I was really lucky to help lead that, because what we did, we started with nest boxes, nest recording, and getting involved with bioblitzes, which I think is such an important way of engaging young people with nature. The top right picture on the screen is from Spurn, when I joined the BTO Spurn Young Leaders course last year, and myself and a friend helped lead BioBlitz as a way of getting young people involved with nature. So through these kind of projects, I think it was so important, because it helped give people responsibility, which Megan mentioned before me, to almost have a role in knowing what they're going to do, how they're going to have a positive impact on nature and community. But once again, links back all the way to bird watching for me. I've always loved it, and specifically in the last year, especially over lockdown, the idea of sound recording really just drew me in, because I've always found that with eyesight that's less good than other people, sound is what I often use to pick up birds and identify them. And just since then, I've become hooked, whether it's become nocturnal migration, where earlier on in the year we were able to record common scoters flying over the UK inland, and through citizen science, people were able to make maps of almost the direction they were going, which in some ways was just straight over my house in the South London, which was just amazing, really. Just being able to see in virtual maps through technology, which is just such an important thing now, being able to see how important that is in BTO's work, for example, I became hooked, and I still am. Since then, I've managed to record 80 species by sound, and I'm basically aiming to get to 100 by the end of the year, which will be a tough ask, but just something I love. And I guess that's so important as well. If you have the passion for it, especially as young people, then being able to inspire others is just so important. One more thing I would probably mention, that is so part of BTO are, as Megan mentioned, were the big wetland bird survey, wetland webs counts, which I do at local pond, and also you can just get involved through eBird, which just shows that there's so many different ways, almost small ways you can get involved without having to make huge impact, just doing your little bit for the environment. I think ringing is another a great way to get involved, and I think young people always, even if I don't agree with the word cute, I think like Chris, I think we're good with that. It's such an important way of getting young people involved, because the idea of being able to see a bird in the hand, knowing cuckoo is going over to Africa, and their record-breaking journeys in time and speed and all sorts of things like that is just so important. So quickly, I'll just outline some benefits. So mental health is such an important one for me. Being able to have somewhere I can go and record species is just so important. And I guess that links back to community as well. The friends I've made through this and the community I've got. So in the bottom right corner, we've started London Young Birders Walks, and there's always someone doing the checklist of the things we've seen and the things we're going to do next time, planning for the next occasion where we're all going to meet up. Just builds that community of young people wanting to contribute to the ways of birding and science, which I just think is so great. And through so many organisations as well, it gives young people working experiences that they probably never would have had before. So for example, through the National Trust, I've been able to help lead projects which I don't think many people age 17 would have been able to do, and I'm really, really lucky to be able to be a part of that. But the only way to have more young people involved is getting them involved, and I think just getting people exploring, and just through organisations giving young people opportunities through mentors and conservation, just outdoor activities all the way from a young age, maybe in education, but that's something that people advocate for and I really support. But overall for me, it just links back to a passion for nature and inspiring young people around the age of, let's say, 10 all the way up to 20 to 25. That gives that almost the base for the next generation of young naturalists to inspire others. Pass it back to you, Chris.
That's brilliant. In case there are some young people watching, and I sincerely hope there are, how do they get involved with the BTO schemes that you've mentioned, and also those with the Cameron Bespolka Trust?
Well, I would say the BTO website is a great place to start, because there is almost a young birders page with a blog, and to be able to, so it's free for under 18s, and being able to use that to get towards ringing, for example, is a really good way to start for young people. But also reaching out, I think, is so crucial. It can be that just leads to, I don't know, competition and can be quite divisive. But at the same time, through social media, be more opportunity, and I know reaching out. I think that really gets PTO organisation going local. Just
Okay, Arjun, thank you very much indeed for joining us this morning. I'm afraid the resolution on my screen doesn't allow me to identify which species of bird you've got flying over your left shoulder there. I'm thinking it's a falcon of some kind, but you'll have to tell me that later. We're having a little bit of a problem with your sound. Again, in our community building, I'd ask you to follow Arjun on his Twitter account as well. So he's Arjun Dutta 230, ARJUNDUTTA 230, Arjun Dutta 230. I haven't followed him yet, and that's because I've been concentrating on doing what I'm doing here, but I will do in a moment. And do you know what, Arjun, if you can still hear me, would you do something for me when you finish, and that's tell your mum off for not allowing you to be obsessive about dinosaurs. Nothing beats dinosaurs. T-Rex, the best animal that's ever lived. And then also thank you for informing me that common scotters fly over London. And again, I didn't know that. And I love learning new things, and I'll be looking into that. Again, that might be something that we might be interested in for autumn and winter watch as well. That sort of mapping, listening for birds at night, has become really popular recently. Arjun, thank you very much. We're just going to run through a couple more questions that have come in here before we wrap up. Rebecca has said, what are the keys to designing a good citizen science project? Well, I would say keep it simple. Make sure that it's very clear for the participants in terms of what they have to do. Make sure that it's standardized so that the data can be compared at the time and perhaps even later. And make sure that the data management is easy. I have done a couple of citizen science projects where actually uploading the data, filling in the forms has been quite onerous. And I imagine that if you were lacking in any amount of dedication and tenacity, you probably wouldn't have done it. So yeah, standardizing, keep it simple, keep it clear, make sure the data management is easy. Lily has asked how much knowledge and how confident you need to be to become a citizen science. Any amount of knowledge that you've got is enough to get started. And we have mentioned that, as Gavin said at the outset, there are projects which are designed around people who require training or a degree of expertise, such as ringing, for very obvious reasons, in that case, the welfare of the birds. But there are plenty of other projects which you can are very much entry level. And of course, once you're on the ladder, you climb up it. You start at a relatively simple project and then you can progress up. And lastly, Richard has asked, are citizen scientists usually involved in the planning of projects? Well, Richard, plan your project, mate. Come up with your own project. You could run it for your family, use them as tests, as guinea pigs, if you like. And then you could maybe try it in your community, or a community, not necessarily a physical one, i.e. your neighbours, but a community of like-minded people around you. I think that's a brilliant idea to come up with an idea and try and put it together for a citizen science thing. That might catch on and spread into a much larger project. And I imagine that's how many of these things actually start. So I'm going to wrap up our first session there this morning now, and thank Gavin, Michael, Megan and Arjun for their contributions. There are plenty more sessions coming up throughout the course of the day. You can find details of those on the websites. Before I hand back to Nick to move on, I'm just going to run a little quiz for you. So I'm going to ask you what you think I might be doing with the rest of my day. Do you think, A, that I'm going to do some filming for Autumn Watch, which starts next Tuesday at 8 o'clock on BBC Two? Do you think that I'm going to be walking my poodles, Sid and Nancy, who have been patrolling the kitchen and thankfully being relatively quiet throughout the course of our discussion this morning? Do you, 3, think that I'm fixing the slow puncture on the back tyre of my car? Or 4, do you think that I'm going out to photograph some wolf poo? Well, there's not going to be any prizes. I'm going out to photograph some wolf poo, and I'm not going to tell you why, but that's my task today. Oh, Arjun got it right. There we are. Perfect, perfect. Nick, Thank you very much for the invitation to give a little speech this morning and then chair this. Are you popping back to tell us what's coming up next?
Chris,
Well,
thank you very much.
There he is. There he is.
I'm not sure how to follow the wolf poo, but thank you very much, Chris. Thank you, Gavin. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Megan and Arjun. Fantastic session. We wanted to use the opening session really to show how much citizen science matters, and I think across your contributions, you've absolutely nailed that. It matters on a national scale. It matters locally. It matters to us. It matters in so many ways. So thank you, Chris and the guys, for your session. Much appreciated. We are running slightly behind, which is fine. We're about 15 minutes behind, so I suggest we move the program back 15 minutes. So if you wanted to run out and get a quick cup of tea, we'll join you again around about 20 past 11 for the looking out for our wildlife session. And thank you, guys. We'll see you in about 15 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you are back with us now for the second section of the conference. obviously called Looking Out for Wildfowl Wildlife. A lovely construction expressing both sides of the reason we're all here this morning. I hope everyone can hear this. There's no sign on my computer that I'm going live, but of course someone will tell me if I'm not.
Hi, sorry, Nick here. We can hear you in a very like you're on fast. Can you get hear me or not? Can you give it? Can you hear me? Sort out the sound. Bear with us for a while.
Keep trying to get rid of the chipmunk voice, shall we?
And you're in fast forward. Megan, can you make a gap in or hear me?
Yeah, I can only just hear you, Nick, every other word.
Okay, so I'm not quite sure. I did around the tip. Now, is it any better? Everybody? No, it's still happening. So Mick, you're back in the call. Can you hear us any better now, Mick? You're muted, Mick. Yep. I still can't hear you, Mick. No, I'm afraid not, Mick. I'm not quite sure how we can this investment. Megan, Andy, or Gavin, can you hear me? No?
I can hear you fine, Nick. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's just Mick who sounds dreadful, I'm afraid.
Yeah, same at this end.
See if we can hear you now. Try again one more go and see if we can hear your sound. Okay, so maybe what we might do, Mick, if you're happy, if I keep the session and maybe we'll try another way. Try and get you back in.
You're fading in and out now.
Nick, you're coming in and out as well quite badly.
Am I any better now?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay. Mick, if you're okay, then I'm conscious to run it. If maybe I kick the session off and get us started, and Mick, if we can try and find another way of bringing you back, that's okay, Mick.
Can I just test my microphone? Is that coming through clearly?
No.
Yes, Martin. You're not loud, but we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I think we're okay. It's just you, Mick. Okay. So maybe if I kick the session off when I get us started, and Mick, maybe if there's another way that we can get you back in, then we'll get you started if that's okay. Yeah. Okay. So, apologies, everybody, for the technology. And so we'll keep working to try and bring back in. But session number 2, looking at citizen science from a wildlife. So as Gavin in the opening session, I talked through a number of different national NGO programs really at wildlife. And again, the envy of the world we say in the UK from our citizen science perspective. So this session we wanted to share a number of science projects on a national scale, looking down sort of locally, but also then really breaking down on a real kind of specific local level. So we have a range of speakers to kick us off with the national scheme. So we have Megan and we have Gavin, Holly looking at the national schemes. We'll then look at what we're working on in the Chilterns called Tracking the Impact, which is a regional, essentially regional project. And then we want to, so Andy Corson-Phillipson is going to pick up on some site-based monitoring. So the local wildlife trust, Bucks and Oxford Wildlife Trust do on monitoring their sites. And then handing over to Martin from UKCEH to talk about what we're calling unstructured recording, ways in which you can still record, albeit not necessarily through the medium of a national scheme. So I'll hand over straight away to get us started to Gavin Sirwarden. And Gavin, thanks again for your time this morning. I'll share your presentation with you, but to give us an overview of the British Trust for Ornithology's breeding bird survey, which I know a number of us will be involved in. Gavin, I'll share your screen and hand over to you. Gavin, are you there and you're okay to get going?
Yes, I can't see. So you've shared the screen. So yeah, I can't see your share of my screen my slides. If that's
right. Again, apologies.
So I don't.
I'll have another go.
Okay, cool.
That's the wrong one,
fine.
Gavin. Sorry, I've shared the wrong one with you. Sorry.
You might want to put it in presentation mode before you share it.
Yeah, I will. Apologies for this. So, is that better, Gavin? Can you see me now?
Not yet. We've got the I've got the your Windows Explorer window.
Okay, so I can see the screen. I can see your presentation on my screen. So
I think if you share, rather than share screen, you share a specific window.
okay. There might be a little bit of a delay, we're thinking.
Or if you want to work that out, I can do it from my end if you want to.
Okay, Gavin, can you share from your end?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, we think it's a dead. If you're okay to share your end, Gavin, sorry. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. So can you see that, Nick? Somebody,
Yes.
you got a
yes, I can. Yes.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Great. Okay. Thank you, Nick, and hello, everybody. Just apologies to those of you sick of the sight of me. I promise this is the last one I do, and then you can there'll be other people later in the day. So as Nick said, I'm just going to give you a quick overview of what we get from the Breeding Birds Survey in the UK, which is basically run by the BTO. I work for the British Ornithology, and I'm a research scientist there, ecologist. I also do the BBS in my spare time as a volunteer. And I've analysed the data quite a lot, so I know this at sort of both all ends really of the scheme itself and what it does and how it works. So basically, the BBS is the national bird monitoring scheme in the UK. It's large scale. It does randomised. The sites are randomised, and it gives us national scale information. It's not so great at very small local scales, and that's why we need things like tracking the impact. So this is going to work. Yes. So the BBS has been going since 1994. It is the main monitoring scheme, as I say, for UK birds. We have thousands of volunteers doing this, and across the whole of the UK, there's nearly knocking on 4,000 1 kilometre squares covered each year now by people, which is really good. Together with the predecessor scheme, the Common Bird Census, it gives us trends on bird populations going back to 1962, which is unparalleled in the world, basically, in terms of a data set for population monitoring. If you know your common birds, and those of you who were on the call earlier on today, Chris was talking about how you get into this sort of thing. If you're going to do the Breeding Bird Survey, you do need to know your common birds by sight and sound. You don't need to know absolutely every bird, because most of the rare stuff you're not going to find in most places. But if you know your birds, it's a really simple thing to do. It takes about an hour and a half in the morning. You walk 2 kilometers of transect in a 1 kilometer square, and you have to do it twice in the year, and contact the BTO to get to be allocated a square in your area. And they're distributed pretty much where people are. This is where people have actually covered them in the country. Where people are in the country is where the BBS squares have been covered. It tells us lots of information on both annual fluctuations and long-term trends. So this graph shows from the long-term CBC and BBS trend for the wren. Wrens are small, they're sensitive to cold winters, and so the population may go up and down a lot from year to year, as the blue dots show, and there's an underlying trend in this case for an increase over time. This is the kind of thing we can get out of the scheme, which we can then use for other purposes. We record birds from the BBS at different how far they are away from the line that you walk, which you just do on a simple form, and this allows us to estimate the density, so we can show for things like house martin here the sort of hot spots and cold spots for where the birds are in the country, which is gives us lots of information on densities, and we can say, hey, there's a lot of there's a lot of house martins in areas like the southwest, for example, But in London, there aren't so many, but you can see here, there's actually a change in density. So lots going up in, also relatively going down in central London. So a lower population and a fall in population there. So you can look at that sort of pattern. The biggest result we've got from this sort of data in the last sort of few decades has been identifying the plight of farmland birds in the environment. So huge declines in farmland bird populations like skylark, particularly from the 1970s, to do with changes in our research has shown it's due to changes in things like cropping practices, the amount of winter stubble and winter sowing of wheat in particular in the landscape. And this is applied to a lot of different seed-eating species of bird. So this sort of pattern we can show, and this has been important for policy as well. We can combine all these changes together to produce indicators for multiple species. There's average trends, and this is an average trend in farmland bird populations going down much more than all species in general, water and wetland birds. Woodland birds also on average going down, but not as badly as farmland birds. So this is the kind of thing we can show. And the data then feed into things like county bird reports and European trends, whether things are red or amber listed and therefore of conservation concern and requiring management. At the species level, we see the rapid loss of species like turtle dove. And when I first started the BTO, I've had a turtle dove in the square that I covered, the first square that I went to cover, and that I saw it that year and never again. And it's really striking. You can pick that sort of thing up, and over that period of time, which is almost exactly the period shown in this graph, the population has just dropped like a rocket, or the opposite of a rocket, a stone. And so that has actually been that sort of thing is really worrying, but it really flags it, and we can use this evidence for policy communication. Conversely, we've got other things going up, blackcaps going up very, very smoothly and strongly over the same period. And to anybody in the Chilterns will be, of course, familiar with the red kite pattern, London P. People in the London area will be familiar with the parakeets. These things also tracking upwards, and we can follow these trends really well. And really, the green sort of shading on these graphs shows us how confident we are in these patterns. So the fact that these are very narrow shows that we're really confident these things have gone up by massive amounts. This again helps with communicating the results to people. More recently, we can show some quite interesting patterns with species like willow warblers. So in England, willow warblers have declined quite a lot over time, but in Scotland, they're increasing or stable. So there's something going on, and and this is from our BTO's Breeding Bird Atlas from 2013, but it shows that there's a relative loss of species in the south of Britain, south and east, and Britain and Ireland, I should say, and in the north and west. Some point there are increases as well as decreases. So there's some real regional issues there which we don't quite understand yet, we're looking into. So that could be something to do with climate change. We've used the data from BBS to look at important conservation issues, such as this is tests on agri-environment and the effects of overwinter stubble. Most seed eaters have better BBS trends where there is more winter stubble, and we actually got positive effects on populations, which we can demonstrate. We also use the data we're working on this at the moment to look at using complicated models of our BBS data to show how species like dunnock and other species in urban environments respond to urban development. And the idea is, well, what we can do is inform how planners can actually, and landscape architects, developers can make the kinds of environments that we can all live in that actually are better for wildlife at the same time. And one key result from this is that there's no such thing as something being good for birds. It's good for some birds, and that will be not so good for other birds. You need a combination of things across multiple different species. This fits in. This is all just sort of policy relevant stuff. And then in terms of outputs, there's an annual report from the BBS, which goes into sort of detail of what happens in the trends that have been seen. And we're now looking at mammals within BBS as well, and gives examples to recorders of how their evidence has been used, how the data have been used. And just to finish, really, this is actually so with, as well as the future bringing new challenges that we need to work on with BBS, and we will be using to investigate, such as the effects of Brexit and climate change, or all these things are all going to affect birds through changes in landscape, changes in the way the land is managed, and we can track that, test that, and actually identify what's really important and what's happened and where we need more conservation effort. And then this slide is just included just to say that people have actually find it really fun to do, and it's really rewarding. And if you do your same patch year on year, you see the changes going on in that area, and it's that kind of personal engagement that works really well as the sort of data, knowing that you're contributing to the data. So that is all I was going to say, so I'll hand back to Nick now.
Gavin, that's fantastic. Thank you for that. A number of us, I know, particularly from the Tracking Impact Project, are covering breeding bird survey squares. So brilliant way of showing that literally every blue tit count really kind of makes its way up and feeds its way into the analysis and feeds its way into the trends that you've shown us there. So Gavin, thank you very much for that. Obviously, it's not all about birds. It's equally important from a perspective of understanding the broader ecology that we also look at the areas. So I'm going to ask Ollie Pescott from UKCEH, who's overseeing and working on the National Plant Monitoring Scheme, to give us a similar overview from the NPMS. So Ollie, if you're okay to share your screen and to lead us through your session, please.
I will have a go. How's that?
Looks good, Ollie. Yeah, looks
seeing
good.
It okay, fantastic. Well, thank you very much, Gavin. That was a fascinating overview of all the excellent data that's been collected on birds over the last 40, 50 years. And we are trying now to do a similar thing for plants. So looking at small scale habitat patches and trying to get a really good idea for future generations of how the countryside will have changed going into the future. So I'm just going to give an overview of this very young scheme, the National Plant Monitoring Scheme, and we're only reaching the end of our 6th field season this year. So we're quite a long way behind the BBS, but on the other hand, in a similar way, we are building on a long legacy of botanical recording in Britain. Next slide. All right. Sorry, I'm on that. Here we go. There we go. Sorry about that. I just had my mouse on the wrong screen. I've got a laptop plugged into a monitor. So as I said, we've got a long history of recording plants in Britain, but most of that until very recently has been recording the occurrence of particular species at quite large scales in these traditional atlases. The two maps in the top left of the screen there for Parnassia palustris, they're just taken from the two major atlasing efforts that we've had in the 20th century and 21st century for the new atlas. The older looking black and white one is from one of the first efforts to map a country's flora anywhere in the world, the Atlas of the British Flora, published in 1962. And the blue coloured one is from the second effort in 2002 to remap Britain's flora. And that threw up a lot of fascinating information about change. In both of those maps that you see there, the lighter coloured dots, whether blue or grey, show species, this Parnassia that was recorded in that 10-kilometre grid square in a historic period, but then which wasn't recorded more recently in each of those time periods. So that's obviously a really striking impression of change, and in that case in lowland fens, in Parnassia palustris, the grass of Parnassus habitat. But obviously, as Gavin showed, the power of abundance information at small scales can really give us a much more detailed picture of ecology, of what's happening in habitats, what the impacts of land management are on the ground. And so, although we passed through all this wonderful history of recording plants at large scales, even covering hybrids more recently in 2015, moving forward, the BSBI, Plant Life, UKCH and JNCC are very interested in recording plant communities within habitats. And that's where the idea for the National Plant Monitoring Scheme came in 2015. So we have had long aspirations towards habitat information. I just included this interesting piece of history here from Edmund Warburg, who was a professor in the Department of Botany at the University Oxford, for whom the Warburg Reserve in the Chilterns is named. And this was when they were planning the methods for the first Atlas of the British Flora in 1962. And they were aiming to record habitat information about species records. So it wasn't just, it's been seen in this 10-kilometre square. They did have aspirations to record habitat information, and that was included on the recording cards. But in the end, that information wasn't really used for anything. It just sat in a database, or on actually in filing cabinets, more accurately. So although there has always been interest, until very recently, there's not really been the information, at least not collected on a volunteer basis and not annually, to produce the type of indicators and trends that we saw in the last talk. So as I say, these were the motivations for the National Plant Monitoring Scheme. It was going to be habitat based at a small scale, focusing on plant communities. So in other words, the coexistence of plants at 5 or 10 metre scales, to give us an indication going forwards of changes in plant abundance and diversity, and not just presence absence at these very large 10-kilometre grid square scales that we've seen in these historic atlas maps. So in a similar way to Gavin's illustration, we have a methodology which we asked volunteers to carry out at the 1 kilometre level. So rather than having 2 transects, as we saw in the last talk, in this case, because we're asking people to focus in on small samples of habitats, we have this kind of gridded approach where we ask people to walk around their 1 kilometre square and try and target these numbered square plots to particular habitat occurrences. So for instance here, if you had access to this this grassland here at square number 2, you would go there, see if it was the habitat that was expected, which might be, for instance, some semi-improved grassland of a neutral character perhaps, and you would lay out a small, relatively small 5 by 5 metre plot and then record a set of indicator species. We also try and record linear habitats like hedgerows and streams and arable field margins. And for those, the volunteers try and pick out plots where they intersect these grey grid lines. And that's to try and reduce bias in the data that we collect. So there's a rigorous methodology that's not just people going and recording their favourite bit of the landscape in that square. So it's a way of trying to make these samples representative. And of course, these plots are just set up in the first year and then are handed on to new volunteers in the future perhaps, or continually sampled by the same person going forward. So we have that, hopefully accumulating that long time series of very detailed small scale information of plant abundance and diversity in those habitats. So we are just now in the end of the 6th year of the scheme, getting to the point where we can actually combine some of these indicator species information, so those estimates of percentage cover in those small plots. So for the sets of indicator species that the scheme looks at in these different habitats, we are now at the point where we're just starting to be able to produce some experimental trends. And we're very proud that last week, when the UK biodiversity indicators were published, for the first time they did include a set of experimental statistics based on this small plot information collected by the NPMS. We covered these 4 habitats that you can see on the screen here, and these maps are just maps of the samples which were included in those 4 new indicators. So you can see, even though we're a relatively young scheme, we're still gaining excellent coverage, again with similar biases to those which Gavin outlined, which, you know, obviously we do better where people live and have easy access to the countryside and less well in remote areas. But still, we're starting to accumulate a really fascinating data set of plant communities at small scales. And just finally, this is what we published last week in the UK biodiversity indicators. As I said, these are experimental statistics, so we're still working on ways of accounting for those different biases in the data that we're collecting. But we're very confident that we'll be able to better do that going forward. And we look forward next year to producing a new set, and also up to about 400 individual species trends, because these statistics that you see here, these indicator trends, are obviously based on averaging across between 25 and 30 indicator species with any one particular habitat. And so, as I said, this is the first time an annual habitat indicator has been contributed through volunteer effort. When I say habitat indicator, I'm obviously talking here about indicators of the plants themselves. Obviously, we saw like the farmland bird indicator and woodland bird indicators, telling us other things about particular habitats. But this is the first time where we've had that detailed information of the plants that make up those habitats. So it's a wonderful complement to the historic effort recording plant distributions and looking at how those have changed at broad scales. And so going forwards, we're very excited about how these different types of information could potentially be combined as well. So I think that's, yeah, thank you very much for listening.
Ollie, thank you very much. It's impossible in 8 minutes or whatever the kind of brief was to really encapsulate the scale of what you've achieved in a relatively short space of time, really. When the 6 years of NPMS been up and running, it's fantastic, and the way that different survey methodologies adapt from different spatial scales. Fantastic session. It's been, from the work we've been doing, it's been brilliant to get involved in the scheme. So Ollie, thank you for your session. And moving back on to things that fly, Megan Lowe from Butterfly Conservation going to walk us through now the wider countryside butterfly survey. So very susceptible to weather, and we've had very species group very pertinent to us in the Chilterns with the wide variety of butterflies we have in our patch. So Megan, thank you for taking the time to come and join us today. If I can hand over to you for your presentation on the wider countryside butterfly survey, please.
Brilliant, thanks Nick. I'll just share this. Are you able to see that?
Yes, yeah, looks good.
Brilliant, thank you. Hi everyone. Thank you very much, Nick, for inviting me along today. I'm going to give you a really quick introduction to the wider countryside butterfly survey, what it is, why we do it, and how we use the records collected by it. So the wider countryside butterfly survey, I might refer to it as WCBS, just to shorten it a little bit through this presentation, but it's a national survey that feeds into the UK Butterfly Monitoring Scheme alongside data from other standardised surveys such as butterfly transects and single species counts. It was established in 2009 to help us get a better idea of how butterflies are faring in the countryside. There was some concern that our standard butterfly transects tended to be slightly biased towards butterfly-rich sites or habitats, so we wanted to set up this more randomised sampling method. So unlike standard butterfly transects, the wider countryside butterfly surveys take place in randomly selected 1 kilometre squares across the UK, and they're allocated to volunteers through a network of voluntary local champions. The survey methodology follows that of the BTO's breeding bird survey, who we've obviously already heard from, so there's quite a lot of similarities here. And BTO volunteers can actually also get involved with the butterfly survey through their breeding bird survey squares. So in short, the method involves counting butterflies along 2 1 kilometre routes through the square that are roughly parallel to one another. So as you can see on the map here, they're always made up of 10 sections and no less than 200 metres apart to avoid double counting of butterflies. So we ask that volunteers visit and record butterflies in their square at least twice a year, once in July and once in August, but obviously more counts are very welcome, particularly during the earlier spring and summer months. So just to give you an idea of the coverage of the survey, in 2019, we had around 650 recorders visit a total of 846 squares. This map on the right here shows you where the counts were carried out, the blue circles being the BTO squares and the pink being the butterfly conservation squares. As you can see, we have quite a widespread coverage, but we've still got plenty of work to do, particularly in the more remote areas. But when we combine these with the rest of the data in the UK Butterfly Monitoring Scheme, we're actually receiving results from over 2,000 sites a year, which gives us an incredibly valuable set of data, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. Each and every record collected through the wider countryside butterfly survey helps us better understand what's happening to our wider countryside species. It helps us look at population trends and can help us better understand species distribution or how widespread particular species are. We can look at this on a national scale. So for example, this map, this graph shows us trends for the top 10 most widespread species recorded in 2019. So this is based on how many wider countryside squares each species was recorded in across the UK. From this graph, we can see that the meadow brown, shown as this blue line, I'm not sure if you can see my cursor, but the blue line across the top there is the meadow brown. And this is arguably our most widespread butterfly in the UK, as it's consistently recorded in almost 90% of all wider countryside squares. The trends can also show us patterns in migration, so you can see from the orange line towards the bottom of the graph. And this is a painted lady, which, as you may know, arrived in great numbers last year. We can use the wider countryside butterfly survey data to look at lots of different things. So we can compare butterfly abundance year on year to look at short-term trends and identify our winners and losers, if you like, from one year to the next. Or we can break down the data further and look at trends at the country level or even regional level, should we wish to look at more detail. We can also look at differences in habitat, for instance, whether a particular species is declining more in one habitat type than another. We also share this data in various different ways. So similar to the breeding bird survey, we also produce a UK BMS annual newsletter and also a wider countryside butterfly survey annual newsletter. And as I mentioned before, all of the data generated by the wider countryside also feeds into the UK butterfly monitoring scheme, which I think I'll refer to that now as the UK BMS. And this is our most valuable data set, as the UK BMS data is used to produce official statistics, internal and external reports, and helps inform conservation and policy. The data is shared through reports such as the state of butterflies in Britain and Ireland, the State of Nature report, and various butterfly atlases. We also collaborate with many different universities who use the data to inform science. Butterflies are increasingly recognised as environmental indicators, partly due to their rapid and sensitive response to subtle habitat or climatic changes. The government produced biodiversity indicators using the records collected through the UK BMS, looking at both wider countryside species and species that have very specific habitat requirements. And last, but by no means least, the data helps inform conservation effort. So as an evidence-based organisation, all of our conservation work is underpinned by our distribution mapping. Your records help us identify those species and landscapes in most of need of help. By monitoring butterfly abundance, we are able to see whether our conservation efforts are working, or even if other environmental schemes such as agri-environment schemes are working. I was just going to finish by giving you a bit more of a visual example of how your records make a difference to our knowledge and understanding of species. So this map here is actually slightly out of date now, but it shows you the distribution of speckled wood in the UK and how over the years the speckled wood has expanded its range. So the dark dots are where it was found up until the 80s, and the lighter orange dots are slightly more recent. So it's the individual records of many hundreds of volunteers that have helped us map species distribution and increase our understanding of the problems that they may face. So just to summarise, by taking part in the wider countryside butterfly survey, your records help on a local, regional, national and international level. Every record really does help us better understand and conserve butterflies. To find out more, or if you fancy getting involved after today, then you can visit our website or just contact me for more information on the email address here. I just want to finish really by saying a huge thank you to everyone who's already involved. The results from this year will hopefully be made available early next year. And thank you all for listening today. Back to you, Nick.
Megan, thank you. Thank you, and to echo your thanks and Gavin's and Ollie's really, that every record, every hour you spend trudging up hills or on your knees counting plants, or you're working your transects on your surveys, it really does make a massive difference. And seeing the results presented as we've just worked there, I do a lot of bird surveying myself, and we're constantly having conversations about how are things going in your patch, and is it a good year for such and such. Actually, when it all comes together, you really get that national picture of what's happening, and even better when it's over a longer period of time, you can see the trend graphs. Unfortunately, some of them aren't quite going the way we want, but we know about it, which is so important. So the national schemes, an incredible amount of input, and thank you guys for your time and sharing those with us now. So just a quick introduction, really, by way of introducing Mick Jones, who we apologize for the techie issues there. Mick would be chairing your session, far better equipped to chair the session than me. But Mick is, well, I've known Mick for a while now, but Mick is the top guy in terms of recording around it on a site level, involved in all kinds of projects with the local wildlife trust. Mick also chairs the advisory group for the Bucks and Milton Keynes Environmental Record Centre. So apologies you haven't got Mick chairing your session. Mick, if you're speaking now, you'll be able to talk more passionately and in depth around your involvement with slime molds and plant galls and moths and beetles and fungi and a whole range of other species groups that I think you'll probably know every individual on Dancers and Nature Reserve almost personally. So apologies you haven't got Mick to chair your session here, but a real kind of stalwart and in-depth knowledge of recording in our patch. So hopefully at one stage we'll get to hear and speak with Nick at a later stage. So first side of the session was looking at national schemes, and hopefully that's kind of giving you an overview of where your data goes and how it's used. From a Chilterns Council Board perspective, I'm involved in a project funded by the National Lottery Heritage Scheme, and one of the areas they're working on and delivering this year for the first year, a project called Tracking the Impact. I just wanted to share a little bit now of what a group of 80, 90 or so volunteers, and hopefully many of you are on the call, and if you are, hello, and thank you for your efforts in this very, very tricky spring in getting the Tracking the Impact project off the ground. And I'm going to tempt fate now by trying to share my screen. Yeah, looks like it's working okay. So Tracking the Impact, and Gavin, Megan, and Ollie have been involved in shaping the project from where it's at, really. So we're looking at things on a slightly more of a regional level. So on a national level, all the randomized and the stratified surveys that the guys have spoken about there, they are brilliant on a national level, but what they don't give us locally is the sufficient coverage to tell us what's happening in an area locally of ourselves, such as the Chilterns. So we set about a couple of years ago. We're working with most of the guys on the screen there with the Record Centre, with our local wildlife trust, and a national agency say, well, how can we take the best of the national schemes and adapt them and put them into a more local context so we get a better picture of what's happening, in our case, the Chilterns area itself. Brilliantly exciting piece of work, and quite a challenge in a way, not so conceptually to take the national schemes down, but operationally and how best to kind of set them up so we get a representative sample and we get the data we need from a Chilterns perspective that complements the national schemes. So a lot of conversations out there. We decided actually we would look at launching a scheme that mirrored exactly the methodology of the breeding bird survey, of the wider countryside butterfly survey, and of the national plant monitoring scheme, to exactly mirror the methodologies, the timings, to all intents and purposes carrying out the national recording schemes, but in a local context in the Chilterns, so we can begin to build. And Ollie, you spoke about the NPMS being involved for 6 years. This is literally our first spring. So the aim is a very lofty one to begin to start a tracking scheme that in 10, 15 years time will start to have the trend analysis that we've seen on some of the schemes. So the aim was to mirror those three schemes and help recruit and excite volunteers to come in to take on those squares in our patch. We looked at here, so this is a map here, you probably won't be able to see, but you can see so the towns marked, so Wickham and Chinner and Wendover. I hope you get a bearing as to kind of the project where we're rolling this out. And all the purple squares you can see are 51 kilometre squares that we've identified we would like to get coverage of breeding bird survey, plant monitoring scheme, and a wider countryside butterfly survey in these 50 squares to build that data set, to build that trend analysis as we go through. So very ambitious scheme, but brilliant the way that many of you on the conference today and others have responded in getting involved in monitoring locally, making that difference as Chris was kind of saying, in your local patch, you're caring about the Chilterns and your local area. So this spring was our first go at actually getting off and delivering. If I was given this presentation at the end of March, these would be the kind of the headlines that I would be really excited to share with you all around, I guess, the response from the guys out in the Chilterns. It's been absolutely fantastic. So we had at the end of March allocated 89 of the 150 squares to volunteers wanting to pick up those individual surveys, and obviously helping through. And part of what we're also trying to do is bringing this kind of next generation of citizen scientists or volunteers through as well. So we had a whole program of training set up for people who are really keen on their species and understood their species ID, but wanted to take the first step into formal structured surveying. Quite elite, as we've covered in some of the sessions earlier today. So training sessions lined up for the three survey schemes. And equally as exciting, I suppose, looking even further down the road is a series of training for people who are maybe taking their first step into wanting to survey, but wanting some help in terms of their species ID. So we had a whole range of ID training courses put in place out in the field with really experienced mentors and botanists and birders and others to help people get that basic kind of species ID training. What then happened when we went into lockdown, the whole, as I guess Ollie and Gavin and Megan, you've experienced as well this summer, the whole situation with COVID and lockdown has really severely restricted what we've been able to actually deliver. Frustratingly so, we couldn't really run any field-based training, and some of the early surveys had to be postponed. But not to be held back. A lot of the volunteers were saying, well, actually, surely we can still get out. Surely we can still carry on some run of the program. So we've delivered a whole series of online training sessions. We've got a very active WhatsApp group now where people are sharing photos and ID and pictures of birds, of butterflies, of plants, of fungi, of all sorts out there. So trying to keep that going. So in essence, this summer would have been the first year of full-blown surveys, slightly curtailed. What I'm pleased to be able to report is that actually the resilience, if that's the right phrase, I guess, and the keenness and passion of all of our volunteers involved in the program just wanted really to get out and get started. So we've managed this spring with late visits, once lockdown was lifted, to get just over 50 squares with the first visit in, which has been a brilliant response. And I thank everybody involved for your patience with the whole situation, your willingness to want to get out there and get started. It's been fantastic, and we're starting to build a data set now that we can take into what will essentially become our baseline year next year now. So a big thank you from my part for everybody's passion, enthusiasm of getting going, and hopefully this time next year we'll be able to start to put up some more kind of species graphs and those kind of things to show what actually we're getting from the baseline from our first year of these surveys. So brilliant response again, and thank you everybody for your involvement in the project. We hope to expand that through. So tracking the impact has covered obviously the structured surveys, as we've spoken about. We have a number of other projects as well that are very much in the spirit of citizen science and getting out there and helping to record in a number of different ways. And I want to thank him, particularly Pete Edwards and his team at the Hughenden Ringing Group, who've been working on a farm and bird ringing project with us. So working on 5 farms now. We're going into this winter looking at regular ringing sessions to start to look at the health and some of the kind of the breeding success and otherwise of our farm and birds, in particularly focusing on our linnet and our yellowhammer, and where we still have our strongholds of our corn bunting. So another kind of arm to the project, if you like, looking at a ringing side of things. And now this year, looking at a colour ringing project with our corn buntings. We have also a number of groups, and the picture you can see on the screen here was Debbie from the Wildlife Trust working with us on a rapid habitat assessment. So ways of looking at assessing habitat quality and looking at sites as well. So quite a bit more time, and hopefully next year we'll be able to roll this more out. So looking at more informal or more kind of ad hoc sessions, looking at surveys of habitat, looking at habitat condition and indicator species on our sites that we're working on. And equally a great partnership we have with our local owl and raptor group, the Bucks Owl and Raptor Group, who are not only installing owl boxes for us across the farms that we're working with in some of the other projects, but monitoring the breeding success of those boxes. So going up every year and looking at the tawny owls and ringing tawny owls or barn owls or kestrels or little owls out there. So a whole raft of other projects that are coming out of tracking the impact, all aimed at getting more people out there and more citizen science and more data to help us not only inform what's happening, but also to engage our learners, to engage our site work, and to give us an understanding of what's happening on our sites themselves. So a very exciting first year, albeit frustrating at times early in the spring with COVID restrictions. But a huge thank you to all of our volunteers who've been involved in whichever way, shape or form of those projects. It really is helping us in the Chilterns Conservation Board really get these kind of pieces of work off the ground and up and running. It makes a massive, massive difference. So thank you to everybody. A very quick whistle-stop tour of what we're doing here. But I would say next year we'll have more data, we'll have more to share about the great work you've been doing in our local patch in the Chilterns itself. So thank you for that. I'll stop sharing now and put my Mick hat back on and share. So we've covered national schemes, got a bit about what we're doing on a regional level, but equally importantly, and I want to hand over now to Andy Coulson-Phillips. Andy, thank you for joining us this morning to look at the work that you're doing in Bucks and Oxfordshire Wildlife Trust with your site-based monitoring. It's a slightly different angle to look in, and the importance of tracking what's happening on your individual reserves and how you integrate that into your management. So Andy, if I can hand over to you for your slot, please.
Okay, thanks very much, Nick. Just bear with me whilst I attempt to share the screen. So can you see that, Nick? And if you can, I'm assuming everyone else can.
I can, if you can put it on full screen on slideshow. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that? It's been a bit slow. Is that working?
It's coming. Yeah, you've got it. You're in. Thank you, Andy.
All right. Thank you very much, Nick. So yeah, my name's Andy. I work for the local wildlife trust. I will spare you the full corporate introduction to BBOUT because that will take up all of my allotted time, I think. But I'm assuming, or I'm hoping, that everybody knows at least who we are. And if you don't, there is a website address at the bottom of the screen, so you can go and check us out. So I'm going to talk to you briefly this morning about our reserves monitoring programme, about how it got going and what it hopes to achieve. So it is slightly different from the national schemes because we at the Wildlife Trust, we need to know what's going on and on our site so that we can best direct our limited resources and time. So the reserves monitoring programme is what we call all of the evidence that we gather across our suite of nature reserves across our estate. And it's just one of the very many ways in which volunteers can contribute to the smooth running of the trust. So, I mean, we have obviously things like volunteer work parties where you can go and get out and do coppicing and scrub bashing and all the rest of it. We also have very valuable input from our volunteers at things like events or fundraising activities. But the one that I'm involved in particularly is the monitoring programme. So, I mean, we started this programme as a programme in 2002, and suffice it to say the Wildlife Trust has always collected records and information about our sites, but we used to tend to do it in a fairly unstructured way. So, you know, where somebody was interested in a particular species group or it was someone's particular patch, then we had lots of good information, but not really repeatable across the trust. And certainly as we started to grow larger around about 2000, it was recognized that the information that we were collecting wasn't doing what we needed it to do in order to as I say, make best use of our resources. So we started using more repeatable methodologies, more standardized methodologies in order to collect data so that we could certainly compare information across the years, but also compare information across the reserves and across the counties so that we made sure we were doing the best that we could. Some of these methodologies are perfectly standard and they very closely mirror some of the national ones, which we've just heard about, but we also have and use some sort of fairly bespoke stuff, which is just, you know, for our needs so that we're getting exactly the right information that we need to know. So, for example, things like our monitoring protocol for the monkey orchids at Hartslot, you won't find that anywhere else, quite sort of self-evidently. So if we move on, which is that one, yes. Okay, so the reserve monitoring programme has got 4 aims, and I wouldn't say any of these are more important than any of the others because depending on how you look at it, they're all extremely vital, but just to run through them. First of all, we collect data to direct our reserve management work. So when you are in charge of sites and responsible for them, how you look after them and the wildlife on them should be a sort of a feedback loop, of which there are a couple of elements. One is the observation and collecting data, and then you have a review process, and then you feed that into management work, and then you collect more observations and data. This should be how it works. So the reserve monitoring programme is the evidence collection part of that. And we look at a whole range of things on our site. So it could be species, and we could be looking as coarsely as presence absence, or we could be doing something slightly more detailed, looking at populations. And once you've got time repeated observations, you can start looking at trends over time, which feeds back into the efficacy of management. We also collect a lot of condition assessment data, which again feeds back into directing future management work. And we also collect various bits of environmental data, so things like water level readings in dip wells, or soil sampling, that kind of thing as well. So a whole range of evidence that's collected. And as I say, this goes and gets fed back in to our reserve staff on an annual basis. And also we do a 3-yearly internal conservation report, which is a big assessment of all of the monitoring data that we've collected in that 3-year spin. And we'll try and bring out sort of case studies and things through that to look at particular issues. So for example, in the last one, we did quite a big thing on how deer impacts in our woodlands had changed over time, because a few years ago we did almost nothing to mitigate deer impacts, and then we have started doing more, and now we're starting to be able to tell what those impacts are, looking at the monitoring data that we've collected. So that's the first thing that we do. We also use the monitoring data to further direct future surveys. So if things are increasing or decreasing, or if we're not collecting the right sorts of information, or if we're collecting it too quickly or too frequently and we can back off, or we need to actually collect things on a more regular basis, we also use the monitoring data to inform those decisions. Inspire, train and involve volunteers is a massive part of this programme. So I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. And at the bottom, we've got contribute to national data, national monitoring projects as well, like we've just heard about the butterflies, and we feed into BTO and we feed into things like the dormouse monitoring programme. So again, like I said, none of these are in any particular order of importance, because depending on how you look at it, they're all vital. I just quickly threw in this slide. I'm not going to spend too long on it, but it's just to illustrate that running a reserves monitoring programme such as we do is not just a survey season focused activity. We actually have to get involved in this pretty heavily all through the year, whether it's crunching through massive spreadsheets of volunteers and allocating surveys in the winter to dealing with vast hordes of data coming back in the autumn after the survey season. So that's just to illustrate how much it actually takes. So I'll give you some numbers in a typical year, and you can discuss what typical means given the light of 2020. But we would try and aim to do around 300 surveys, which are lifted out of our work programs. Of these, we reckon that about 75% of them are either directly delivered by or heavily contributed by volunteers. So you can see what a vital part they play, and the rest of those surveys just incidentally are either picked up by us in the office or by paid contracts if it's a particularly specialist thing. So in 2019, obviously we don't have the 2020 numbers yet because survey season's only just finished, but we contributed 41 butterfly transects, which we use for our own purposes, but we also feed into the monitoring scheme run by Megan. For an example of those, we had 53 surveyors, and that's probably our single biggest use of volunteer surveyors, because they are obviously, weather permitting, weekly surveys for 6 months of the year. So that's a huge contribution. We ran 29 bird transects, but that's only of our modified breeding bird survey methodology. That's not to include things like the CBCs or the Webb's counts that we run at reserves, or even some of the bespoke monitoring, which we run, things like nightjars or nightingales down on our heathlands. They've all got their own sort of particular survey protocols. We did 60 condition assessments last year, which, like I said, feeds back into how the management is impacting the habitats on the reserves. They tend to be a little bit more specialist. So although we have volunteers that help us and we're very grateful, we tend to coordinate those surveys directly from the office ourselves. That 100 plus at the bottom, that's probably a bit out of date. This year we reckoned, or sorry, last year, 2019, we reckoned 130 skilled volunteers helped us with our surveys. And just out of that, it's worth highlighting a couple of contributions. So since the programme began in 2002, we've got 11 surveyors who have surveyed with us every year, so 18 years over that period, and a further 64 have managed 10 plus years with the programme, which is fantastic. I don't really need to kind of spell out what that continuity of experience and involvement gives for the how good quality those surveys are. And I also just have to mention a couple of things. So Margaret Cochrane, she works at Foxholes, which is over in the Cotswolds, but she's walked the butterfly transect there every single year since it began in 1976. And we reckoned, I think that she was one of 4 surveyors nationally who had participated every single year to the butterfly transect scheme. And another one who deserves mention is Marjorie Reid, who's been taking our Ditwell readings at our Cot Hill reserves near Abingdon since 1993. And as well as that, she also does condition assessments, and she has been doing small mammal trapping all over the place around the Oxford area. So huge contributions from those people. And I also just have to mention the fact that all of these surveys that we're doing generates massive amounts of data, which would simply swamp us if it was not for a couple of volunteers who we actually get to come in the office and help us with the data processing. So again, both of those are the 10-year plus volunteers, and they've been running some of our databases and spreadsheets. And again, without that, we wouldn't be able to cope with all the data that comes in. So a couple of examples of things you might get involved with as volunteers on our surveys. So this is Snake's Head for It Counts in Iffley Meadows in Oxford City. Beautiful spring day, that one. The flip side of it a little bit, this is counting brown hair streak eggs, I think at Asham, although I'm not 100% sure about that, but that's the opposite. That is a frosty cold day in the middle of winter, but it's sort of gives you an idea of the sort of spectrum of things that our volunteers get involved with. And then to highlight the fact that this is not just purely a data collection exercise, there's a very human angle to this. This is what the volunteers do. So we ask that people who come and survey for us have at least some skills at ID in at least one group, that they are able very practically to spare the time, and even more practically that they are able to get around to our reserves. But that's not necessarily the end of it. Obviously, people leave the scheme and people want to join. So if you start off as an inexperienced volunteer, that's absolutely no barrier, because what we will do is either be able to put you on training courses that we run in-house, or certainly recommend training courses that you can go to. And probably even better than that, we would invite you to come along and shadow on some of our surveys, maybe buddy up with an experienced surveyor. And then you can get out there and start to see what it's all about. And then again, so the benefits, again, pretty self-evident. You get out and about, you can increase your knowledge, and more importantly for us, you can contribute to the evidence collection, which means that we are better able to make use of our resources to look after the wildlife on our nature reserves. So a massive thank you for doing all of those things. And as I say, if you are at all interested in surveying, and I know many people watching this call probably do already, but there is a web address and I'm sure it will be circulated later on. But if you don't want to do it for us, I could just add in the kind of altruistic bit at the end here, that if you want to survey for the BTO or for Nick's project or for butterfly conservation or for the National Trust or any of the other bodies that are involved in conservation in our region, we are all on the same team. So please just get out there and get involved. And that is all I would like to say. So I will hand back to Nick.
Andy, thank you very much. Yeah, such an important message to finish with there. There are so many ways in which you can get involved in citizen science, and every record, whether it's work for the Chilterns Conservation Board or for the national organisations or yourselves at BBAT or others, it does make a difference. So hence why we're trying to showcase as many opportunities as we can today. Andy, just picking up on a couple of bits from your presentation now around just the scale. Again, the numbers we're talking about, we're talking hundreds of people, hundreds of visits over a season in different projects. When you add it all up, it makes a massive, massive difference there. And being involved a little bit with the BBAT project, just that real connection from a volunteer perspective, and had to know that actually my records of breeding, rebunting in that corner of the reserve is an indicator that management is either working or otherwise. It is such a kind of close, a real kind of motivating factor. It makes a big difference on a site level as well. So Andy, thank you for your time this morning, much appreciated. So from the national to the regional to the site, and I think, Martin, the word unstructured is the way that you kind of like to describe this session here, but there are so many other ways in which you can get involved in recording on your walk in the park, or as you go out with the kids, or take the dog for a walk, in other ways that aren't necessarily part of a really kind of structured and regimented way. So I'd like to hand over to Martin Harvey from the UKCH to talk some more about the work he's doing on some of the unstructured recording schemes and tools and techniques that you can apply if you want a slightly more informal way of looking at things. So Martin, thanks for joining us, and I'll hand over to you.
Great, thanks, Nick. Can I just check that you can hear me okay?
I can hear you fine, yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll now share the screen. Okay, hopefully that's visible to everybody. Yeah, good. Okay, so many thanks for inviting me to take part today. It's been fantastic to hear the series of talks this morning. And certainly in this session, we've been hearing a lot about the structured monitoring schemes. And Nick has asked me to say a little bit more about what unstructured recording is and what difference that makes. So the basics of what is a wildlife record are often referred to as the 4 W's: what it is you've seen, where you've seen it, when you've seen it, and who you are, who has seen it. So that at its basic is the sort of least bit of information that you need to actually make a record of a wildlife species. And there is some structure there, but it's a fairly simple structure. What we mean by unstructured records are the records that we see sort of at random when we go out and about, or we might go and visit a nature reserve and have a walk round and we see some records, but we're not actually taking part in an organised survey in the way that some of the surveys we've heard about this morning are set up. So, and this is not a sort of either or choice. You can choose to do organised, structured surveys some of the time, but you can't spend all of your time doing structured surveys. And we all see wildlife at other times when we're out and about and looking for things. And those records can be really, really useful in addition to all the great data that we get from the structured schemes. And the other really good thing about these records is that really anybody can take part. We do need to try and make sure that the records are as accurate as possible, but you don't need to be a top level expert. All you really need to be able to do is to recognise one species. And as soon as you can recognise one species, you are in a position to start adding records and contributing to our knowledge of that species. I work at the Biological Records Centre, which is part of the UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology, and BRC has worked with the wide range of national recording schemes for many years now to help them in their work to bring all these records together. One of the things that BRC has done in partnership with all the national recording schemes is to help them produce species atlases. And I think you'll all be familiar with the idea of an atlas that just shows the main distribution of the species in question. It so happens that the latest atlas that has come out covers a group of the water beetles, and the map we're looking at here is just one example from that. But there have now been over 100 species atlases published over the last 50 years or so. And every single dot on every single one of those maps can only be there because somebody has been out and found the species and taken the trouble to report it. And this is really absolutely fundamental knowledge, just knowing where different species are found and which ones are common and which ones are rare. It's that basic framework that we really need to do everything else that happens in conservation. Taking the dot maps a little bit further, once we start to know where things are and what they're and how often they're seen, we can start to sort of pick out some priorities, which ones seem to be doing particularly badly, which ones seem to be doing well at the moment. And again, this is absolutely fundamental knowledge that we need in order to conserve our wildlife. We need to know what's changing and which types of wildlife and which habitats they're associated with are the ones that might need a bit of extra focus to try and do something about them. And once again, it is people going out and taking the trouble to send their records in that really gives us this basic information. One of the ways of doing that, and this is a system that the Biological Record Centre supports, is known as iRecord. It's available on a website, and there are a number of apps that feed into iRecord as well. And iRecord is one of the ways of bringing together data from lots of different places. Anybody can add their records to the system. And the map on the left here shows all the records that have been added just in the last month. And it always amazes me just how much interest and how much involvement there is from people sending in their records in this way. So just a month's worth of records, but there is very wide coverage across the country. And in that, just in the last month, there's been about 58,000 records contributed. So it's a fantastic contribution. iRecord was developed to try and bring together a wide range of different records. It's not the only system out there, and it is one of the problems, I think, with biological recording, that because it is such a large and complicated area, there are lots of different ways of getting involved, and that can be quite confusing. But we do try with iRecord to make the data as widely available to people as possible. And it all starts, of course, with a person out in the field or in the garden or in the park or wherever and seeing some wildlife and then taking the trouble to add that record into the system in some shape or form. Once it arrives into the iRecord network, it immediately becomes available to the national recording schemes. So schemes that cover the different species groups, many of them are involved with iRecord. And it is their experts who play a very important role in checking the records as they come in, and they often provide really useful feedback about the identification process and whether the record can be sort of flagged as fully accurate or not. The records also become immediately available to the local environmental record centre for the area in question, so the data starts to get out there and can be used for all the really important work that the local record centres do to feed the records into local decision making and checking that way. The vast majority of the records then go on to the National Biodiversity Network, who have this national atlas website that makes data more widely available again. And from there, they go up to the Global Biodiversity Information Facility, which makes this data available to researchers and indeed to anybody all around the world. So from that initial step of getting a record into the system, they can go a long way. I mentioned iRecord is not the only way to do this, and BirdTrack, of course, is equally well plugged in and best placed to deal with bird records. For other species groups, all species groups can be added to iRecord, but obviously there are, and for particular purposes, there may be other systems that are better placed to deal with particular records. Once the records are into the system and pass through to the National Recording Scheme so that they can check them, they are then made available for a huge range of research. These are just 4 examples from the last couple of years of research that some of my colleagues at UKCEH have been involved with, but many other research bodies and indeed BTO, Butterfly Conservation, BSBI, and many of the recording schemes themselves also take part in research or initiate their own research. And having the data available in the first place, of course, is absolutely key to this. And the unstructured records that people have just put in and have been checked are often combined with the structured data to come up with some really important insights to what's happening with our information and with wildlife. We've seen a couple of examples already this morning of the UK biodiversity indicators that were published by government just last week. And once again, both the structured data and the unstructured data feed into these indicators, which are sort of treated very seriously. They are regarded as official statistics, and they are produced every year and do provide an evidence base upon which to base and lobby for policy change if you're involved in doing that. Unfortunately, a lot of the graphs do paint a rather sorry picture, but there is good news in there as well. Some species are increasing. But of course, this emphasises that recording on itself, whilst very, very important and provides the evidence, is not enough. And we also need all the other types of conservation work that the Chiltern Conservation Board and BBOUT and many of the people that are listening to this conference today, all that practical management and conservation work on the ground is equally important, of course, or even more so in some cases, but we do need to have the data to see what's happening with what we do. So I'm just going to finish by coming back to people in the field. This is a lovely photo from the Chiltern Rangers, who do lots of fantastic work encouraging people to get out in the field. And to me, it's one of the real joys of biological recording. Personally, I just love going out there and seeing species, and I would do it whether there were recording systems or not. I just get so much reward from it myself. It's something I would probably do whatever. But I also, by adding records into the system so that they can start to feed into all these different places, it just seems to me a fantastic example of how we can get collaboration from people on the ground doing what they want to in their own time, having fun doing it, but at the same time feeding into things like local record centres, up to national and even international mapping projects, the research, the government biodiversity indicators. All this can come from just getting those records together in the first place. And just to finish by saying thank you to everybody who already does that, and if you'd like to get involved, we'll be circulating links as to where you can go to start that progress if you haven't taken the first step already. Thanks very much.
Martin, thank you for your session. It really hit me the way you've pulled everything together, that actually a sighting on a walk or a sighting out there of a particular species is exciting. If it's logged somewhere, it becomes a record. If once it's a record, it can become data. And that's when it becomes really powerful. And I think your session really kind of encapsulated how we can very easily turn a sighting of a particular species out on a walk into something that really does make a difference from a conservation perspective. So thank you very much, Martin, for your session there, much appreciated. So in trying to catch up a little bit of time, I'm just going to wrap up the session really. And I will share a screen if I can find it. I'll maybe leave that for a sec. But to share all these different opportunities where you, so if you've been inspired either by one of the national schemes, by something that Gavin's spoken about from the Breeding Bird Survey, or that Ollie's spoken about from the National Plant Monitoring Scheme, or Megan from the Wider Countryside Butterfly Survey, from myself from Tracking the Impact, or from Andy from the Bee Bout Reserves, or from Martin's session on Unstructured. If you fancy getting involved or want to find out more, we'll share all these contact details with you after the event today. You'll have all the websites and all the information you need to get involved and have a go and find your own records and start contributing your own data to this fantastic bank of data that we have building. So thank you everybody for your time this morning. Apologies again for the technology. We're just about catching up time, so I'll close this session off. Thank you again all of our speakers. I hope you found that informative and inspiring and understanding where your data works to. And I'll also introduce now my colleague Alan Beachy, who some of you may well know, who's the project officer to the Chilterns Chalk Streams project. So as Chris kind of mentioned in his opening session, the Chilterns is an incredibly rare habitat for a number of different things, but most notably for our chalk streams. Incredibly valuable habitat that we have running through the Chilterns, and Alan, in the fortunate position of running the project, really it's in place to oversee and to help and to improve the chalk stream. So I'm going to hand over to Alan now to look at a session that looks at called a stream of data, but how citizen science contributes to his work and other work in terms of really valuing our chalk stream. So thank you guys for your session, and Alan, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Nick. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to now present a couple of different speakers, and also I'm going to talk about a certain subject that I'm very familiar with to do with riverfly monitoring in this little section on monitoring the river environments of the Chilterns. As Nick has said, I manage the Chilterns Chalk Streams project, have done so for quite a long time. It's a frightening long time, really, 15 years. The Chalk Streams project has been going for over 20 years. It was set up originally in 1997, and the catalyst for its sort of creation was the low flows that were very prominent in the 1990s and continue to be so as the impacts of abstraction and climate change have impacted these rivers. The project's led by the Chiltern Conservation Board and has a number of partners, as you can see there on the screen. Just to give you an idea of the distribution of chalk streams, the areas that we're going to be talking about today, this is a map of the Chilterns area of outstanding natural beauty and the chalk streams that have their source in the ONB, starting from the River Ver in the north all the way down to the Uelm Brook. And also, although they're not mapped on this particular map, there are a lot of little chalk springs and chalk streams that flow from the northern face, the northern scarp slope, through places like Princess Risborough, Chinner, Wendover, and all the way up to Barton and Clay in the top there of the area. So before I go on and talk about myself and the projects that I've been involved with, I'd like to introduce you to our first of our today's speakers, a colleague of mine who we've worked together for a very long time. Now it would seem Professor Kate Heppel from Queen Mary University of London. And Kate and I have worked on a number of projects over the years, mainly around the River Chess, and also doing quite a bit of education work with MSc students along the way. Kate's here today to talk to you about a project that we've been partnering with Queen Mary University of London on called Chess Watch. So if I may, I'd like to hand over to you now, Kate. Yeah.
That's great. Shall I try to share the screen?
Yeah. That's it. I've just stopped sharing. So there you go.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for that. That's great. Let's see if I can do this. Share. Do tell me, can you see that? Okay. Brilliant. Okay. Hi, everybody. Thanks, Alan, for inviting me along today to talk about Chess Watch, which is an online observatory for the River Chess. As Alan's explained, the River Chess is a groundwater-fed chalk stream in the Chilterns ONB, and this river currently fails actually to meet good ecological status, and that's one of the reasons for looking at water quality in the River Chess and trying to understand part of the story there. And citizen scientists are really active in the catchment for lots of different reasons as part of the Chilterns AONB, but one thing that citizen scientists are doing is carrying out measurements of water quality in the River Chess using some sensors that we've installed in the river. So I'm going to be telling you a bit about that project, which is run as a partnership with Queen Mary University of London, the Chiltern Chalk Streams Project, the River Chess Association and Thames Water as well. So I'm sure Alan can tell you much more about this, but in terms of why groundwater fed chalk rivers are important, there's greater than 200 of these in England. The water's predominantly from chalk aquifers, which means it's very clear when it ends up in the rivers, it's alkaline and mineral rich water, and it's ecologically rich. There's lots of in-stream plants, so you can see here, for example, in this photo top left, a ranunculus, that submerged plant within the river. You can see the fish as brown trout and, for example, water vole as well. And these rivers are really internationally important. England has 85% of the world's chalk streams. So in terms of the ChessWatch project, there were really initially three main sort of threads running through the project. We wanted to install and run sensors in the river to measure water levels and to measure water quality. We wanted to raise public awareness of the River Chess and River Chess management issues. And we wanted to develop educational material for A-level students regarding chalk rivers, their unique ecology, and to teach people about water quality as well. So one of the things we have done is set up a website about the River Chess with the educational material on it. I'm not going to tell you too much about that during the talk, but if you want to have a look at the website for the project, then I've got the URL there for you. And just a screenshot of the front page of the website as well. So I'm going to focus much more on the water quality sensors. So we can see that the project itself is designed to raise public awareness of the threats to the River Chess and to involve the public in river management activities using a network of 4 sensors as an engagement platform. So you can see top left here, we've got some what we're calling sensor guardians. So the citizen scientists looking after the sensors in the river. And one of the activities that they do is to clean these sensors on a regular basis and to help with downloading the data from the sensors, to measure water levels in the river as well, and keep an eye on the data stream that's coming in from these sensors. So you can see a toothbrush here, a very important piece of equipment that we use to clean these probes that are part of the sensors. So each sensor actually has on it a number of different probes that measure different aspects of water quality. And in 2009, we put 4 of these sensors into the river to provide citizen scientists and stakeholders with real-time water quality data at 15-minute intervals. So this is quite a data-rich data source on the river. And the idea was this would support catchment management activities into the future. So we'd be able to identify current problems with water quality in the river, but also to support a management plan being put into place for the river moving forward. So in terms of what are our sensors monitoring, they're monitoring the depth of the water in the rivers, they're measuring the oxygen concentration within the water. That's a really important parameter, particularly, for example, for fish health. Fish will suffocate at low levels of oxygen and leading to fish kills. So oxygen has proven to be a really interesting parameter for us to measure. It measures pH, measures water temperature as well. We measure turbidity of the water, so that's the clarity of the water, how clear it is. Chlorophyll A is a measurement of algae and algal species moving through the river, and tryptophan measures organic matter in the river. And the idea with the data set, it's intended to support future decision making in the catchment, and particularly as part of a 5-year Smarter Water Catchments initiative that's been led by Thames Water. So one of the things we wanted to do first of all was really try and capture what local people felt about the river system and what their concerns were for the River Chess. So in summer of 2019, we held what we call a participatory mapping exercise. We went around to local community events to try and capture how local stakeholders and citizens valued the river system and any concerns that they had for river health. So we asked people to put sticky dots, coloured dots, onto aerial maps of the catchment to identify where they thought particular problems arose and to fill in a brief questionnaire to tell us about what their concerns for the river were. So you can see there on the right that picture of the aerial photography, but with the sticky dots on from one of the events that we held at Rickmansworth. We also asked people what their favourite parts of the river were in the river valley and what they used the river for as well. So understanding whether they sort of jogged, walked, cycled, what other kind of activities they were carrying out along the Chess Valley Walk. So we captured all of this information on an online geographical information system, so like an online interactive map. And the idea is to use this to be able to help prioritise activities in the catchment and to help sort of inform the catchment management plan. So from this, we could do things like create word clouds of all of the information that people were telling us. So this is just some of the information captured in response to the question, what and where are your greatest concerns for the River Chess? And we had over 209 questionnaire responses from our visits to the stalls. To the fetes, and people were telling us they were concerned about low water levels in the River Chess. They were concerned about the lack of water, about changes to water quality, and things like pollution in the river and rubbish and litter as well. So in terms of the numbers of respondents, most respondents were concerned about the low water levels, and the second most important issue for people was water quality and pollution as well. And water levels and water quality issues go hand in hand. So we knew then that it was important to be monitoring some of these water quality issues with our sensor network. In terms of identifying where people were concerned about issues in the River Chess, we could see that we could put together these types of maps. The orange colour here, the intensity of the orange indicates more responses. So for example, lots of people were concerned about low flows in Chesham, and people were concerned about water quality issues as we move through the catchment as well. So we have this kind of information from the participatory mapping part of the project. And we could then go on as well and install sensors and think about what kind of water quality parameters to measure and how to use that data in the River Chess. So we've got 4 sensors in the river. We're measuring river water quality downstream of the headwaters, so downstream of Chesham. So one of our probes, probe 1, monitors river water just downstream of the Chesham area. We have a probe that's actually on a groundwater spring, because that's the basis of water entering the River Chess. This river is groundwater fed. Most of the water comes from the chalk underlying the catchment. So we wanted to understand what that source of water is like. That's almost a control for us. It's hopefully telling us what the water quality of the cleanest water is. We looked at a site downstream of Chesham sewage treatment works. And this allows us to distinguish between what's happening in the river due to the sewage treatment works versus what's happening in the river due to the urbanised section at Chesham as well. And then we put a 4th probe in the river further downstream of change to agricultural land use as well. So the sensor locations were chosen very much to be able to explore the river environment from the urbanised source of the river in Chesham through rural land use to the confluence with the River Colne at Rickmansworth as well. And quite interestingly, during this monitoring campaign that we've had so far, we've been monitoring during a period of what I would describe as weather extremes, really. Our monitoring to date's covered a period of drought with below average rainfall to an autumn and winter with above average rainfall, characterised by quite high intensity rainfall. So if we look at this plot here, this is actually a screenshot from a really useful water resources portal for the public. So we've heard about the Centre for Ecology and Hydrology a bit this morning, and this is something that they've developed, which is pulling in data from the Environment Agency, and you can actually view for your local rivers, you can view the water levels, you can view the discharge, you can view rainfall. So all this data is interactive as well, so you can create your own plots. So I'd encourage you to have a look at that site. It's really useful if you're interested in your local river. You can find out a lot of information from there. So this plot just shows you the flows in the River Chess from January 2019 onwards, where the black line, so the black line is indicating river flow, where that plots over the red colour, that's where over the long-term average, that would be a very low flow. So you can see from January 2019 through to October 2019, we had notably to exceptionally low flows in the River Chess. So we were monitoring at the start of the project in a period of very low flows and a period of drought. Now, coming through into 2020, actually, we've moved to this period of higher rainfall, above average rainfall, with these high intensity rainfall events that we've seen. So during this period, groundwater levels in the catchment have risen. And because the river is fed by groundwater, then so have the river flows. The river flows have risen really to actually from exceptionally low levels to exceptionally high levels in March and April. Most recently, on October the 3rd, Saturday the 3rd of October, we had the UK's wettest day on record with an average of 31.7 millimetres of rain across the UK. So with this kind of data set, you can see very quickly the effect on the River Chess, for example, here, this very rapid increase in flow and drop again in response to that rainfall event. Now, for me, as a hydrologist, these rainfall events are really interesting. They could become more frequent occurrences due to the impact of climate change. So for the UK, we're predicting changes in summer temperatures and changes in groundwater recharge, and notably changes in rainfall pattern moving forward as well, with more frequent intense rainfall events. So we may see more of this kind of event happening for us in future. So we need to ask, well, what does this mean for the river system? So moving on to some of the data that we've collected from the sensors and what that actually means and how can we use it in management plans. So here, for example, I've plotted temperature. So this is the river water temperature from April 2019 to April 2020. So you can see that this data set, it looks like it varies a lot. This has got a big amplitude here on the trace, and these are daily changes in temperature. So over a day, you go from obviously warm temperatures during the day to cold temperatures at night. So the river water is echoing what's happening in the air. And that's giving rise to this sort of spikiness you see in the signal. So each colour here is a different sensor, a different probe in the river. And you can see this seasonal pattern as well in river water temperature. So our data has enabled citizen scientists to better understand the changes in temperature in the river water, and particularly because 2019 was a very hot summer. And again, this is something that's predicted to increase with climate change. And as a result, you can see that actually river water temperatures also got really high. Now, traditionally, chalk streams are described as having quite stable temperature regimes, but you can see that this river is actually having quite a variation in the temperature regime, and we're exceeding 20 degrees centigrade at particular times as well. Now, this could potentially be a problem. Water temperatures above 20 degrees can be really stressful for fish populations. And when we have periods of low flow, so not very much water in the river, water depths maybe at less than 30 centimetres, you're going to get a tendency for these river temperatures to rise, and low flows and elevated temperatures are going to stress fish such as brown trout, and also affect the recruitment strategies and success of fish such as grayling as well. So this has given our citizen scientists useful information about a water quality parameter that's linked to an ecological consequence as well. So this is something that I think will be really interesting moving forward for developing management strategies for the river, and I'll come back to that at the end. Two of the sensors are looking downstream of Chesham, an urbanised area, and further downstream of Chesham, but downstream of a sewage treatment works as well. So just keep in mind here that the red data that you're going to see is downstream of Chesham, but upstream of the sewage treatment works. The blue data stream that you're going to see is downstream of the sewage treatment works. So one of the things I said earlier, which is important, was oxygen measurements. So in terms of dissolved oxygen concentrations, the probes will measure these at 15-minute intervals. And here's some data from the sensors from April 2019 to April 2020. The red is upstream of the sewage treatment works outfall, and the blue is downstream of Chesham sewage treatment works outfall. So this is some of the first high resolution data on dissolved oxygen that's been collected by these sensors. And one thing that we noted with this data quite early on was after we had high intensity rainfall events, we were seeing the sharp drops in oxygen that you can see here at point A, and here, for example, at point B. And we could combine this data with observations that citizen scientists were making in the river system, taking photographs, seeing changes in the turbidity of the water as well, and linking this to the storm tank discharge at the sewage treatment works outfall. So essentially what's happening here is the high intensity rainfall events are overwhelming the sewage treatment works, and this is causing an intermittent discharge of untreated sewage to the River Chess, which is then moving through the River Chess, and with it you see these changes in oxygen. So when raw sewage gets into a river system, it's very rich in organic matter in the sewage. The bacteria like that as a food source, and those bacteria start to use that sewage as a food source. But unfortunately, by doing that, they deplete oxygen levels in the river system. So we see these sharp drops in oxygen. And we've seen that about 5 times for 5 different high intensity rainfall events from September to March 2020. So this is a kind of use of these water quality sensors to actually monitor what's happening to oxygen in the river system. And as I say, changes in oxygen level like this, sharp changes, can have consequences for the health of fish in rivers. The other thing we've noticed with the data set is the effect of groundwater ingress on the sewage treatment works as well. So from February 28th onwards, there was groundwater ingress due to high groundwater levels. So essentially the groundwater is getting into the sewage treatment works, and again the treatment in the sewage treatment works is not so efficient then. The storm tanks are filling, and essentially the sewage treatment works is allowing raw sewage, untreated sewage, to get into the River Chess. So this period C here, you can see this decline overall in oxygen status in the river system. By day, you've got the action of plants photosynthesizing. So those plants are actually putting oxygen back in the river. So what you end up with is these really large daily changes in oxygen concentration. So we can look with this data at these nice fine patterns in the river system. We can track what the sewage treatment works operation is as well. So for example, on the 17th of April, Thames Water started a trial to stop the raw sewage from getting into the river, to try and divert that those storm tank discharges back into the sewage treatment works system. And we can see the immediate effect of that on oxygen levels in the water as well. Another thing that we've been able to focus on as a result of these data sets is sediment in the river as well. So the red trace here shows you changes in turbidity. So turbidity measures how clear the water is. So the higher the turbidity, the less clear the water is. So the more suspended material there is in the river. So this red trace here actually is downstream of Chesham, but upstream of the sewage treatment works. And it's enabled us to see that actually there's a lot of sediment getting into the river system from urban runoff from Chesham as well. And if we look at the plot on the right here, This is the dissolved oxygen for the same time period. And you can see, interestingly, that this sediment actually doesn't have much of an impact on oxygen, although there's a high turbidity level. Downstream of the sewage treatment works, we have an effect on turbidity, but a big effect on the oxygen concentration. So that suggests to us that this sediment getting into the river isn't from urban runoff, may not have a lot of organic matter associated with it. It may be more mineral in nature. So it's a problem in itself because it can smother the riverbed. It can prevent, for example, trout from spawning by infilling the gravels with fine sediment. But it's not potentially altering the oxygen dynamics, which is kind of the good news about that story. Okay, so there's a number of different issues like dissolved oxygen levels, water temperature and sediment we've been able to look at as a result of these water quality probes. We've been really lucky with them having like different groups of citizen scientists getting involved, that are a bit interested in different things. So one of our citizen scientists, he is really interested in putting data onto websites and actually making this data available. So he's created a Shiny app for the data. That means that you can log into the site and anyone can look at the data. They can toggle different graphs, they can remove layers, add layers, and they can zoom into the data to different levels as well. So that's something that we're experimenting with, is how to make this data immediately available to the public to be able to investigate themselves, and to the citizen scientists involved with the project as well. But sometimes the data itself isn't meaningful for people. It's actually important to put a narrative around that, to explain what the data means, to help people interpret and help them improve their learning about the different river environments as well. And that's a reason why a lot of citizen scientists get involved. They want to know more about the system and how it operates. So just delivering data in its raw format isn't always the right way to go about things. So we're trying also to create story maps for the river chest. So this is the next part of the project, which is essentially a narrative, a story around what's happening with the river, explaining the hydrology, the hydrogeology, how the river levels work and how they're linked to water quality. So that's in the process of being created at the moment. We're going to be trialling that at workshops, virtual workshops with the public from the end of November onwards. If you're interested in having a look at the data and using these story maps, which are essentially just an online web page where you can, it's interactive, you can scroll through it, you can read about the river chest, you can read about the science, and you can look at graphs as well. So if you're interested in helping us evaluate these story maps, do drop me an email and we'll try and include you in the workshops. So what do I think have been the successes and the challenges of the ChestWatch project? I think that the citizen scientists involved hopefully have a greater understanding of how water quality varies in space and time, and a feeling of engagement with their issues. The project's provided a detailed shared water quality data set that hopefully provides a before intervention baseline for the group. So if now there's some catchment management projects put in place, we have a before intervention data set, and we can then see and track how water quality varies in response to management. Certainly because the data is at 15-minute resolution, we hope people have got a better understanding of the dynamics in water quality, and that will help drive some management advice as well. What are the challenges of this type of project? Well, one thing is getting that real-time visualization. So obviously for the public, like looking at the data in real time, understanding, for example, when the sewage treatment works isn't operating properly might be really important. And getting this data out to people in a timely manner is quite a challenge actually, because you have to clean the data and you have to get that out in a format that people can digest as well. So we're trying to investigate, and through the story maps, ways of improving the dissemination of the data and how to best help people interpret the data as well. And then the next challenge, I think, the next part of the story for us will be linking this data set to measurements of ecological health in the river as well. And I'm sure Alan will be talking a little bit more about that after me. And so if I just have to summarise some of the things we've found out about the data. First of all is summer water temperatures might be problematic for a range of fish. They're now exceeding 20 degrees centigrade when we have hot periods of hot weather. And we need management activities to address these summer water temperatures. Providing increased riparian cover, so shading by trees, for example, might be an option to explore. The data can be used really well in conjunction with pre-existing local knowledge. So, for example, people in catchment have been taking photographs and capturing the effects of road runoff, or at least the road runoff that's been occurring. And we've now got some of the turbidity data to support that as well, to show how road runoff is transporting fine sediment in the rivers. And then this may be problematic for infilling of gravels, and that's an area that we think requires further investigation in catchment. We've seen that the greatest variations in dissolved oxygen concentration in our river arise from the operation of sewage treatment works, and that there are issues of storm tank discharge from the sewage treatment works, both due to high intensity rainfall events and also due to groundwater ingress, and these things need to be addressed. And then finally, we can look towards combining data from different citizen science initiatives as well. So, for example, Affinity Water has reduced groundwater abstraction in the River Chess area recently, and perhaps flow monitoring in combination with the sensor data offers a means of monitoring the effects that decreased abstraction have on flow and ecology into the future. So there's lots that we can be doing moving forward to combine data from these different citizen science initiatives that are going on in the river. So finally, a big thank you to everyone who's made this work possible. A lot of the photographs you've just seen are not mine. They're from Paul Jennings and from Alan Beachy, for example. There's lots of people that have been involved with helping out getting this data, keeping those sensors running during a really difficult time period. I wish I'd taken a photograph of everybody together before we were in lockdown. I hope to be able to do that when we don't have to be socially distanced for everything. If you would like to get involved in the project, then please do send me an email at c.m.heppel@qmul.ac.uk. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing now and hopefully hand back to Alan.
Thank you very much, Kate. I'm sure you'll agree that's a really fascinating talk and a really fascinating subject, which I know has posed the work and the research has posed far more questions than it has delivered answers, which is common with all good research, I think. Just as a reminder to everyone watching, if you would like to ask Kate any questions, we do have a Q&A spot right at the end of this section. You can post your comments via the comment section on the YouTube page below the video. Please do, and we'll do our best to answer the questions. If we're not able to answer all of the questions today, we will seek to answer the questions in our own time, if you like, and make them available via our website. But in the meantime, thank you very much, Kate. It's now my turn in this next spot to talk about the work that some of the work that I've been involved with as part of the Chalk Streams project. So here we go. Hopefully I can share my screen and all will be well. Here we go. So yes, the Chilterns Chalk Stream project, it was set up originally to raise awareness of the plight of chalk streams, the chronic low flows, to campaign and call for greater protection of these rivers, for the reduction of abstraction, but also to carry out practical management, practical projects, provide advice to landowners, to educate and raise awareness. But more recently, it is a real key objective has emerged, and that is one of citizen science, supporting the project has supported local groups for many years, delivering practical conservation work on their local river. But increasingly, the project has begun to help empower those groups to be able to monitor the health of their river and to understand their rivers better. And I think probably the first way in which we got involved in citizen science in terms of monitoring, particularly of rivers, was river fly monitoring, which is what I'm going to talk to you about today. There we go. So it is going to work. So river flies. What do we mean by river flies? There are lots of flies that you see buzzing about, although less than they used to be, even in my lifetime. However, there are a lot of species of invertebrate that live in river systems, including river flies. And there are three main order of river flies. They are the caddisflies, or Trichoptera, and Trichoptera means hair wing. So the adults that look a little bit like a moth, as you can see there, their wings are made up of lots of tiny little hairs, which is different compared to moths and butterflies, which have their wings are made up of lots of tiny little scales. all of these river flies have their larval or nymphal stages that living in freshwater environments and river systems. So the next main group is Ephemeroptera, the upwing flies, or mayflies as we call them in this country. Everywhere else in the world calls them mayflies to cover the whole spectrum of Ephemeroptera species in the order Ephemeroptera. We tend to use it a bit interchangeably to mean certain species as well as all of them. But for the purposes of this presentation, I shall try to stick to the convention of Ephemeroptera when I'm talking about the order, the whole group of species that, of upwing flies. And the last one is stoneflies or Plecoptera. These are species that are sort of characteristic of mountain streams, really very pure environments, but we also find them on other river systems and chalk streams in particular. Why monitor river flies? Well, they are the canary of our rivers. They, you know, if there's a problem with our river fly populations in rivers, then we have a real problem for the entire river ecosystem. They are great indicators of water quality because they're relatively sessile. They tend to stay in the same area, if you like. They unlike fish, they can't sort of migrate long distances. Yes, they do drift downstream with flow, and the adults, when they hatch, very often are pre-programmed to fly upstream in order to correct for that downstream drift. But the larval, the nymphal stages are relatively sort of kind of sessile or sedentary. They're quite long-lived. So, for example, you know, the green drake mayfly, the common misconception is that they last for a day as an adult. They might last for up to a week or more, depending on the weather conditions. But if the weather conditions are right, yes, they'll last for a day as an adult, but they will live in the river system for 2 years. So they're around for a while. So they are effectively, you know, they are open to whatever the river flow is like and whatever the water quality is like. They're also the bottom end of the food chain, so they're really critical for the whole ecosystem. As I say, if you've got a problem with the bottom end of the food chain, then you are guaranteed to be having problems, or will have problems, with the food chain as you go further up. I'd like to talk about the initiative that the Chalk Streams project has helped kind of spread throughout the Chilterns. It's called the Anglers Riverfly Monitoring Initiative, or ARMI for short. Now, this is was the brainchild of Dr. Cyril Bennett, who developed a system for monitoring the River Wey. He's a British telecom engineer by day. But in his retirement has become a renowned expert on invertebrates, river flies and riverfly conservation. And he was a lifelong angler too, and he noticed that there were problems with the riverfly populations of the River Wey, and he wanted to be able to come up with a system that anglers could use to monitor the health of their rivers. And so it had to be robust, it had to be you know, relatively simple, easy to be taught it effectively, so that people could use it. It had to be quick as well, relatively speedy sampling technique. And he created this this sampling technique, which is now known as the Anglers Riverfly Monitoring Initiative. It's a neighbourhood watch scheme for rivers, and it is volunteer-led. It was originally started, the creation, as I say, for anglers, but it has since become incredibly popular since its launch in 2007. And there are hundreds of rivers throughout the UK that are now being monitored regularly by anglers, conservationists, local members of local community, local river groups, all coming together to act as effectively the neighbourhood watch for their local rivers. As far as the Chilterns is concerned, the first Chilterns group was set up in 2010, and this was a project that I started with the River Chess Association. A few of us went down to Leckford on the River Test to get trained by Cyril himself. It was a fantastic day. The photograph there shows one of our volunteers, Andrew, at that training session. And so we set that one up in July 2010. So we now have 10 years worth of data for that river. It became very popular. We rolled it out, the Chalk Streams project rolled it out to the River Misbourne with Misbourne River Action and the Chiltern Society the next year, and then the Ver Valley Society on the River Ver the following year to that. But it's very clear that the demand for training courses was outstripping the ability of the Riverfly Partnership, who led on the rollout of this scheme, their ability to train people. They ran about half a dozen training courses a year, and so there was just far too much demand. So the Riverfly Partnership trialled this idea of Riverfly hubs, in other words, to create hubs around the country that could then train monitors for their local area. And it's been incredibly successful. The Chilterns and Hertfordshire Middlesex Riverfly Hub was one of the first of them, and it was set up by the Chalk Streams Project, working in partnership with a few key partners, Herts Middlesex Wildlife Trust, the River Chess Association, and the Colne Valley Fisheries Consultative. And we had support from the water companies, Affinity Water in particular, Hertfordshire County Council, and the Environment Agency. And we set up in 2014 really to train more people effectively and to cover more rivers. It covers the whole of the Lee, the Colne and the South Chilterns, so it's quite a large catchment area. There's something like 36 main rivers there. And we now currently have something like 260 odd volunteers and over 130 sites being actively monitored on a monthly basis, covering 17 different rivers, and 7 rivers in the Chilterns out of the 9 that there are. We have 5 tutors who provide the training and provide the support, and 4 of those are volunteers, and I'm very grateful for their help and support. We wouldn't be able to do it without them. This gives you the map gives you an idea of the sort of coverage that we have. Each of those red dots is a Riverfly site. So you can see we've got a really good coverage, and we still have further to go, but compared to where we were in 2010, it's a world of difference. We're getting really regular information about the quality of these rivers from top to bottom. We're serving more regularly in more places than the Environment Agency is able to do so. So in a sense, our Riverfly Monitoring Network knows more about the riverfly quality, river water quality, than perhaps the Environment Agency do through their own monitoring. So what is it? What does it involve? So what we're doing is, and this is the cunning part Cyril came up with. He came up with this scheme whereby we're not monitoring to species level in all cases, because if you think about it, we've got 199 species of caddisfly, we've got 51 species of Ephemeroptera, we've got 34 species of Plecoptera. You can imagine most volunteers turning up to a training course, if they were told they needed to monitor all those and identify all those, I think their heads might explode and they might all run off into the distance. So what we do look at is we group those invertebrates into 8 key groups, and I'll show those a bit later in this presentation. From our sample survey, it's a 3-minute kick sample. That's what Andrew's doing in that picture there. We look for, in our sample trays, for the presence and abundance, and that the abundance is key, of these 8 invertebrate groups. And from that information, we can calculate a score for our site every month, which we can then compare to a trigger level, a trigger score that is set by the Environment Agency for each site. So it's different for each site. And if our score comes in the month either equal to that trigger level or above, then we report that information through to the Environment Agency. And we obviously also keep that data ourselves. But if there is a trigger breach, i.e. the score is below that line, then each monitor will go out and the effective site will go out and repeat that survey, or preferably repeat that survey at the time they've scored the original breach. And if their second sample also records a trigger breach, we record that and report that to the Environment Agency via their pollution hotline and via our contacts with the Ecology Department, and that should trigger an Environment Agency, pardon me, investigation. The graph there shows you an example of the sort of returns we were getting originally when we started. That was the recording sheet that we had, showing you month by month what the scores were and comparing it to the trigger score. So what do I mean by the target groups? Here they are. We won't go into any detail because it would take too long, and I don't have enough time, alas, because this is the bit that I enjoy talking about, the creepy crawlies in a way. So the 8 key groups really are, we group the caddis. Remember I said there's nearly 200 species. So rather than looking at them individually or down to family level, we look to see, we record them as whether they have case. Are they cased caddis? So the majority of species of caddisfly will create a case, either a protective or a camouflage case, so they can exist in their environment without being predated, or like some of them, the ones that they make their cases out of stones to weigh them down so they don't get washed away by the current. So case caddis is one group. The next group is caseless caddis. Some caddisfly don't make a case. They might make a feeding web, or they might be might be predatory, like the case in the case of Rhyocophylla, which is the green caseless caddis here on this picture. That is predatory, so it doesn't make itself a case until it comes time to pupate. And then we look at 4 groups in the order of Ephemeroptera. So we look for Ephemeridae, the mayfly. So this is the large mayfly, the mayfly that everyone probably, if you think of a mayfly, this is the one you're thinking of. The green drake, for example. There are 3 species here in this group. We're looking at Ephemeridae. They're quite a large nymph, a very a particular colour, that sort of ivory, sort of buff colour. Then we look at the blue-winged olive, which is very important indicator of water quality, and very important historically for angling. It's a key food stuff for trout throughout the year. We also look at flat-bodied nymphs, Heptagonidae, like fast-flowing oxygen-rich water. We also look at olives or Batidae, which there's 14 species in that family. And then finally we have stonefly, Plecoptera. We look basically, have we got any stonefly at all? So there are 34 species, but we're only looking to see whether we've got stonefly or not. And then the one outlier is Gammarus, which is a key species of chalk streams. It's omnipresent, or hopefully in all but the most polluted systems. So its presence and absence because it's a detritivore, it's a key part of the ecosystem, and so it's important. Its presence is important, so that's why we count those. There's a bit of an example of what an adult sedge would look like, or an adult caddisfly, and a couple of examples of what a mayfly might looks like. That's the green drake on the left there, and the yellow may dun on the right. And then an example of a stonefly. This is a willow fly. Some of these are really quite tiny, just to give you an idea. And then of course the freshwater shrimp here, which, as I've mentioned, it is omnipresent really. And it is really key because it shreds up all of the organic matter that's coming into the system, and it provides food for other species. So it's really quite important. So what does all this data tell us? So as I said, all these river fly monitors are going out in pairs, and I've begun to do so again now since lockdown eased. They're getting this data and they're reporting it back through to their local river fly coordinator. So each river will have a local coordinator. They report that data to the coordinator. The coordinator collates all that information, that data, and sends it to the Environment Agency, and obviously keeps a record themselves. And more latterly, they've now been uploading to our Riverfly app. So some of these groups have now got quite long-term data sets. So it's the importance of this data is it's not just about what happened in the previous month. Was there a pollution problem in the previous month? Yes, of course, that's important. But the longer you monitor, the bigger your data set, the more robust, more important it becomes, the more significant it becomes, because it starts telling you more about the long-term trends in your on your river and on your river sites. So these are a couple of examples using the chest data here. And this one comes from this this graph here. I know Chris Packham likes a good graph. He's probably missing this, but it's his loss. This is a graph of riverfly scores at a site in the headwaters of the River Chess called the Meads Water Gardens. This is a site that historically, in my childhood, when I was growing up, never dried up. But it started, the first time I noticed it drying up was 1997, and it's dried up on many occasions since, increasingly so. And the indication was that increased abstraction and the impacts of climate change were leading to increased dry down frequency and extent. And the riverfly data here shows you those drying events. So every time the score effectively flatlines, the line flatlines, the blue line, that's where really the river is drying. And then so as it's beginning to climb back up after that flat line, that's the length of time it's taking to recover. And you can see that when they started riverfly monitoring, very soon after we had a brief dry down event, but after the river re-wetted, there was a really quick recovery and the scores were pretty high. Subsequent to that, though, in the recoveries after increasingly long droughts, the recovery has been slower and the recovery has not been back to the levels that we saw in perhaps 2011. No surprise there that the long-term trend, the dotted line there is showing you that there is, in the long term, over the 10 years of data, I realise this is just 8, but this has been echoed by the next 2 years, the long-term trend is one of decline. Now, those of you who are sort of kind of aware of what goes on in the Chilterns and have been keeping up with the local news would know that very recently, Affinity Water has announced that it has shut 2 pumping stations in the Chess Valley. To try to address the low flow issues, and by 2024 Thames Water will be shutting their Harwich pumping station, which will mean that there will be no abstraction in the Upper Chess catchment from 2025, and so that is anticipated to make a significant difference to flows in the upper river. And it will be interesting to see whether the river fly data begins to show an increase or whether there are other issues at play. But clearly this river fly data is important in showing you the long-term trend. But it's not all bad news. That's quite a depressing one. A lot of the headwater sites, they all look very similar. This is a section just slightly further downstream at Broadwater Bridge. This is a section that doesn't dry out, has never dried out, and you can see from this data, the red line being the trigger level, which has been moved around by the Environment Agency a little bit, but the blue line showing that over time, the river fly scores have increased. Both the abundance and the diversity, the number of target groups being found has increased. There are lots of different hypotheses for this. It's a very small part of the small bit of river. My theory is that over the years, monthly river fly monitoring over the same section of gravel in what is a very narrow channel has gradually mobilized that gravel and helped get rid of the silt that was sort of binding up the gravel. And the gravel is where a lot of these invertebrates live. And so their action effectively has improved the habitat and has meant that it's been sort of more attractive to different species. That's my theory. The next site downstream shows a decline again, not as strong as Mead Water Gardens, but still statistically significant decline. So there's something definitely different going on here. But it's only through this river fly data are we seeing these trends and seeing them in such detail. One last way in which this data is really important is to monitor perhaps the success of river restoration projects. Both carried out by the local community and also carried out by other organisations such as the Environment Agency or the Chalk Streams project. This is a project that I want to talk about on the River Bourbon at Boxmoor. And this river project was carried out back in 2017. It was a 2-phase project. I was involved in the first phase. This was a project that I sort of dreamt up back in 2010 and worked with the Boxmoor Trust to really sort of sell it to their trustees. And latterly to the Environment Agency, who carried out the project and funded it. A key part of this project was engaging local volunteers, not only to carry out some of the work, but also to set up a monitoring program to monitor the success of this project. And one of the key parts of that was to set up a river fly monitoring group, which we did over a year beforehand, before any work was carried out. Now that was really important because you want to determine a baseline, and the longer your baseline data set, the more statistically significant any changes you observe will be. You'll be able to determine whether they're statistically significant or not. Excuse me. So one of the key parts of the first phase was to remove a weir, and you can see it in the top right photograph there. The guys from B&W Services knocking it out. Taking the weir out. And then there was also wetland creation and river channel restoration, which you can see 5 rivers doing the year after the weir was taken out there on Boxmoor. And the volunteers also got stuck in as well. And the eagle-eyed amongst you might even see me getting involved there too. One of the key parts was to monitor the success as I mentioned. This is data taken from a site that was set above the weir. That was removed. Now the weir was impounding water, so it was holding water back, slowing flows down, leading to a lot of sediment building up and the habitat to degrade in the 200-metre section upstream of that weir. So we wanted to remove the weir, number one, to improve connectivity, to allow the fish to move free movement through the site. This was This weir was halfway down the site, so it was really key to do this. And we also wanted to re-energise the river and improve habitat. So you can see here from the graph very clearly that from the moment the weir was removed, almost the next month, river fly scores started to increase. Now, some of that is down to seasonality because, in spring up to the sort of June, that's when we expect to get our highest abundances and highest diversity of river fly groups. But even so, looking at the data, you can see very clearly that both the number of target groups and the abundance of those target groups increased after the weir was removed. And the little pink parts, the bar graphs there, show you that stonefly were recorded in that river section. It's the only section that they were recorded in on the 5 sites in that area, but they'd never been recorded before in that part of the river. And I'd carried out river fly monitoring prior to that, way back in 2010, and monitoring had been done before that. So this shows you how river fly monitoring can really show you very clearly the benefits or the successes of your interventions in terms of river restoration. And volunteers obviously are critical to be able to monitor these projects. Monitoring can be very expensive, and so very often monitoring is missed off restoration plans because you don't have the money for it. But if we can encourage citizen scientists, volunteers to help with that, we can get some really powerful data sets to show us in detail whether we're doing the right thing in terms of river restoration. Well, if I've infused you, I hope so. Hopefully not just infuse you to think about lunch, but also to potentially to join your local river fly group. There are lots of river fly groups out there across the area. You've seen the map. There'll be one near you. And if you don't live in the Chilterns and you want to get involved, there are hundreds of rivers across the UK with river fly groups. You can, if you're living in the Chilterns or you want to monitor a Chilterns river, get in contact with me. And you can attend one of our river fly courses. We're just beginning to plan our next river fly course. We've now worked out a way to do that in a way that's COVID safe. So we'll be doing part of it over virtually, so the classroom bit, and then we'll be doing some sort of small scale practical elements. We do some of the training out in the field, so we're doing that in small numbers. We're going to be doing that this winter. So please let me know. We can get you on the waiting list for the next course. And before you know it, days worth of training, and you'll be up surveying your local river, meeting like-minded people who just like to get out there and get their feet wet. The last little thing to mention is recently, this is another aspect of citizen science. We're very fortunate to have 4 really committed, hugely talented and knowledgeable volunteers who are tutors with the River Fly training hub, the Chilterns Hearts Middlesex River Fly Hub. And they do a lot for us in running the training courses, etc., and supporting the groups. One of our volunteers, Rod Cutler, who is also a member of the Colne Valley Fisheries Consultative, is an absolute whiz with the development of apps. And he's developed a Riverfly app for our hub so that all our monitors can record their data online. They can do it from the bank, whether or not they've got a mobile reception at the time. It's fantastic. The data is free to view. You can go to the R-Flies UK website right now and look at any site you want to look at. You can find the data. Not only that, but you can also download it, and you can do your own analysis on that data set. So please do take a look. We'd love to see it being used more, much more. And people getting value out, and hopefully in time you guys might be adding to that data set too. So that's it from me. I will be now handing over to another colleague of mine and fantastic citizen scientist in his own right, James Wishart. James, he's a civil engineer by trade, but also a lifelong angler, and has lived in the Chilterns for over 60 years. And he's been involved with a lot of citizen science initiatives on the River Chess himself over the last 5 years. And he's here today to talk to you about one that he's currently involved in and leading on the management of. So without further ado, I shall cease sharing my screen and I shall hand over to James. Good afternoon, James.
Thanks, Alan. I'll just share my screen. Hopefully my slides will appear in a moment. Yep, that looks good. So I'm going to talk just a little bit about the flow monitoring. We've heard about quality from Kate. We've heard about the invertebrates from Alan. This is the third element, really, which is to see what the flows are doing in the river. We've already touched on some of the issues with flows, the fact that it's been low for a number of years, particularly during summer months, and the level of local concern about the lack of flows. So in the next 10 minutes or so, I'm going to say a little bit about more on the background, where we're monitoring the flows and how we're doing it, a little bit about what the data show, and some of the quite exciting recent developments. First of all, I want to give thanks to all the people involved in the monitoring side of the work. It's a group of volunteers supervised by Alan and some of the local authority organisations, but with a lot of support from Environment Agency, who have provided us with the equipment for the surveys and who also take all the data from us and add it to their data archives. So what we're doing is feeding into an official system. It won't be lost. Thames Water and Affinity Water, who are both have obstructions in the catchment, have also supported the work. Thames have provided us with some equipment as well, and they're both involved in studies, which I'll mention in a moment. Been a lot of interest from local groups. So before I get to list those, this is just illustrating the sort of problems with flows that have been mentioned previously. So this is in the upper catchment. These are both sites where we should be measuring flows. This was in 2017. There was nothing there to measure at that stage. More recently, and at the moment, there is some flow there, which is good, but it still is very transitory. On the left is the site by the Queen's Head pub, which is always a popular one to sample. And on the right is what is called Duck Alley. Not a very good place for ducks right now, or it is perhaps right now, but it wasn't for much of the time that we've been doing our monitoring. A little bit more on the background. So I've talked about the concerns that there have been. These have been manifest through groups like the River Chess Association and by the local councils in Cheshire and other places. This prompted an investigation by the Environment Agency, which was funded by Thames Water and Affinity Water. That began in around about 2017 and was recently reported, and that did conclude that there was likely to be some impact from obstructions on the flow in the rivers. And the three obstructions of particular concern in the upper catchment, two of them belong and are operated by Affinity Water at Chartridge and in Cheshire. The third obstruction is operated by Thames Water at Harwich. And together they're taking quite a lot of water out of the same aquifer that is connected to and feeding the River Chess. We've already seen, I think, some pictures from Alan of the river and where we are. It's running from northwest down to southeast. It rises in Cheshire, which is unusual for a chalk stream. It's actually really starting out in an urban area, coming down through some rural areas and discharging into the River Colne or Rickmansworth. And where we've been concentrating our flow monitoring, because these are areas which are not covered traditionally by Environment Agency monitoring sites, are in the upper catchment within that red box at the top of the slide. And this is the area which is probably most likely to be impacted by obstructions. This is just a blow up of the area within that red box, showing in more detail where our sampling sites are. So they start right up at the very headwaters, up in the tennis club at site 1, come down past the Queen's Head pub at site 3, and then come down into the rather larger river at site 6, by the playing fields, recreation ground. We're sampling both on the main river, such as site 6, but also on a parallel watercourse, the Little Chess, which comes down to the south of the main river. We're sampling it and measuring flows on Holloway Lane. These two rivers carry on separately for another 2 or 3 miles until eventually they join together down at Latimer. And as well as flows on the main river and the Little Chess, we're taking some flow measurements at very small side streams or springs where we want to see how they are affected by seasonal variations and possibly by abstractions. The way we do the flow measurements are really very simplistic compared with maybe some of the high tech that we've been talking about earlier on the quality measurements that Kate is doing. This is very much a manual system. You go out, you put a measuring tape across the river, and then at that cross section, you divide it into a number of strips, at least you visually or virtually divide it into a number of strips. And at each point, each strip, you measure the depth of the flow, the width of that strip, and you measure the velocity, the average velocity within that segment. And then you, to calculate the flow, you multiply the velocity by the area of the cross section, and then you add them up across the whole of the watercourse to give you the total flow. To measure the velocity, we've got a propeller type of meter. You mount this on a vertical shaft, lower it down into the stream, about 1/3 of the depth from the bed of the stream to give you a representative velocity. And you measure how many revolutions you get in a minute of submergence. Don't have to count the revolutions by hand. There's an automatic electronic monitor which will count them up for you over the minute. And this is one of the small sites. This is one of the smaller side streams fed by a spring. And you can see the tape just stretched across the water. Probably going to be taking 10 or a dozen measurements at closely spaced intervals along this tape. And you can see the shaft of the meter with the propeller meter actually sitting horizontally in the water, so in front of my feet there. When we've collected together the data, and apologies that this is a slightly fuzzy slide, for each of the sites on each occasion we take a survey. We record the distance from the bank, which gives us then the width of the different sections that we're dividing up into. That's the distance, the point at which we are taking the velocity measurement. In the next yellow column, measuring the depth of the flow monitor at that point, and then the number of revolutions recorded over that minute at that location. And this is all in a spreadsheet. It adds it all up, working out the flow in each of the vertical slices and giving us in the bottom right-hand corner in that red box, the actual flow in cubic meters a second at the time we did the survey. These are just, next couple of slides show shots of some of the survey sites. The site on the left-hand side here is site 5. Often not very much flow here. It comes out of a small spring, but sometimes flows are diverted and we pick up rather more flow. On the right-hand side, we've got site 6B, which is one of our regular good flow sites. It comes close below a major inflow into the river, and is always, so far anyway, we've always recorded flows during the period of our surveys. A couple of other sites. On the left is site 7, which is a small side stream, quite variable, but fairly consistently always something there. On the right, Holloway Lane, which is on the Little Chess, is again always a pretty continuous flow there, and often quite a good flow. So what are we getting out of this survey work? What are we seeing? Well, this is probably rather a lot on this slide to take in one glance, but it's a summary of the flows we've been measuring at not the most upstream sites, because those have often been dried and we haven't seen any flows. I picked the 5 sites that have been fairly regularly flowing. And over the nearly 4 years we've been taking measurements, you can see the fluctuations through each year and from year to year. So taking site RCA 8, which is this pale blue line at the top, that's the Holloway Lane site on the Little Chess. Through each year, you usually start off reasonable flows in the spring, gradually declining through to October, November time, and then the winter rains recharging the aquifer and beginning to increase the flows through the following spring and then declining again. 2018 was a much wetter spring than some, so we got a lot more recovery of the flows in 2018. 2019, pretty dry, and in fact, we didn't really start to get any recovery until December time, or November, December time. But then we got a really big kick up of flows in the last winter, which was very wet. Unfortunately, our work was interrupted for a period by COVID-19 restrictions. So we missed some of probably the biggest flows we've had for many years in March, April, May of this year. But even so, when we resumed in June, the flows are still quite high, certainly higher than they've been in many recent years. I've also shown on this slide of that red line, which just goes straight across here. That is the total of the abstractions that are licensed within the catchment. Just to give you an idea that they are quite significant volume compared with the flow in the rivers. However, it shouldn't just assume that if you stop abstractions, all of that flow will be added onto the river flow. There's a number of points to consider here. First of all, much of the flow that is taken out by the abstractions is returned at the sewage works, which is just a little bit downstream of our most downstream sampling site. So the abstractions are not lost forever. They do come back mostly into the river. The red line is just the license abstractions. What is actually abstracted is always less than that, although it sometimes gets up towards that at certain times of year. And lastly, certainly if you were to just stop abstractions, the water wouldn't all reappear in the watercourse. It would sit in the catchment, in the aquifer. Some of it would come back into the rivers, but the hydrogeology is quite complex. It's one of the things which the studies have highlighted. It's not that clear how much will come back in, but hopefully, as we continue our monitoring, we will begin to see the effects. I won't dwell too much on this slide because I think we're getting a bit short on time. This is just showing the more upstream sites which have just intermittent periods of flow in them. So there was a spell in 2018 where we could measure the upstream sites. And again, at the moment, they're flowing quite well, although through the summer and into the autumn, they are beginning to drop off. Hopefully the rains we're having at the moment will soon recharge the aquifer and we'll begin to see them picking up again. So just to talk finally about some of the recent developments, I think both the previous presentations have mentioned these very positive pieces of news. First one is that Affinity Water have announced in September that they are switching off and have switched off their pumping station, the upper catchment. So that should be of some benefit to the flows. Thames Water have also pledged that in future they will be stopping their Harwich abstractions by the end of 2024. And also Thames Water and 3 other water companies have vowed not only to be abstracting less from the chalk streams, but also to be looking at improving pollution performance of their sewage works and other runoff into these catchments. So altogether, we seem to be turning the corner a little bit as far as rivers like the Chess are concerned. So for the future, we're going to be continuing doing our flow measurements. It will be very interesting to see how we, to what extent we can see the effects of the abstraction reductions from Affinity and in the future from Thames Water. It's also going to be very interesting in the longer term to see what is going on with climate change and maybe also other things such as HS2, whether we can detect any effects as that comes into construction and operation. So I think with the team of people working with the Environment Agency, we have been collecting together a useful data set. We've got a nice comment from a very appreciative Environment Agency, and it's very good that we can feed information into them and feel it's going to a good home where it'll be really valuable and add to the archives on flow and feed into studies. So I think that's probably my closing comments, and I'll hand back to Alan now.
Thank you very much, James. That's a fantastic presentation. And I think a real illustration of just, we sort of roughly stuck to one river really through the 3 presentations, but it shows just what a breadth of expertise that there is out there and how much effort is going into monitoring our water environments. And that's just sort of one river that's replicated across many of the rivers in the Chilterns. It's building up a really detailed picture of how these rivers function and what the pressures are and what impacts those pressures are having on these precious river environments. And I think it's also an indication too of just how much people love these rivers. And being, as the Chalk Streams project, it's been really pleasing for me. I've taken great satisfaction out of the fact that we're helping to citizen science groups or in local groups to understand their rivers better and to train them and to give them the expertise that they need to sort of kind of explore and find out more about their rivers and to use the data that they have to call, as evidence to call, sort of for greater protection of these rivers. And it is paying dividends. The obstruction reductions that have been announced very recently, not only on the Chess, but also on the River Wye, and also the efforts now looking at reducing obstruction on the Ver and also on the Misbourne, I think are partly a testament to the fact that the local communities and local groups and people like James care so much about these rivers and are doing so much to protect them. Anyway, I'd like to thank both our speakers, Kate and also James, for speaking today. I hope you've enjoyed listening to what they've had to say and maybe even enjoyed what I had to say as well. Just as a message to everyone, we've had loads and loads of questions come in. And I'll stick my hand up partly as we're being responsible. We're running slightly over time. I got rather enthusiastic about those creepy crawlies, I did warn you. But we haven't got enough time really to do the Q&A now. What we are doing though is every question, we've recorded those. We are going to answer those questions and we will make those answers available either via our website or we will send them direct to all those people who have asked those questions, along with the presentations today and from all of today's speakers, so that you can read them at your leisure. But rest assured, your question hasn't gone off into the ether, never to be seen again. We will respond. Thank you very much for listening today, and I'll hand you back now to Nick, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Alan, thank you very much. And thanks also, James and Kate, an inspirational session again, just showing the range and the diversity of opportunities for citizen science and a difference you're making. And I think the key takeaway for me is just the impact that citizen science has on a local level. James, you're saying then around the abstraction changes and things, actually the understanding, the data, presenting an evidence-based case really helps in making that impact and making that difference on the ground. So thank you for your session. Thank you all for your efforts out there in the rivers with your waders on, week in, week out. It really is making a difference. So some logistics. We are running a little bit over, as Alan says, but we're hoping we're kind of getting ourselves back on track. So we're conscious we haven't let you had a lunch break yet, or get up to have a wander around. Hopefully you've been making teas and coffees and as we've gone through. But we suggest that we hand over to Wendy Morrison for her session at 1:55. So 13:55, we'll start again. So if you want to stretch your legs, make a sandwich, have a cup of tea, we'll start again at 1:55. Okay, thanks everyone. We'll see you back in a little while. Hello again, everybody. Well, thank you for rejoining us after your lunch or your comfort break. It's 5 to 2. I'm very pleased now to hand over to a colleague at Children's Conservation Board, Wendy Morrison, to lead you through the next session. So this morning and early this afternoon, we focused very much on wildlife and on our chalk streams. Very different change of tack now, I guess, but still very much staying the same theme of the incredible value of citizen science with some, well, genuinely groundbreaking, and Wendy, I don't want to steal the thunder too much there, but some genuinely groundbreaking work in the heritage sector, in which a number of citizen scientists are involved across a range of different streams. So Wendy, I won't steal any more of your introduction. I'll hand over to you to introduce yourself and your session, but looking at the citizen science involved in the heritage side of things. So Wendy, all yours.
Thanks very much, Nick. Thanks everyone for coming back from your extended and lengthy lunch break. What I would like to do, we've got great speakers in this next session on heritage. We've got Dr. Ed Pevler, who's my colleague on the Beacons of the Past project. We've got Sam Johansson, who's running a variety of heritage projects. And we've got Nigel Rothwell, who is one of our very dedicated citizen scientists to be sharing some of his experience. So rather than take a lot of time away from their probably much more stellar presentations, I'm just going to take a few minutes and sort of tee up the overall Beacons of the Past project. So, as Nick said, I'm Wendy Morrison. I'm the project manager for Beacons of the Past, hosted here at the Chilterns Conservation Board and funded partly by the National Lottery Heritage Fund. When we think of citizen science for heritage, it might be there might be sort of a disconnect with the idea of archaeology being science. What we've heard this morning has been something we more traditionally think of science, data gathering for wildlife, for ecology, for river monitoring. We might consider an archaeological excavation the gathering of data as well. And Britain has a very, very long tradition of what used to be called an amateur tradition, or volunteer archaeologists going out into the field and conducting or participating in excavations. And that has a long history going right the way back to the 1800s. And of course, we still do rely very heavily on volunteer work and engagement with research and community excavations. And that's one type of sort of citizen science data gathering, extracting data literally from the ground. But if we want to think about archaeology as being more than just a social science or a humanity, and think of it as maybe a proper or harder science, we can also do that by looking at the other forms of data that are available to work with. And in this case, thinking perhaps a bit more about geospatial data. There have been, I'm going to see if my screen share will work here. Possibly. Hopefully that is working. Really bad when the chair can't get the presentation to run. Best laid plans. There we are. Hopefully that's working. Yes, so there have been some forays into citizen science in archaeology, most recently the work of Lawrence Shaw down in New Forest National Park, or Gary Locke from the University of Oxford, Ian Ralston from the University of Edinburgh, who drafted armies to help them either manage or interpret archaeology on the ground. The Hill Forts Atlas project, and we heard earlier Ollie talking about an atlas of plants, which drew on a variety of data. We have a Hill Fort Atlas that was put together by Professors Locke and Ralston, which sort of provided information about over 4,000 hill forts across Britain and Ireland. But this really relied on citizen scientists going out into the field, looking at a hill fort and marking down what they saw about its condition, about its morphology, all of that. And I think to some extent, Beacons of the Past has grown out of that project, because one thing that was really highlighted by that project was how little we knew about Chilterns hill forts. So for those of you that don't know what a hill fort is, I could talk for hours and won't. But here's an artist's reconstruction of what a hill fort might have looked like. These are late prehistoric, so say 1100 BC to around 400 BC is the sort of period of their construction in a variety of different formats. Some of them were lived in, some of them were defenses. The name hill fort is kind of misleading because they don't have to be on a hill, and they don't have to have been used as fortifications. It's sort of a catch-all. We know very little about them, particularly about the ones in the Chilterns. So the idea of this project, Beacons of the Past, was to learn more about them, not just as standing monuments, but where they were embedded in the landscape of the Chilterns, that prehistoric Iron Age landscape. Before we go on to sort of the main citizen science part, there are lots of other volunteering opportunities that have occurred on the ground, the more traditional sorts of volunteer engagement, which is conservation work. We've done a lot of outreach to schools and to communities with pop-up prehistory events, and we do a lot of training. So here you can see some images of us training in the use of GIS. You've heard about geographic information systems from a variety of talks today. So we've been training our volunteers in how to use open source GIS, also in survey and recording techniques. But probably the biggest thing that the project has wanted to do is learn more about those prehistoric landscapes. So the Chilterns area of outstanding natural beauty is about 800 and I'm going to get that figure wrong, so we'll just say more than 8 and less than 900 square kilometers in size. It's a lot of area, and in that area there are something like 18 hill forts. But within that wide landscape, we know very little about the prehistoric archaeology into which those hill forts sit. And from this map, you can see all the green bits within the AONB are under deciduous tree cover, which means the traditional trick of flying over with an airplane and hanging out with your camera and looking for where parch marks show up the archaeology. It's not really quite how we do it, but it means that aerial archaeology prospection can be a bit tricky because everything's under a tree canopy. So the jewel in the crown sort of this Beacons of the Past project was to conduct a LiDAR survey, and my colleague Ed is going to come on in just a minute or two and tell you all about LiDAR, how it works and what we've done with it. But essentially, we flew the largest high-resolution LiDAR survey ever flown for archaeological purposes in the UK, not just the area of the AONB, but beyond as well, to encompass 1,400 square kilometers. It is a massive amount of LiDAR data being covered. And what the LiDAR allows us to do is see what is in the topography of the ground underneath the trees. We decided to use this technique after my colleague realized that pushing the trees out of the way to see the archaeology was not the way forward. So there you see Ed in a root plate of a tree, and now I'm going to hand over to him, and he's going to talk to you about the masses of data that the LiDAR survey has produced and why citizen science is so vital to help the two of us go through something like 64 billion data points. Ed?
Okay, over to me. Try and share my screen, the usual thing. There we go. Okay, hopefully everyone can see my screen as well. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Wendy, for the introduction and for teeing me off to move from Beacons of the Past as the wider project into the citizen science elements and the LiDAR element in particular. So I'm not going to go into too much detail today because we don't have huge amounts of time on exactly how LiDAR survey works. But suffice to say, LiDAR stands for Light Detection and Ranging. So the acronym is very similar to the acronym for sonar or radar, similar techniques that you may have come across before. It is a survey technique using pulsed lasers essentially for mapping the topography of the landscape. And we can do this very, very accurately and at a very high resolution. And as Wendy said as well, covering a very large area relatively efficiently. And as you mentioned, the Chilterns survey is at 1,400 kilometers squared. So you can see in the bottom right there, a map showing the coverage that we have with this survey over the Chilterns AONB and beyond. And the survey is at 25 centimeter resolution. So this means that we have a measurement of the height of the ground surface for every square 25 centimeters across that 1,400 kilometer squared area, or 16 measurements for every meter squared on the ground. So if we go back to Chris right at the start this morning, talking about his meter quadrat being thrown down on the ground, we've got 16 data points of the height of the ground in each of our meter quadrats on the ground. I've also put on there the little green splodges that Wendy showed you a second ago as well, which of course is the tree cover of the Chilterns. The Chilterns have got about 20% tree cover, which is double more or less the average for England as a whole. And LiDAR survey is a fantastic technique for us because it works even underneath vegetation cover. So you can see in the bottom left there a sort of schematic that vaguely shows how our laser pulses, even if part of a laser pulse may reflect off the top of a tree canopy, the way this technique works is we can detect multiple reflections from each of our laser pulses. And so the hope is that part of lots of our laser pulses will still make it down through the vegetation down towards the ground surface. So we can detect multiple reflections from each laser pulse, and on top of that we're sending out an awful lot of laser pulses. So the kit we used was sending out 2 million laser pulses every second that they were flying over the Chilterns. So getting fantastic coverage across the whole of the AOMB and loads of readings, as I say, of where the ground surface is across our area, across our landscape. And when you're nice and zoomed out, then we get data that looks a bit like this, the kind of stuff that Alan, just before us, gets really excited about. You get to look at all the beautiful drainage patterns of the Chilterns dry valleys and chalk stream valleys in there. Obviously, from an archaeological point of view, we can't see a great deal here unless you're that interested in the course of the M40 coming in down the bottom here. But what we need to do, obviously, is zoom in a bit further. And when we zoom in, we start to get fantastic data showing the archaeology in our landscape. So in this case, this is one of our lovely hill forts. This is Charlesbury Hill Fort in Buckinghamshire, showing up beautifully in the LiDAR data. So you can see the lumps and bumps of the earthworks of this Iron Age archaeology. So a great big ditch and a bank on the inside of that around most of the circuit, and here on the southeast side, a double bank and ditch as well. So lovely view of this kind of archaeology. Hill forts look particularly good in LiDAR data. But why are we using citizen science, and how are we using citizen science? So LiDAR datasets have been used by archaeologists since about the year 2000 for archaeology. But sort of traditionally, until relatively recently, these have not been particularly accessible to the public. That has changed quite significantly in the last few years, because the Environment Agency have been flying LiDAR data over, the plan is the whole of England by the end of next year. And they have started to make that data public now in more sort of easy ways. But even so, the Environment Agency data is only at 1 meter resolution, so you get far less detail. You can see far less archaeology in it, so it's not quite, you know, as much use to us as archaeologists. And then the other element of that is that it still needs a bit of sort of technical know-how in downloading, finding the data in the first place, downloading it, processing it, and then sort of loading it into programs that allow you to query it for archaeological sites, essentially. So there's kind of both an access to data barrier, and also then a sort of technical and software barrier as well, that might make this kind of data traditionally relatively inaccessible to the public. But why we want to get it out there is because the public are hugely knowledgeable about the kinds of things that will be showing up in these data sets. And this is something I hopefully will show you in a second. So we wanted to give the public access to our data because we wanted to harness the fantastic, well, A, work ethic, and B, knowledge that's out there in the community to help us with this data set. So why are we using it? Number one, definitely help. We had 1,400 kilometers squared, as Wendy said. This is the largest survey flown in the UK for archaeology. It is vast, and it has thousands and thousands of archaeological sites hidden within it. There's no way that Wendy and I, between us, we're going to be able to sift through all that data and find everything that we wanted to find. So number one reason is we wanted to harness the assistance of the public to really help us crunch through all this lovely data. Second reason, you know, the more fun one is we wanted to share the data. It's just a fantastically exciting data set with so many brilliant and interesting and new things hidden in it. And so as kind of one of the key outreach aspects of this project, we really wanted to get other people enthused, teach people how to read this data, how to use these data sets, and get them joining in the fun, essentially. Third reason to use it, to use citizen science in this way, is to do something that's actually pretty new. So as far as we know, there hasn't been anything like what we've done on this scale for archaeology. There's been one of the key projects that sort of inspired us was the work of Gary Duckers at Gloucestershire County Council, where he sort of ran a trial of putting LiDAR data online in a way that allowed members of the public to sort of help him find archaeology in it. But this was on a relatively small scale and very much a test case that we then used to scale things up to this great big 1,400 kilometers squared survey. And then the fourth reason why I wanted to use it was it's fantastic for engaging people, people from all sorts of backgrounds, all sorts of different groups, young people, older people. It's really, really exciting. And by having it online, it's meant that we can reach people not just in the Chilterns, not just in this country, all around the world, really. In particular, in light of the pandemic and the lockdown that we all went through from March, it's also been a real saving grace for the project to have something that's online and people can do from the comfort of their own homes. Hopefully, I like to think that we've given people some good distractions, whilst otherwise we might be getting quite bored, not being able to go out and do what we might otherwise be doing, riverfly monitoring or anything else. So there's some of the reasons why we wanted to get citizen science going with our LiDAR dataset. And there's two main ways that we've got people involved. The first one is what I think is probably true citizen science, and this has been inviting everyone and anyone to log on to our portal, our citizen portal, down here in the bottom left, and record what they think they can see. So this is really trying to take the biggest possible sample of kind of public opinion as we can, because there's all sorts of different viewpoints out there, different interpretations of the data, and by gathering all this huge amount of data coming in, we can start to see patterns that might come out of it. So that's the sort of true citizen science element. Obviously, from that, though, we're creating loads and loads of data that, again, makes even more headaches for me and Wendy in how we deal with it. And so we've also been embracing citizen science, training up our core group of reviewers who have access to a sort of higher level portal on the website that allows them to assess all the citizen records coming in, so there's red records in here, and turn those into our relatively high quality, final master database, our master records, as it were. So those are sort of the two main ways we've been embracing citizen science. But as Wendy touched on, we've also got sort of more traditional approaches coming in that allow volunteers to get out and get involved in the project. Field checking, so getting out into the landscape and checking what we think we can see in the LiDAR versus what we can see on the ground. So we did start off program of this back last winter, obviously rapidly curtailed by the pandemic, but we're hoping we can get back out again this winter. And we also have a number of volunteers who are taking on individual sort of research topics and projects from within the data as well. And I think Nigel, who's going to be speaking at the end of the session, will hopefully tell you a little bit about his work on that as well. But how's it been going? So we launched the portal 14 months ago in August 2019. And in that time, we've had over 10,000 citizen records sent in. So we're really, really pleased by that. Huge amount of engagement, excitement, and just loads and loads of fantastic data that's been sent in from our willing volunteers. That review team that I mentioned, our sort of more trained review team, they've been doggedly working through that data since about January, through all those citizen records coming in. And in that time have created about 3,700 of our master records in our master database. So fantastic work continuing to this day as well. Another great sort of statistic headline that we can put in there, over 3,750 hours have been spent working on the portals by volunteers. So that's over 6 months of sort of 24/7 work. So we're hugely grateful for all this time and effort and commitment that loads and loads of our volunteers have put in. A really key thing and what we'd really hoped for, and it's far surpassed our expectations, is the local knowledge that comes out and the insight and the recognition, the skills that come out from our volunteers, from our community. It's people who have lived and worked and studied the Chilterns for decades, obviously have a far better grasp of the kinds of things that are in the landscape than me or Wendy can ever have, because we've only been in post for 2.5 years, 3 years. So fantastic local knowledge, fantastic local connections. People who say, "Well, I know the farmer. I go down to the pub with him every week," or I'm in a community group with the landowner there, and so they can ask questions. "Oh, have you got any ideas? What's going on in this land?" They can make contacts with people. We can start to link up, join dots, and really enhance what we're able to get from this LiDAR dataset, which in itself, on its own, is a relatively difficult dataset to interpret and to sort of spot the archaeology in. So that has been really, really fantastic. Just a couple of graphs for Chris Packham's sake again. Graph of registrations on the LiDAR portal since we launched back in August. You can see we've had, as you'd probably expect, spikes and troughs all the way through. Particular spikes at launch there. When we got into the Times newspaper, got a good spike there. And since lockdown began, sort of back there in April, you can see we've had really good sort of consistent high level of people logging on signing up to help us with the project. Similarly, a sort of graph of daily work on the portal. So how many, this is measured by clicks on the mapping. So how much time and effort people are putting into sort of looking at the data and recording features. And you can see again, in the 14 months, we've had obviously peaks and troughs, areas when I guess people managed to get outside and have a bit of a break from being locked down there in sort of August, September. But in the height of lockdown in particular, you know, really good peaks there. People using the time being stuck indoors to hopefully do something that they enjoyed, and certainly is really helping us with mapping archaeology across the Chilterns. As I mentioned, whilst the majority of people might be in England and in the UK, they go 83.4% of our volunteers in the UK, but also really, really satisfying to see people logging on from all the way across the world, from Hawaii to New Zealand. So you know, it's been fantastic to see that kind of engagement, enthusiasm for our little Chilterns survey. Just to finish with some of the really good stuff coming out of the data. This is a really fascinating site, one of my favorites, that we had no idea what it was until a volunteer came and spoke to us. So this is just near Bulbourne in Buckinghamshire, sorry, in Hertfordshire, just adjacent to the Grand Union Canal. What this interesting square thing is it is a prototype inclined plane canal barge moving system. It was the prototype for one that was eventually built at the Foxton Locks in Leicestershire. But what it was built for is for moving canal barges up and down without having to put them through lock gates, because A, that was slow, and B, that wasted lots of water. And so how it worked was you had a system of pulleys essentially with two caissons or sort of containers that the canal barge would steer into, and then it would be lifted up on a little trackway system to the top of the hill, and another caisson with another barge on presumably would go down in a pulley system essentially. And this was the prototype built before the construction of the real one at Foxton Locks in 1899, I think. So a really, really interesting bit of relatively late recent archaeology that we would have never been able to identify without the help of volunteers. Going back in time a little bit, some of the fantastic stuff coming out of the LiDAR. Lovely stripy areas here. This is up in Buckinghamshire, just off the north edge of the Chilterns Escarpment. Fantastic ridge and furrow, so medieval ploughing, kind of stuff coming out of the data, next to great big water treatment plant. There, so modern archaeology and medieval archaeology. Some other fantastic sites. These are down in Oxfordshire. If everyone can make out these interesting sort of rectangles in the landscape, these are enclosures, ditched enclosures, and we think from their morphology that these are probably either late Iron Age or Roman in date, so probably late Iron Age rural settlement farmsteads essentially. We're working with a local society, SOAG, South Oxfordshire Archaeology Group. They're running a project looking at the whole of Goring Heath Parish here, and they will be getting out hopefully once pandemic allows and pending discussions with landowners, etc., to investigate some of these sites a bit more fully that have never been recorded before, have been found completely from scratch with the LiDAR data. And then a site, I'm sure Nigel may well mention this shortly, one that Nigel was heavily involved in finding and assessing. Coming through the middle of here is Hodgemore Woods in Buckinghamshire. That little white stripe down the middle there is the line of a length of Roman road that we had no idea was here in the Chilterns beforehand, and probably the line of the Silchester to Verulamium Roman road. So a really major Roman road that until this project, the line of that road was mapped several kilometres further to the southeast. So it's been fantastic to get volunteers in here finding this stuff and really helping us to write new stories about the landscape of the Chilterns. Just to finish with the really exciting one, the one that we sort of dreamt of but had never hoped that we really would find. We have indeed found a new Iron Age hill fort in the Chilterns as well, with the help of our citizen scientists. Unfortunately, we can't say very much about where it is because we're still working with the landowner to ensure it gets protected, etc. But really, really exciting, something new. You'd never have thought in a landscape that's a sort of walked in and farmed and as busy as the Chilterns, that something quite so significant would have gone hidden until now, until the LiDAR came along and really helped us unravel that story. So just to finish, there's still plenty of time to get involved, so please do come and join the fun. The website to register on is chilternsbeacons.org. I think this will be emailed out after the conference has ended, but just there, chilternsbeacons.org. You just have to register. There's tutorials on there in sort of how to read the data, how to start to try and identify features as a forum, so you can discuss with other people who are looking at data, you know, ideas about what things might be. As in using a blog that I occasionally update, and then the data is there under the Citizen Science portal. Got our mailing list on the Chilterns AONB website, and I run regular workshops, training sessions, talks, and our mapathons where we all get together and just discuss the LiDAR data, discuss any interesting sites that have been coming up. So please do come and join in if this is the kind of thing that you'd be interested in. But thanks very much for listening, and I'll hand myself back to Wendy now.
Hi Ed, thanks for that. That was absolutely fantastic. As you can probably all tell, Ed's the brains behind this outfit. He gets to do all the fun stuff, all the online engagement since lockdown. And as he says, yes, it's a fantastic opportunity to understand a bit more about the unknown archaeology of the Chilterns. There's stuff coming out all the time. And what that's doing is helping us contextualize the landscape that the hill fort set in. Ed showed you some of those enclosures. I mean, those are very likely to be late Iron Age, early Roman settlement enclosures. We've seen late prehistoric field systems, which tell us that the old narrative that the Chilterns was sort of this thinly settled space in later prehistory probably isn't true. So it's very exciting to be able to work with citizen scientists to uncover more of the past of an entire landscape and tell new stories about it. So we really are grateful for the citizen science input. We're going to move on from Beacons of the Past now to another fantastic heritage project, again, hosted by the Conservation Board and funded by the National Lottery Heritage Fund. This is run by my colleague, Sam Johansson. And Sam's going to talk to us about a variety of sort of really sub-projects, but other projects that are under the aegis of the Chalk Cherries and Chairs Landscape Partnership Scheme. Sam?
Hello. Is that working? I hope you can hear me. It sounds like you can. So share my screen. Yes, I hope you can all see that. I am the Heritage Officer for the Chalk Cherries Chairs Landscape Partnership. So the heritage stream comprises about 6 projects. There's a couple that almost fall into it and some that kind of work alongside it. And they can kind of be broken down into 2 main themes, and both themes are engaging with citizen scientists, and the citizen scientists are kind of crucial to their running. So we've got social history, which is kind of looking at the written record, but also oral histories and things like that. And then landscape archaeology, so looking more, one of them's looking more at the people, one of them's looking more at the landscape itself. And yeah, they are crucially reliant upon our volunteers. We've got Woodlanders Lives and Landscapes, which is the kind of key social history project at the moment that's running, and that's really focused on the written record and the oral record that we've got of the people living in the Chilterns over the last couple of 100 years, particularly those that are working in the chair making industry and the straw plaiting industries and the other small industries like timber beading. Those people who weren't working on the farms but were making their money in other ways. And that, again, like Ed has been saying, it's entirely reliant upon people who know stuff. I personally can't write the whole project myself. Helena, who is running this project for me, is brilliant, but it's not a one-person project. So we've got this fantastic group that have managed throughout lockdown to be really working on everything they'd already got and digging into the written records that you've got in things like the censuses to really start to understand the families that were involved, because it wasn't just one person. We're not kind of looking at the history of one man or one woman. It's a whole family industry, and it's really nice to be uncovering those stories. And that's produced some really nice video and some really nice written pieces so far. So we're really hopeful that in the next couple of years we'll get to do the other side of the project, which is to collect some oral histories, to interview the people who are still knowledgeable about this, because we still do have people alive who remember these industries when they were high and flourishing. So yes, that is social history, and the other kind of broad theme is landscape archaeology, and that is looking at the landscape. If you look down in that bottom right corner, you'll see there's a small map there that's kind of showing a bit of what's going on, but basically we're looking at Grimsditch is the kind of key big one in terms of earthwork. And then there's another project that's even larger but more kind of loose, which is looking at historical routeways. And I think if we click again, you'll see a map. This has not got the historical routeways on it because we don't know where they are. That's the kind of key focus of that project. But this map is kind of showing you where our focus is at the moment. So all these circles are what Woodlanders Lives and Landscapes is looking at. So that's the social history. And then you've got the nice sections of Grimsditch there highlighted in dark red. And so again, the Grimsditch is one where we can do the archaeology work, but we can't do it ourselves. We need more people. And so it's a great opportunity for these citizen scientists who might be working on all sorts of other things to come and have a go and get involved in what is one of the more interesting earthworks that's got so many questions and so few answers currently for us to play with. Whilst if you look at that map, I'm sure you could, if you knew where a sunken lane was, you could point me out a sunken lane, but I personally don't know where they are. So we're incredibly lucky to have the Beacons of the Past project and the LiDAR that they've produced to kind of model this Roots to the Past project on, to look at how they've run things and kind of build on that. Because though we can kind of look at the LiDAR and say, yes, there's one, there's another, this one was there, it takes people who live here and walk here to really let us know what they can tell us about this. So I did a walk yesterday in which several stories that I would never have found out came up about some of the sunken lanes around Coombe Hill, that had I not met these people to take them around this place, I wouldn't know. And no one else will know unless they get shared. So the aim of that project is really to try and get those stories that are in kind of the current public mind, but not publicly available, somewhere that everyone can look at them and everyone can start to work out where the best sunken lanes are. We could have a competition and all sorts of things to try and work out who's got the best, who's the most interested. And there's one other project which is kind of a little bit of citizen science, but also just that trying to engage public in really caring for the landscape again, which is focused on the River Wye. And there's a whole element to that, which is we can do some digging and really understand the history of the Wye as an industrial river, but it's got this huge potential also for us to really connect back to the environmental side of the Wye and try and repair some of the damage that's happened by it being dug into the ground in Wickham and really disappearing from the main stream of thought. But yes, I just would like to say thank you to all the people who are currently involved, and the fact that we've still got 3 and a bit years to do more investigation means that we will really have a lot of opportunity to learn even more than we currently know. And I think that's about it, really. Pause.
Okay, thanks for that, Sam. So yes, you can see there are some significant overlaps between the application of LiDAR data and getting citizen scientists involved, but Sam's projects are also delving into social history and really getting to grips with the lived-in landscape of the Chilterns. So there's a lot of potential for that project, whereas we at Beacons of the Past are winding down into our final year. Sam and the Chalk Chairs and Chairs Landscape Partnership, they've got several years in front of them. So for any of people listening that are Beacons of the Past volunteers, when you've lost us, I hope you'll roll over to Sam's projects and continue to hone those citizen science skills that you have acquired working with us, and for which we are very grateful. And among those citizen scientists, who I know is already involved in both projects and many more besides, is Nigel Rothwell, who's going to talk to us now a bit about his experience with citizen science. Over to you, Nigel. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Wendy. And that makes me a little bit sad, actually, to hear that we're into the last year of the Beacons of the Past project. Anyway, good afternoon, and thank you to the Chilterns Conservation Board for hosting this event. I'm going to give you a break from slides for a few minutes and mostly talk about my involvement as a citizen in the Citizen Science LiDAR project and perhaps flesh out some of the reasons, Ed, for making this a citizens project. So, of course, my thanks need to go to Wendy and Ed for having been such great stewards of the beacons of the past. And, of course, enough to invite me to share some of my personal perspectives. And thanks also to Sam, as we've heard, these projects are very much interlinked. Now, the concept of citizen science, as we've been hearing today, encompasses a pretty broad and diverse range of topics. And I'm probably going to broaden that a little. For the LiDAR project, the citizen element opens up the world of landscape archaeology for anyone to access and to dabble in. Hold an existing passion or whether or not the subject is new to you. Being publicly accessible, this enables what otherwise might have been considered to be an elitist subject matter to be much more democratic and inclusive. That seems to be particularly apt in the context of heritage projects, as our heritage is a consequence of the contributions of people and their legacy in our landscape and our cultural history. Understanding that legacy is often hampered by lack of hard factual evidence and is open to interpretation. So projects such as these, through enabling what we might consider to be something of the wisdom of the crowds, can facilitate a more insightful and collective contribution. This element here is the use of the laser scanning technology together with the geospatial integration, in the service of archaeological and landscape investigation, combining that with the archival documentary sources. So whilst we might be applying scientific study and recording of observations, we also need to be aware that the science label can, and Chris Packham alluded to this morning, can be a bit intimidating and risk putting people off, which is quite unfortunate, as these kinds of public engagement projects rarely require any specialist knowledge. And non-scientists, might be surprised to hear that science itself is rarely objective. There's scope for all of us to participate and hold a view, and there is a great opportunity to use these projects for something of the subconscious or subliminal education of the science and the world all around us. So the acquisition of LiDAR data, for instance, is founded on the science of optics. Fortunately, though, in order to participate in this LiDAR project, citizen scientists needs only to be able to interpret a grayscale and to recognize patterns, simple as, really. So what we are really doing here is creating in making observations under the guidance of the professionals and making an initial attempt at interpretation. My own background is in geology, and I started my involvement in citizen science through simply image-based projects on the internet. So I've investigated things like the presence of fossil bones on lake shores in Africa. I've mapped ejector fans from impacts on the surface of Mars, and I've hunted asteroids. And much of this is simply about pattern recognition. So from there, it's only a small step, or was only a small step for me to look at bacterial growth on Petri dishes, count penguin poo in the Antarctic, and perhaps a spoiler alert there. Satellite images show there to be many more emperor penguin colonies than had previously been thought. Then there's also projects that transcribe burial records of World War I soldiers, of criminals deported to Australia, and all of this is available from the comfort of your own armchair. I think it was Megan who noted this morning that there's a thing for everybody. And hopefully, actually, when I think about it, thinking about everybody, hopefully we've all signed up for the Zoe King's College COVID-19 science, where we, the citizens, are the data. And I've particularly enjoyed those projects that are cross-disciplinary in nature. One launched earlier this month aims to investigate the historical relationships between humans and the natural world. It's run by the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam. It's on Zooniverse. It aims to categorize animal and plant species in the museum's art collection. So there in one project, you've got zoology, botany, and art history. And of course, I probably ought to mention that other science platforms are, of course, available. But when I think about my involvement in those projects, those sort of mass participation projects, if you like, on the internet, my own effort has often been quite transitory. When a new project's been launched, it's engaged my curiosity. I may log on a few times and participate a little bit, record a few observations. But then my interest wanes because there's not an awful lot of reward beyond that of satisfying that initial curiosity. And I think in large part it's because many of these projects, the citizen scientist is just adding processing power, and sometimes quite literally, because you're enabling the training of an artificial intelligence neural network of some sort to do the job. And my experience of the Beacons of the Past project is really quite different. And as Ed has said, it's probably quite unique in the sphere of citizen science. There have been other less ambitious LiDAR projects, North Pennines, South Downs, one quite recently launched in the Weald of Kent, but there's been nothing to any of our knowledge, I think, that's combined the scale of this project with the scope of its knowledge sharing and outreach aims. And so to illustrate this, I thought it might be useful just to contrast a little. So I'll first highlight some of the similarities between the LiDAR project and other internet-based citizens projects. So perhaps most obviously, as citizen science, it's open to all. And therefore, like most projects, it doesn't require any prior knowledge or expertise, but an interest, a curious mind, observational and pattern recognition skills, very helpful. A computer and some spare time are necessary. And like most projects, it's aimed at sifting through this massive amount of data that Wendy's talked about, recording observations, processing large volumes of material to allow others, more knowledgeable individuals, to focus on what is gradually being kind of honed down to become a screened and high-graded data set. For most of the internet-based projects that are available, that involvement can be fairly passive. You know, citizen scientist looks at an image, makes a mouse click or two, moves on to the next one. And each of them, it's quite a lonesome and individual endeavor with little opportunity for interaction other than perhaps through a chat box to raise a question or a few queries. I mean, those projects, they're convenient and accessible, but they don't provide very much by way of feedback. The reward perhaps there then comes from involved in somebody else's research project. You've learned something new and you spent a few minutes stuck in the supermarket queue or waiting for the bus or the train, if you can remember. Not simply just clearing Twitter feed, but actually making a contribution to progressing human knowledge. But the LiDAR project's very different. People to the projects, I would guess, is local curiosity, an interest in the Chilterns. Michael Pocock talked this morning about the importance of sense of place. Perhaps individuals come with some particular historical or landscape interest. And I guess, you know, much of that applies to the audience here today. As Ed has said, you know, we've had some international participants, and I did notice that somebody joined from Connecticut last week. And they perhaps are interested in the archaeology or maybe the opportunity to work with the world-class LiDAR data. The LiDAR project then is accessible, and therefore it's democratic. So a range of people volunteering their time to the project, and I met them both virtually and in the real world, from students to a range of diverse professionals and retirees to farm labourers. And I help run a young archaeologist club here in the Chilterns, and we've used both the project website, Ed and Wendy's support to introduce this as a topic to a younger age group. And they're typically aged between about 8 and 14. So we've introduced the science of LiDAR and used it to support the work that we're doing on teaching them and getting them involved in understanding the wealth of heritage in the landscape around us. And actually, we found the youngsters to be brilliant at this. They've got really powerful observational skills and are quite quick to work out how to interpret the data. And I know that's just one of the many community outreach opportunities that the project has facilitated. Ed and Wendy spent a lot of their time talking with local community-based groups. So the LiDAR project then, whilst fundamentally requiring pattern recognition skills, does require a bit more commitment. The citizen scientist needs to register and access a website, need to invest in some basic learning, but the tools are all there. Be prepared to make a few more mouse clicks to digitize a feature, to record some text associated with that observation. But then for anybody keen enough, you might want to do your own bit of research, consult and cross-reference some of the other documentary sources that are available in the public domain. And distinctively, the project offers scope for much greater collaboration. Ed's talked about the contribution of individuals' knowledge and their insight, actually engaging with a community of practitioners in online workshops to really influence the interpretation and the documentation, and for obtaining feedback on what we've been doing. So this is not just contributing to building an anonymous database, but it's actually providing some real feedback to the participants, which in itself is its own reward. And then for those wanting to deepen their involvement even further, there's the opportunity for more research, making a direct material contribution to the knowledge base, the opportunity to be part of the team of reviewers that Ed had mentioned, looking at screening and validating the citizen scientist contributions. So this is an effort that isn't just a preserve of a handful of professionals, but actually, if you've got a keen interest in the landscape, you yourself can get involved in the reviewing stage as well. And then there's the opportunity, given the richness of what we're finding in the landscape, opportunity to get involved in further spin-off research projects. Wendy said the funding for this runs out in a year or so's time, but actually to be there forever. And hopefully there'll be lots of opportunity out into the future for people to really pull this apart. So Ed mentioned, for instance, I've been looking at Roman roads quite recently, particularly spurred on by that stunning example that we've seen across a stretch of ancient woodland there. But I've actually taken that further, and I've been trying to trace out all the Roman roads and the routeways across the area, automatically working through the existing evidence base, and then using the LiDAR to confirm and to qualify and to improve our understanding of those. So whether it's participation in the project at the database entry level or at the next level review stage, then the project offers substantially more reward than a typical internet-based citizen science project. And therefore, it's perhaps no surprise that the involvement with interpretation of the online data has fostered something of a community spirit. So we've seen that enhanced communication and engagement across both lay contributors and also the more learned groups of local archaeological and historical societies, as well as my group of young archaeologists and other educators. And more than once it's been mentioned today that during this extraordinary year, when 19 has restricted the movements of us all, involvement in this project and the online communities has also provided an additional and much welcome focal point and a mental health boost. And again, that was something that that speakers this morning mentioned. Dimensions beyond a more conventional citizen science project. And these initiatives that Ed and Wendy have been driving support ongoing contributor engagement. If you like, they sort of foster an element of stickiness and commitment. So as well as Ed running regular fortnightly or monthly mapathons, these are sort of online meetups, if you like, to foster the exchange of ideas and discussion of problems. He's also held skills training workshops, and he mentioned earlier field sessions and practical work groups when we were able to do that pre-lockdown. And those things have included skills development in surveying, ground truthing observation, as well as helping with site cleanup and restoration. And I'm pretty sure there's no coincidence then that there's strong cross-participation in these heritage projects. Participants in one project being motivated to show up and participate in others. in many respects, then reward begets reward. And that brings me to something Chris talked about this morning, and that's the question of motivation. Your place and these heritage projects in particular. Most people will probably say that they value the opportunity to make a contribution in some small way to furthering the science and advancing the knowledge, particularly where that relates to the community and the landscape within which they live. With heritage projects, there's also a thrill to be gained from what you might consider to be the chase, almost the Sherlock Holmesian investigation and analysis, pursuing the other strands of information that are available in the public domain, pulling together an interpretation that no one else has made, and by so doing, influence the experts, and perhaps discover something new. Along with that comes learning and self-development, the sense of achievement, and I think it's a privilege of participating in something useful and important. And I'm not going to ignore here the convenience that citizen science projects offers. Precisely how much of your time you volunteer and over when you choose to do so. And perhaps one final observation then. The more vested in any project, but particularly I think in this LiDAR project, the more and addictive it becomes. But I don't think many of us would be participating to the extent that we have done if we didn't also find it to be immense fun. More than one participant has noted on numerous times. It's a very enjoyable and constructive way to waste a bit of time. A lot of the LiDAR data to be interpreted. And when we look ahead, think about the long winter days coming up, probably another coronavirus lockdown ahead of us. Please do help us get stuck in. And on that note, I'll finish and hand back to Wendy. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for that, Nigel. That was a fantastic synopsis of the project and your involvement, and a really nice assessment of all the different bits of the project that have appealed to you and obviously to many others. I would like to say that I did not pay Nigel at all for that massive endorsement for our project. It's been a pleasure to deliver the project, and of course we look forward to the next year as well. But it's really nice to hear that it's got that strength of legacy behind it as well, and that there are people that have learned skills that will go on to do other things with their citizen science skills and carry on the investigative work understanding this landscape, which is absolutely amazing. Thank you very much for that, Nigel. I think we have a few minutes left, and I think Nick has queued up a couple of questions that have been submitted. So let's see which one of us lucky panelists get to answer it.
Yeah, thanks, Wendy. So if I address them, and you can choose where it's best to steer them. So a number of questions coming through, quite a bit around the LiDAR and how genuinely groundbreaking the LiDAR work is. And I think grouping a couple of questions together about where do you see it going in the future? I mean, it sounds like your citizen science work is really uncovering all kinds of various bits. It feels like we haven't really scratched the surface. Where do you see it going in the future?
That's a really good question. Apart from the fact that LiDAR isn't groundbreaking at all, it just bounces off the surface. So yes, it is a lot of information that we've recovered. It raises more questions than it answers, and that's really a good thing. What we are hoping is that even though this project ends, a lot of the local groups that Ed mentioned, such as the SOAG, and we're working with groups in Marlow and in Berkshire, if we can inspire them to take on pieces of research based on the data, then that's part of the legacy and the usefulness of that data going forward. We're looking at a variety of different avenues for seeking out funding for spin-off projects, if you like, because it does seem to be a shame to have this massive body of data and not be able to, I suppose the word is exploit, but to build upon it and to really increase our knowledge further. So although the remit of this project is to understand our hill forts and their contextual place in the landscape, it's obvious that there, as Ed pointed out, multi-period opportunities to do further investigation. So that's kind of where we see it going. We see it being picked up hopefully by interested research students, university projects, somebody who would love to fund Ed and I to do more. But Ed, would you like to comment any more on that, or?
I think just to add that another key use of the data is it's going to be archived with the local historic environment records, the HERs, who are kind of these key custodians of all the data of archaeology across our counties, that mean it's not only accessible to the public and to researchers, but it also gets taken into consideration with regard to planning decisions, so that we can try and make sure that our archaeology gets protected as well as it can as well.
Fantastic.
And the question, I guess, is probably directed more towards Sam, if that's okay, Sam, on this one. Quite a bit of conversation around Grimstitch and the project around the mystery of Grimstitch, but what's your hunch? What's your hypothesis? People are kind of asking what we think.
Okay.
What's our kind of starting thinking about why Grimstitch is there and what it does?
So there's several questions. One of the big ones is it all one thing? Are the sections within Central Chilterns all one thing? How old is it? What was it for? Those are probably the three big questions, and it would be nice to almost answer one of them. My current aim, and I think the leading aim of the project right now, is to try and look at that funny little tiny bit that's sitting in between the two long continuous sections. I want to understand why there's quite such a big gap, and if we can either prove that that gap is actually a gap and that funny little bit is not the same as the rest of it, that might allow us to then think of it as two separate sections of two separate earthworks that, instead of running all the way along the Chilterns, run along the tops of some valleys. If actually it turns out, oh no, you can really trace it really well, we've got the LiDAR data, which makes it even easier to look at some of this, but we're going to have to do some boots on the ground survey work as well. So that's kind of the first step, is going to be in that valley, which has also got the HS2 running through it. So there'll be some work done on that section, but we're hoping to look at the environment around that section to look and see if we can see it continuing. Because yes, I would personally quite like to prove to myself that it's two separate things rather than one massive one. That's my thinking. Anyway, we'll see. I'm sure Wendy and Ed have opinions as well. It's all linear earthworks. We see lots of linear earthworks in the Chilterns, and I think there's a whole project that could be done to look at more than just Grimstitch. We don't have to just look at the ones that are named. Yeah.
I'm not exactly Andrew Mara. I've not drawn you into anything there, but no, thanks, Sam. And I guess one last question, which I think leads nicely into the closing session of the day, really. We're about to talk about how young people get involved and how they've got involved, I guess, primarily with citizen science from a wildlife perspective. But how's the world look for young people getting into more heritage sectors? How would a 15, 16-year-old who really wants to get in, what would be your kind of top tips to get involved in some more heritage projects?
Right, well, we have had a lot of interest from younger people back when we could still have our pop-up prehistories and open days. We had a lot of sort of interaction with not specifically that older age group as well, but also younger children, Key Stage 1 and 2 as well. And Ed and I have developed a series of educational programs that go into the schools and introduce archaeology quite early on. We're hoping to make a lot of those more virtual and online because of obvious reasons. I think the idea is, and as Nigel will know, because working with the young archaeologists, get them while they're young, get them excited, make them realize prehistory isn't really dull. It can't all be knights in the medieval period and Romans crashing about. So we want to get people interested in prehistory as well. It's about making the past real and connecting to young people's lives. So it's not just saying, look, this is stuff that happened 2,000 years ago and you have to learn about it because you have to appreciate it. It's more saying that 2,000 years ago, there was a little boy or a little girl working here and grinding flour and making bread. And you have to think about what you eat as well, don't you? And thinking about where you lived and where they lived and making that human connection. So I think you start young there by educating about history and archaeology and embedding it in the landscape, like projects like this do, make you feel the lived experience, that human experience, that we're all just part of another link in that chain. So it's really about education and access, really. And we have had a lot of young people involved in the project already, even on some of our excavations. Some of Nigel's YAC people, Young Archaeologists Club people, have come and excavated with us back when we could still excavate. So yeah, I think the future is very bright, really.
Good stuff. Thank you, Wendy. If you're happy there are probably one or two other questions, but in terms of time, if you're happy to maybe wrap up and
yep, that's no problem at all.
Brilliant, great session.
Any questions that didn't get answered, we're quite happy to answer and have posted on the website. And I'd like to just thank all the speakers. Thanks very much for all of that, especially Nigel for that rousing endorsement. Your check is in the post. Thank you very much.
Great stuff. Thanks again, Wendy, and thanks Nigel and Sam for your session there. Yeah, we said a wide and varied program at the beginning of the day, and that's what it's proving to be, really. But inspiration, the breadth of opportunities are just huge, and the impact that this kind of work brings is fantastic. So thanks, guys, for your session there. So moving us on again to the last session of the day, and arguably, probably not arguably, actually, probably the most important session of the day, given that we're kind of wanting to, well, in 10, 15 years' time, who's going to pick up the mantle? Who's going to be out doing the bird surveys or the LiDAR work when the likes of myself and others have kind of hung up binoculars, really? So I really want to move into a session that John Shaw from Chilterns Rangers is going to chair for us. And John, thank you for your time here. If you don't know the Chilterns Rangers, definitely suggest looking them up. Inspirational organisation, doing some great work with young people with disadvantaged groups, getting them into conservation. And I think, Arjun, you mentioned this morning, the best way to get young people involved is to get them involved. Well, John and the work of Chilterns Rangers are doing exactly that. That's pretty much their stock in trade. So John, I'll hand over to you to introduce yourself and the session, but you've got an inspiring group of young people with you for the next hour. I hope you enjoy it. John, over to you.
Hello there, and thanks very much for that endorsement and introduction, Nick. Very kind indeed. Yeah, I'd just like to welcome you all and to the panel of young people in front of me. We've been having a chat in the lead up to this to really try and understand some of the drivers for these young people to get involved in conservation. And it's quite an interesting mix of people we've got. Now, just so that you understand that they're not all from the Chilterns, they're from around the country, some of them, some are local as well, but they've all got different interests and are getting involved in lots of different ways. I'm just going to bore you, talk to you quickly a bit about me and what I do here at Chilterns Rangers, and how I also got involved in this thing in the first place. How on earth does one forge a career in the conservation sector? It's not necessarily straightforward, but it can be done. We've got to really seriously address this. We've heard from, frankly, the master himself, Chris Packham, in terms of engagement. 59, very surprised at his age, although when you think about it, at my age, and he was my Really Wild Show sort of guru back in the day, so perhaps I shouldn't be so surprised, but nearly 60 is quite impressive. He alluded to it. A few other speakers have done throughout the day. We've got a gap. We need more people. We need young people at the bottom of the chain to come up through to be the new naturalists, the new scientists, to engage other people, because it's really important that we pass the mic, to use a commonly used phrase. There's no point older people like me trying to directly get young people engaged. We need them to help each other. So there's lots of what we call peer-to-peer mentoring going to happen and that need to happen to basically get people going, to get people infused. We'll all be aware of Greta and her fantastic work. Start off as one person sitting down in a square in Sweden, not the warmest place to sit down with a placard. Fast forward 2 years, and there are millions of young people around the world getting engaged in these kinds of things to raise the profile. So the appetite and the interest undoubtedly is there. This morning, Megan alluded to one of the problems that young people face, and we'll come back to that a little bit later in terms of how we actually get people involved. So we'll think about that throughout this. If there's questions, you can pop them up and we'll try and pick those up as we go. So just a very quick overview of me. We founded Chilterns Rangers in 2013, so 7 years ago. And as Nick said, we basically exist, as it says, to get communities engaged in the environment through conservation. In that order, we're quite particular, because without the communities, the conservation stuff doesn't happen. We need to mobilize people in lots of different ways, and we try as many different ways to do that as we possibly can. So what we want to do is to give people that platform, take over the platform of talking about things to actually doing stuff, getting out there and getting hands-on. I started off but being fascinated, as I explained to the panel, when I was at primary school, and a chap, can't remember his name, I'm afraid, brought in a fox and a barn owl to assembly, not at the same time, to be clear, but to see the wildlife as such, they were rescued, but to see them in the flesh opened my eyes and just lit a fire in me that has burned ever since. I was also very lucky. I lived in Tyler's Green near High Wycombe, here in the centre of the Chilterns. Me and my family grew up running around in Common Wood, particularly in the autumn and winter. Summer was reserved for cricket, naturally enough. But this hands-on experience, I think, is really quite important, and something that might come out as a thread. Let's see as we go along. So that's what I did. And what I do now is I run this small social enterprise that hopefully gets lots of people engaged practically in hands-on stuff, which is really, really important, but also giving people the platform to do some stuff in terms of the citizen science. And I'm a massive fan of iRecord app, and I used it, I actually used it this morning whilst listening to some of the speakers, putting some of the recordings in from my session on Thursday, because I hadn't had the time. It's part of the beauty of using tech, that we can do all this stuff and record everything. So that's sort of what I use, The iRecord is brilliant, because whether you're a beginner and you just want to track the robin in your garden or the holly blue that you see, either of those things are equally as important as a rare vagrant bird that you might see on your local patch as you watch that, perhaps. So those are the sort of things that we're going to be looking to talk about. So I want to sort of run through a few different parts to the panel. We're going to start now. I'm just going to pick a few of them at random and work through. And I want them to start by explaining what they do, how they've sort of been introduced into conservation and citizen science. And we're going to make a start with Maya.
Hi everyone, my name's Maya. I'm an 18-year-old birder, wildlife photographer and all-round nature lover. So I started when I was about 8 years old. I actually started by watching Spring Watch. So I saw that on the TV, saw Chris Packham and all presenters like that. And it sort of really engaged me. And I started going out to my local parks, went to my local nature reserve and picked up a camera. Started photographing the birds that were coming down. So I used to wait for hours trying to get a good picture of a great spotted woodpecker. And from there, it's sort of grown. Especially over lockdown, I've really sort of broadened my knowledge. So getting into all types of nature, like dragonflies, butterflies. I'm also a trainee bird ringer. I have been for the last 5 or so years. And I'm a garden birdwatch survey ambassador for the BTO.
Lovely stuff. Thanks, Maya. It's a lovely broad breadth of things. And I think that's one of the important things as well, that, you don't have to do one thing. You can sort of touch on different things throughout the year. So that's good stuff. I'm going to move on now. Magnus, can you tell us a little bit about your story, please?
Yeah, so I just started, I had a sort of general interest in nature from when I was quite young. And I just went on one day to an RSPAB event at Farnham Heath, actually, which is Puller Pine. So I just thought, oh yeah, I'll get a Christmas tree out of this and this will be fun. But it really sort of sparked my enthusiasm with nature, and actually getting to talk to the wardens there got me on Sunday work parties, which I've been doing now for the past probably 4 years. And it's really sort of just having someone there on the work parties go, what's this, in my lunch break, if I go out and just see what's on the reserve. And that really progressed my sort of love for nature.
It's really interesting to hear you talk about that. I think that's one of the things that as a sector we need to really focus on, in so much as your first way in was actually through an organised event. In this case, it was an RSPB event. And I think that lots more events where people are encouraged to rock up and take part, that's their first step on the pathway. But obviously what we've got to do is to make that really widely understood and known. And one of the sort of perpetual challenges, frankly, is actually how do we get the message out? So that's something we'll think about whilst we go through, the remaining part of this section, is how do we get our message across into the ears of the people who we really want to see out there, and how do we make sessions like the Puller Pine available and work. That's great stuff. Cheers, Magnus. Okay, I'm going to ask for one final question of Charlie. Charlie, can you tell us a bit more about the sort of the citizen science side of your story as well, and what you monitor and look after at the moment, please?
Yeah, so I'm Charlie, I'm 17 and live in Wiltshire, just south of Salisbury Plain. Generally, I get involved in the BTO's webs, so Wetland Bird Survey and BBS, the British Bird Survey. I also use eBird regularly quite a lot, and then also help out the Grey Bustard project on Salisbury Plain as well.
And I think having fantastic, big reintroduction programs like the Bustard project, it must be quite a cool thing to be involved with.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a really well recognised, nationally known reintroduction project, and it's quite nice. People asking me about it when I go out birding beyond the county, etc., asking how they're doing and whatnot.
I think that's really important. It's that whole, no matter how old you are, your knowledge and the work that you do as a volunteer or whatever, it really has great value, and that's to be recognised, and to be able to impart your knowledge and your experience and frankly the passion for those birds and your patch onto others is really important. So
John, you've somehow put yourself on mute.
Sorry, that's better. Clang, technical error. For the next part, thanks very much, Charlie. For the next part, we'd like to really think about how you individually got started. We've already alluded to Spring Watch, things like that being an important part. But I'm going to go across to Finley now. Finley, can you just tell us how you got started, what or maybe who helped you get along on those first few steps?
And Finley, I think you're muted, Finley. Yeah.
So quite similar to Magnus, actually. I have always been interested in nature, but what really sparked it is going along to an RSPB work party at Hazley Heath, which I started for my D.V. actually. And just since I started that, it's really sparked my interest in birds and all wildlife. I remember like one particular work party, the warden came up to me and he was like, "Can you see if you can record some more insects for the reserve?" And I got completely stuck into that, and I haven't stopped since, really.
So I think that's one of the things that we need to all take away as well, if we work in the sector, is to not be afraid to ask those questions, because often people there are interested in some way, shape or form. And maybe actually if we just ask that question, can you just, and then empower you, if you like, give you permission to go off and look at stuff, that might be the open door you need. Would that be fair?
Definitely, yeah. Since I've been into all this entomology stuff, I've asked so many people so many questions, and it must get pretty annoying, but I've never had anybody not answer something. They're always willing to help and to give you advice and tips.
And I think you're starting to get into sort of some of the characteristics of the people who care, because they care that you care. That's brilliant. They also care about their subject and their speciality. And I think we all recognise that we need people to kind of come and take the baton from us and carry it on. Also, we all like to explain the differences and the subtleties, and because somebody would have taught us. It's really important, that sort of mentoring or guidance, whatever it might be. It doesn't have to be a formal mentoring program. It can just be somebody who knows. One of my go-tos is well, I've got a couple, to be honest. I've got Martin Harvey, who spoke earlier on all things tiny, Nick Bowles on the butterflies, and Paul Watts on all things birds. So you've got lots of different go-to people to answer your questions. I think it's really important that we all make better use of that. And if we have that knowledge, it's time to really make sure we give that back, I think.
Yeah, definitely. As I said, everybody is willing to help. So just go up and ask these questions and you'll be amazed by what you find out.
That's smashing. Cheers. Thanks very much. Okay, I'd like to ask the same thing to you, Ruben. Ruben, I know you're very much into plants, which we've not talked so much about in this section. So if you'd like to take it away, please.
Okay, so I originally got into all this through birds, as most people. It was, I suppose I started maybe age 8 or maybe a bit earlier. But I kind of got into birds through looking at kind of picture books, essentially. I would go around my grandparents, I would see the kind of dazzling illustrations in all these old 50s and 60s bird books, and it was exactly the same with gardening books. So I sort of grew to realise how much there was out there. I guess maybe this was a bit earlier than 6. It was a sort of natural progression from dinosaurs. But yeah, so I realised I really wanted to get out and start looking at these, kind of working out how they correspond to what I'd kind of read about. And yeah, through family, I've got, I mean, not the most opportunities, but thankfully I live in a really good area, sort of South Norfolk. So I've got so many habitats near me.
A real hotspot.
Yeah, I've always been able to kind of get out and start recognising what I see.
So at that point, that getting out bit, was that with family and friends, or was that on your own? How did that actually physically happen?
So through family, I'd always kind of been outside.
Yeah.
I'd always been on walks, but then I think by myself, I'd got enough independence that I could just go for walks around the village and find things. But it took me going to specific events to join organisations. It was a completely kind of insular thing at first.
And I think that's fair enough as well. You need that insular sort of interest to build and then eventually get that confidence to take that first step. But then when you do, it's really important that when you go to these events, as the other two have alluded to already, that there's that really friendly welcome and that people then can see that there's a young person, and let's really make sure that we engage and look after them, give them something to take away, in one way, shape or form. That's great. Okay. So on to the same question, I'm going to ask a voice we've already heard this morning, but Arjen Dutter, can you just give us a little bit of information about your starting points into what you do?
So yeah, hi everyone. Like Ruben was saying about dinosaurs, that was actually oddly my starting point as well, when my mum got fed up with me there and shifted me into birds through Big Garden Birdwatch. But after that, I would say my journey into conservation started through the National Trust, like Finley with Duke of Edinburgh. And I think that's a really good way to almost promote nature for young people, because everyone has to get involved with volunteering as part of it. And there are so many opportunities for volunteering in the natural world because of local parks or nature reserves that need volunteers to essentially run. So in a way, that was how I got started. And through that, I got opportunities to get involved with things like fire blitzes or big wetland bird surveys across the year. And as well as that, every time I go there, I'll be doing an eBird checklist and also sound recording, which is something that I've got into this year. And yeah, there are so many different ways, but I guess reaching out is often the difficult part. And through the National Trust, I got quite lucky because the Young Ranger scheme I'm part of, there's only 5 of across the country, which means it's not easy. You can just rely on luck on where you live, essentially.
I think that's one of the big challenges that underpins a lot of the discussion that we've had today in this forum, but also throughout the day. And massively, funding and resources are an issue. Without question, every single organisation that we've all talked about would love to put this on more, but there is this massive financial pressure, which has been obviously increased from COVID. But as we look to build back beyond that, I think this is where we have to really start to think about how we invest in programs of events to actually get people out to work with schools and all those kinds of things. Nothing wrong with doing the dinosaurs either, of course. So just picking up on what you said there about that Young Ranger scheme at the National Trust, because obviously you live in an urban area. Urban areas are one of those places that can be forgotten, yet there's so many sort of hidden gems within them. We're from High Wycombe here, and we've got loads of small patches of green. How do we get young people to be brave enough and to take those first steps to have a look into those places that are not classic nature reserves?
Well, I think, as I mentioned, Duke of Edinburgh is a very good way to start there, because the idea that volunteering is necessary for that already means people are almost looking for something. And the idea that often what happens, and especially at my school, is that they needed something, so they just went to a shop or a local charity shop, while if they actually did like the thought of nature, overcoming the barrier of it not being cool and things like that is still quite difficult. But I think education is very important in that, in almost showing how important nature can be for future generations. And yeah, just the presentation that it is actually a good thing to do, and the environment is really important.
And I think that's really interesting. The fact that you've touched on it for the first time in terms of we have to admit sometimes that nature can be seen as uncool and a bit geeky, and that's fine, but it's really important as well. So One of the ways I think is good to overcome that is to actually get kids out and hands-on through their schools and things like that. Give them tools, let them have a bow saw and a lopper and all the rest of it, and do certain things, but let them have, dig holes, plant trees. We've really got to empower. We've got to give young people those opportunities, because you'll remember it forever. You won't remember every maths on a Tuesday or English on a Wednesday. You're going to forget that pretty quickly, but you'll never forget when you went out to the place and did the thing with, the wild, environment actually at the core of your day. So I think that's a really fair point. Thanks very much. Final question on that theme, really, just to hear as wide a sort of theme as we can. I'm going to ask Ryan to give us his early experiences. And Ryan, we're going to come back to you because you're a little bit further along the line at the.
Hi, yeah, thanks, John. So I'm Ryan. I'm from Aylesbury. And for me, it all started in my garden, starting looking at the wildlife there, and especially butterflies. And from there, I realised how much wildlife there was in the garden, and that garden wildlife was really important to me, just to be able to walk out the back door and see all sorts of species in an urban area. And from there, I started talking to other people on Twitter, and they discovered they were interested in the wildlife in their garden, and started something called the Garden BioBlitz. And that involved people going out there and finding the wildlife in their garden and just learning about it and realizing how important it was to them in terms of being able to see this wildlife. And I think that has really come through in the lockdown period as well. So it sort of, this interest sort of bumbled along, and I wanted to become a vet like many young people do, and discovered at university though that I didn't want to do that anymore, and that wildlife conservation was really important to me, and especially monitoring wildlife. So I started to, I'd already been recording wildlife in my garden at home, but then got really addicted to it and seeing how many species I could see. And that was 10 years ago now, and have just kept going, and now have recorded over 3,500 species, just going out there and spotting species and contributing to science. So I've now submitted over 40,000 records just by going out there and seeing what I can spot, and anyone can make this this significant contribution. So yeah, and I've now worked in the sector for a wildlife trust, the Beds, Cams and Northants Wildlife Trust, as a monitoring and research officer there, helping people to get involved with wildlife recording. And yeah.
And that's no insignificant amount of records. And I think this is the point that, again, previous speakers have been talking about. It really, and Chris was talking about it this morning with the earthworms, it really can start on our doorstep and then grow as our confidence builds and our knowledge base builds, and we can get further afield in doing those things. That's really, really good stuff. Thank you. So I want to drill down into the stuff that fires you. I'm going to pick back with you there, Ryan. You sort of said that it's addictive. And I think also that there's the whole nature meets tech thing as well now, which, we're all, connected like we are today through technology. There's forums on Twitter, there's, WhatsApp groups and things like that. It's about sharing that knowledge. Maybe just explain to us a little bit more about how that works, particularly in relation to Garden BioBlitz, perhaps.
Yeah, so I think the Garden BioBlitz worked because lots of people were spotting wildlife in their garden and didn't know necessarily what they were seeing. So Twitter really helped there, because they could easily post a photo and other people, wherever they are, can help and instantly tell them not only what the species is they're seeing, but why it's that species and a little bit more about it. So that breaks down this barrier of not necessarily knowing straight away. And the thing I want to point out is that everyone's on this continuous learning curve of, we all are interested in wildlife and no one knows everything. So everyone, don't be afraid to ask those questions, and social media makes it really easy to be able to do that and connect with people that have different various levels of experience.
I think that's really, really important. I think even the great Chris Packham himself was learnt this morning from about the common scotter that he had no idea was coming this far inland because of Arian's not migging, to use the phrase, recording. So again, this is where technology is becoming much more accessible to everybody, and they can record stuff flying over whilst you're asleep. It's perfect, isn't it? I mean, how easy is that to get involved with? Okay, so I haven't spoken to all my panel yet, so I'm very conscious of that and working around the room, as it were. I want to just ask Samuel. Samuel, can you just tell us a little bit about your story, how you've got involved, but particularly who has helped you along the way to get involved as well?
So yes, so my story is quite interesting actually, because when I was younger, I hadn't really left the city very much, or I hadn't really been exposed to wildlife until I was about 7 going on 8. And my great aunt took me out into the countryside and actually helped to inspire my sort of passion for wildlife. And it's something that I've continued to this day. And it's because there were so many new things around that one of the things I remember doing is using this here, which is my old notebook, which has all my sightings from all the way from 2008 all the way through to December 2016 in here. I've just been uploading this all to eBird as well, so it's quite interesting to relive through that. But using that notebook, I was helping with effectively citizen science without knowing it back then, but just through watching the birds on the bird feeder and and doing stuff like that. But moving on 4 or 5 years, I then started volunteering at Rainham Marshes, and there's key individuals there that have helped to inspire me, such as Howard on reception, and helped to keep me involved as well. And also David Walsh, who many of the people on this panel will know as well. When I first met him at the bird camp in 2017, an amazing event to help people like us get involved with wildlife and specifically bird watching. His passion and enthusiasm for the natural world has helped to inspire most of us in this call today. So there's certainly some individuals out there that are helping to bring forward bird watching into the mainframe.
I think this whole sort of concept of mentors and inspirational people in our lives is really important, be that great aunts or people like David or Howard. But don't underestimate the role that you all have in that process, because you are already, partly because of the power of social media, but also for the fact that you're already willing to give back by coming to events like this and speaking openly and candidly, which is brilliant. It will really help to demystify the thing. I think it was it Finley, I think, said it earlier about not being an expert, and Ryan again was talking about this continuous learning curve. It's so important that, because it's ingrained in science, which is the right thing to be at one level, it can be seen as really quite scary, I think, for first time people to actually just get out there in case they get it wrong and they get mocked for it. And again, picking up on what you were saying there, Ryan, about Twitter and the identification of stuff, I think that's a really, really powerful thing. It obviously clearly wasn't around when I was younger. But, I think one of the things that we could actually learn and improve on is when we put our posts up is to actually say, rather than say, saw this today, and then just label it, because sometimes we can put a little barrier in there that because we're assuming a level of knowledge. And sometimes I think that might be, a bit of a barrier in its own right. I wonder what your thoughts on that might be, Megan.
Yeah, definitely. I think it'd be good to help people who don't have maybe the strong as ID knowledge as other people, because there are always going to be people new into the natural world who need that help and who want to reach out. And there are millions of people, there are loads of people on Twitter who'd be more than willing to help. So I know when I first got involved, I didn't originally have Twitter, so all my knowledge came through my parents and watching documentaries like Springwatch and that sort of thing. But after 2017 bird camp, like Sam mentioned, I started up a Twitter account, and every time I sort of didn't understand something or wanted some extra information, I'd go to someone on there and they would always answer me. Like Finley said as well, there's such a support system online now.
And that's a really positive thing to get that message out, I think, again, through forums like this, that the support is there. You're welcome, come in, and learn and come on this exciting adventure with us. Willem, I'm going to come across to you in a sec, because for those of you who don't know, why would you? I haven't told about it yet. His local patch is in Norfolk, and he looks after, or helps to look after, through some of the monitoring and the conservation work he does, one of the fantastic birds, sadly really declining, in that it's the turtle dove. So perhaps you could talk to us a little bit about that.
Hi, I'm Willem and I'm 17. I'm lucky enough to have quite a big garden, and we have a meadow in there. So I've been helping manage the meadow at home, basically. But also with that, I help volunteer at a local wildlife trust. It's called Wheat Fen, and they have swallowtails, that sort of stuff. So I've learned quite a bit from there, and the knowledge they gave me then sort of helped me manage the meadow. So I've been cutting it at least once a year, sort of raking off all of the grass, and so we get flowers such as orchids. We've also let the hedges kind of grow, and I've laid some of the hedges, and this year we luckily had turtle doves. So yes, pretty pleased with that, really.
And I think that's one of the really pleasing things, isn't it? That when you do the work and you cross your fingers and you hope that what you're after actually comes, and when you then see the orchids come up, if it's bee orchids that have come from a bit of disturbance or whatever, then it's really pleasing for you to lay hedges and then get turtle doves. Big hat tip to you.
Yeah, definitely. And anyone can really do it as well. I've learned from even like in the front garden, you should mow every now and again, and stuff always pops up. So you can have the tiniest amount of garden and anything will turn up. We've had like rare butterflies fly into the garden, such as clouded yellow, and they come from Europe as well. So you never know what will turn up. So you should always keep your eyes peeled, really.
I think that's right, and it's part of our ways to well-being, that to take notice, just to take time. It goes back to, again, a common theme through today, that people through COVID lockdown particularly took time to listen rather than really listen to the bird song. This dawn chorus seemed louder than ever because there was less traffic and a movement of people, but it was always there. And so, like you say, if you just keep your eyes and ears peeled, then you just don't know what might turn up, and that's a really valid part of the whole sort of situation, I think, and trying to make good out of a pretty awful spring in many other ways. So I'm just going to go round back to you, Finn, from the start. I just want to really try and distill down what you really love about going out into nature. What is it that is your real takeaway at the end of a session or the end of a season, maybe?
Well, I'd say one of the best things is that just going out and finding so many things that the general public will just walk past and not even notice are there. It's just so great to notice these little things, and like explore their world and see the world how they see it, which is an experience everybody can have, but not many people choose to.
I think that's right. And again, we slowed down this year, didn't we, a little bit, and we gave ourselves a bit more time to take notice of these things that may have been hiding in plain sight. But actually, if it's not for the work of the hedge laying that Willem may have undertaken, that actually they won't be there. So it's that kind of combination of taking time to take a look, but taking time to make the situation better. And that's really good. Go on.
Yeah, definitely. So since lockdown, well, it's obviously had huge benefits and huge negatives. But for me, since lockdown started, I've really got to explore the wildlife that generally I don't have time to look much into. So I bought a microscope and I took part in a couple 24-hour bird watches from the garden. And it's amazing how much I've seen since lockdown that I would never have seen without it. Like a garden hen harrier in Berkshire was definitely a highlight, and various
that's a decent tick, isn't it, to be fair?
Yeah, definitely. And all sorts of invertebrates. I've recorded over 800 species in the garden since lockdown started, so it's amazing what's out. it's amazing.
Exactly. Those numbers that you and Ryan before you, were speaking of, the scope and scale of our subject matter is really part of its biggest strength, that you can find something that interests you, and it doesn't have to be the mainstream, the obvious. It can be the small and the seemingly insignificant. But when we start to look in depth, as you say, we learn so much more.
Yeah. And the great thing is you don't need a microscope to see most of this stuff. Like, just go outside and turn over some rocks, turn over some logs, and you'll be amazed by what you just see with your eyes.
Yeah, for sure. That's the curious mind of a scientist is never far away. Sorry, I clicked on a button by accident then. Okay, so I want to start to move our thoughts about how we've had a couple of themes that have come through so far. I want to see if we can't explore that a bit further. We need to think a little bit more about the top tips that we can think of that we've either used to get people involved, or that maybe there are things that we're not doing that we think we should be doing to get the message out there and to get people, of all ages involved, but particularly for young people. And I'm going to start with Maya. Maya, what are your thoughts?
Yep, so I think schools are a really good opportunity to really engage with the next generation. So personally at my school, which is in an urban area, I live in Crawley, near Gatwick, which has over 1,000 pupils. So I began to do a school wildlife garden project. So we had a little courtyard area, and over the summer holidays, me and my friends, we sort of made it into a wildlife area. So I had support from the Canberra Bespoker Trust to plant lots of wildlife friendly flowers, put insect houses up, and I really was able to engage with the school community on that. So I had a really supportive head teacher who wanted me to engage with pupils, because we live in an urban area, and some of those might be from disadvantaged areas who might not have a garden, because not everyone has a garden. And so that sort of area allowed them to see the birds that are visiting, butterflies, insects, all sorts of wildlife. So I think getting schools involved, like from my perspective, I think in sixth form, have an opportunity to take over and really bring wildlife into schools, I think is a top tip. I think if young people can sort of get a project going like that in their school, or try and get teachers on board, I think that'd be a really good idea. And myself, I'm trying to get a project going to get a nationwide sort of scheme to get wildlife gardens in lots of schools, especially disadvantaged urban areas.
I think that is a massive opportunity. I think you're dead right. If nothing else, you get to reach lots of numbers of people. So you play the numbers game, and if you get enough people involved, then hopefully that sort of enthusiasm that you clearly show, and that leadership that you even at your age in sixth form, that's really, really cool. And I think that's massively impressive. We need the adults in the world to start adulting a little bit. We need to start showing some leadership, I think, and giving people the opportunities, empowering them to do these sorts of projects. Brilliant. Fair play to you for giving up your summer holidays. But actually, I think that there's a place, even in the school day, for things like that to then happen. Because, if we've got to move people from a place of completely not engaging into engaging, we've kind of got to give them the time to do that as well. But I think, as you rightly say, urban-based conservation often is overlooked, I think, but that's where we live. 80% of us approximately live in urban areas, and that's where our first touch point with nature is going to be. And as Finn said, there can be all sorts of stuff. You've just got to take the time to look. And if you need to create that space, I think projects like the one you've just described at school are brilliant. So fair play to you for doing that. And thanks very much for bringing that to your school. Charlie, what are your thoughts on how we might get other people involved?
Similar to Maya, schools is obviously a big part. I also think social media, as mentioned quite a lot already, is kind of a massive factor, because it's kind of where a lot of children spend a lot of time these days. So Twitter is obviously a big one, but also things like WhatsApp groups. They can be really good if you can get yourself involved in some of them. They can be really helpful for like ID purposes, asking any form of question, and just general discussions.
No, I think that's really pertinent. I think we're starting again. COVID and lockdown have really helped to speed this up, to particularly for us organisationally, perhaps who are a bit more reluctant to use tech and to work in different ways. And I think that we've got used to a little bit more working with social media, particularly to engage people. It's not the enemy at the gate that it perhaps has been portrayed as. Actually, it's a really important tool that we've all got to use. And I'll go back to iRecord. I think that's a fantastic, easy way in for people to record stuff. It all gets verified. People, again, I think sometimes get worried about getting stuff wrong. So we all get stuff wrong. Again, that's the learning curve of Ryan's point earlier. We've just got to be bold and record that, because, again, it builds the picture, and hopefully, the science trickles into the national recording schemes, and places hopefully get protected and things get learnt that we didn't know about before. WhatsApp is an interesting one. Perhaps, Samuel, do you have experience of WhatsApp groups in your world?
Yes, I do actually. We have quite a lot of WhatsApp groups going actually at the moment, helping lots of different young people to get involved with lots of different things, such as there's moth groups, visible migration groups, NOCMIG groups, which Arjun helped to set up, and there's many more out there that are just there to help keep a community. Because one of the biggest issues that we have is that people have an interest in nature, but then don't see people actually sort of within an organization that is like themselves. So they don't see young people, they see people a lot older than them, or they don't necessarily see people that just are generally like themselves. So it becomes a barrier, and that's when people start to drop out, because they don't have those friendship groups that they need to basically support them through becoming interested in wildlife. And without an interest in wildlife, you're not going to get people coming forward to help with citizen science.
That's really interesting. That sort of organisations that don't reflect me, what I look like, would be that by age profile or ethnicity or ability, sort of disabled people, all of that stuff. I think that's really important that we look to grow that. Ian, tell us about the whole. You've been credited with helping to set that up and being a leading light in that. Tell me a bit about what it was that A, you felt this is a good opportunity, and then B, how you made that actually happen, or was it luck? And that's fine too.
Well, I think one thing that's just about social media in general is that it does build a really good community of young people, and there are so many people on there now. I would say if we counted young naturalists in the UK alone, there are probably well over 200, 300 people. And I guess the idea of bringing them together and supporting each other is as important as having role models, because like Sam, David Walsh and Howard have been really inspirational role models for me as well. But I guess being able to support each other in group chats where we don't have mentors from older generations is really important too. And I think group chats like that, so we have a VisMig, a visible migration group chat, London Young Birders, all sorts of group chats like that. It just means that there's always someone that if there's an ID that they need help with, or they're looking for information about where to go, there's always people there to support them. And I think that's just important in general, really, just having people that you can rely on, because while I've got school friends, I'd say some of my best friends are now from the nature community, just from calls online, or just building community through the various organisations and WhatsApp groups, really.
That's really interesting. The way that you're developing friendship groups with people across the country through common interests is that's quite interesting. I'm quite impressed with that. Thanks very much. I want to go back to something that Megan said this morning, actually, and move forward to some of the challenges that actually are really stopping us as the environment sector, getting young people out. Because there's one thing out and doing the practical stuff, because there's one thing surveying it, and that's brilliant, but we also need to get people hands-on with nature. Megan, you cited this morning about the challenge of transport. Do you want to just expand a bit about that, and if there's anything else that you think gets in the way?
So I know personally I've struggled to get out sometimes because I just can't drive, and so I have to rely on my parents, and I'm not in sort of an area where I can get public transport either, so my only way out of my house is driving. which means that volunteering opportunities are limited to in my local area. I'm lucky enough to have parents who do support me in that sort of thing, but I know other people don't. So I think a way of sort of overcoming that would be highlighting the social element of birding as well. Because if you get to know other people, then you can get lifts, go in groups. If your parents are worried about the safety element, then you can go in groups. So I know there are some negative perceptions of birding as a hobby, but in sort of within young people. But if we can show that it's not just sort of, you know, there are young people involved and they're doing it together, there's sort of friendship groups and the social element too. And also sort of other than transport, I'd say a lot of young people don't know how to get involved in that sort of thing. They don't know where to find the resources. So briefly touching upon schools, which Maya said, it'd be good, even if schools didn't directly engage, if they provided the sort of links and necessary information for young people to go and find things for themselves. So for example, the BTO website, there's a youth blog and then go from there. Or the Karen Bespoker Trust do a lot for young people. So even just providing them with a website link would be really good.
I think that comes back to, you know, picks up a bit on what Maya was talking about earlier. We really need the adults in the room to start helping and signposting, because they have the platform to reach a broad audience through providing some of those links. And I put this to you all really, do you think it would be a reasonable thing to have the environment better represented in the school across the board in terms of bits of curriculum? I mean, it's one of the things I think might work, but we've got to be able to give the teachers the ability and the space to signpost people to different things. And maybe, you know, with the citizen science element, I'm thinking maths and science lessons might be a really good way to do that, perhaps. I welcome any thoughts. Samuel, you just give me a thumbs up. Thank you. What are your thoughts? Do you want to carry that on from there?
Yeah, sure. I mean, one of the things that, I mean, it's difficult because during school, certain things are talked about, but it just doesn't go into it with enough depth, because it's sort of skimming the surface, if you like. I don't feel that anything, I mean, obviously I haven't said this, but I'm actually now at university, so I haven't been at school for a little bit of time, but it's difficult to know where it would fit in. Obviously there's this new natural history GCSE, which is going to be is in the sort of drawing board phases, if you like, which is a great step in the right direction. But I sort of feel that there needs to be something lower down the school as well, because if you don't already have an interest, it's still only going to be sort of keeping or capturing the people that are already going to be interested, and people like us that are lucky enough to have that interest. So there needs to be another way of finding it out, and whether that is through incorporating it into English lessons or math lessons or something like that, that's more actually broader and trying to learn through that. I think that might be a way forward. But yeah.
No, that's cool. I think there's also a massive role here for the creative arts, you know, from traditional art and graphics and things like that, but through to more, you know, technological driven things as well, filming, photography and things like that have a role at certainly at GCSE and A level. But perhaps we also need to do that lower down the school chain, as you say. I just want to ask Magnus. Magnus, what are your thoughts on how we might do some of these things?
Well, I think that sort of getting people involved is really what's key, and we really need to get people out onto reserves and sort of their local areas that they might connect with. And I spend a lot of my time sort of doing events with the RSPB, like up front, having a stand and sort of communicating with people, say just passers by, and sort of telling them about the nature reserves, things that they might not know, in a way sort of like, as people have said, the people that really help them, like the adults that have spurred them on in their sort of nature career as such. I think if you have that RSPB stand to ask the questions, I think that people will get much more involved in nature, and they'll actually want to question and want to know more about what's actually going on around them.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think that we need to just make sure we're even more active than we are. It does take everybody. It takes time to kind of coordinate events and put on things like that, and it requires lots of volunteer effort working with the staff teams behind the scenes. But I think from multiple examples we've seen today that when that happens, people are listening, people are ready. They perhaps just need that push to get involved, to take those first steps and to feel supported once they've done that. I think that's perhaps quite an important theme that's coming through, be that peer-to-peer as youngsters amongst youngsters, or indeed with mentors who are more experienced, passing that knowledge back down. I think that's equally important. And peer-to-peer mentoring and that doesn't necessarily have to be old and young, you know, it's experience. You might have 3 or 4 years experience and still only be 20 years old, and that's perfectly good. Ruben, I just wanted to come across to you briefly, if I may. Sorry. Can you just give us a little insight on some of the challenges you think that we might be encountering and what you think we might do about that?
Okay, so we have to look at how most people get into nature, sort of how they become converted. So a lot of us just did it in a sort of same kind of insular way I did, whereas originally, then a lot of people, I think the majority it took they had to go to events. It's all about networking. It's absolutely a case of when people connect, nature stuff happens.
Yeah. No, I think that's really cool. So just picking up one of the themes in the chat, this is a question for both Maya and Megan, so you can fight amongst yourself who goes first. But basically, one of the key things is, how do we get more girls and young women involved in nature? What are the key things that are stopping them doing?
So me and Megan and a few others wrote a blog recently for the BTO on this, and I think there's quite a few barriers. As you can see, like from this panel, there's fewer girls than there are boys involved generally in birding. Not so much in the nature area, I don't think, but bird watching is definitely 3/4 boys, 1/4 girls, I think. But the barrier sort of safety, I think, is one thing, like wanting to go out on your own somewhere, but having that threat of safety, I think one thing we could do for that is going out in little groups of women, obviously feel safe together, and also like things like toilets, facilities, reserves and stuff, because it's not so easy for us women. So I think that is another barrier too that we have to get over. But generally, I think coming together as women and going out in small little groups, so bird watching walk or something like that, can really help, and forming them communities, whether that be over social media or through local groups, RSPB groups, for example. I think that would really help. Yeah, so that's what I think.
Lovely, that's really interesting, and I totally hear you in terms of the facilities element. It's one of the big challenges that we find here at Chiltern Rangers, that we want to take a big group of school people out for the day, and yet where's the toilet, and particularly if it's not a proper nature reserve with a visitor facility, then that is definitely an issue, and something we need to think about, particularly if the public loos either aren't very nice, frankly, or far away. So a real significant barrier, but not an easy one to overcome. I do like, however, the thought of using social media to pull people together and then go out, and maybe that might be a way forward. Megan, what are your thoughts, please?
I definitely agree with what Maya just said, and I think safety is something that I've definitely come across as an issue. But one thing that I personally did to overcome that is I start going out with my friends. So not only is that address the safety issue, but it also sort of is a way of getting people who aren't interested in wildlife as such to go out with you as well. So I thought that was quite a nice way of getting over that.
Awesome. And how did they take to you saying, come on, let's go and watch birds for a morning on a Saturday? How did that go?
Well, I did make a kind of compromise. I said, we'll go out in the morning. I did stock watching at College Lake with them as volunteering. I said, okay, we'll go out in the morning, but I'll go with you to London. We'll go shopping afterwards. So it's sort of a bit of a compromise, but we still got to go either way. Yeah,
fair dues. I think that's right. A bit of bribery and corruption never hurt anyone, did it? So no, that's really, really good. Okay, has anybody got any other? I've been through most of you. Well, I've been through you all today so far. Have anybody got any burning thoughts or ideas about how we open this whole thing up and really get more people involved? We've had some thoughts about mentoring, about social media, safety. Ruben, your hand's up.
So I'd sort of like to very quickly talk about ID resources.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, please.
So we assume someone's got outside, they've got into nature, they're seeing things, and I don't know, maybe they can put them on social media as well. But a lot of them will feel very restricted by the fact they might not have books, they might not know where to go online. There's so much information on there, but it's quite difficult to find at times. So I suppose to anyone sort of watching this, there's on the FSC website, there's an ID resource finder. I think if you search that on just Google FSC resource finder, it should come up with this website, and it will let you find sort of online guides to pretty much any species group. And then
I think you're right, and they're downloadable, right?
Yeah. Another good website is Nature Spot, which I think a few of us use. It's a massive online collection of images and descriptions. So that's online resources. Then in person, there's sort of, the other major one is books, sort of hard copies of them. And I've been really lucky in that kind of I've been, through people I know, I've been given a lot of books. And it helps so much just being able to come home, open up a book, look something up, and know what it is. And then you can also, through that, you can also help other people. So I think people should maybe try and take every opportunity. Say if they have a kind of 2 copies of the same book, they should take every opportunity to distribute them sort of to other naturalists. Make sure everyone has access. Sort of be very altruistic with books and advice, resources.
I think that's a really valid point. I think, sometimes the temptation is just to keep everything and be the master of knowledge, if you like, and treat it as yours, but actually knowledge is ours to share. And particularly if we want to see more people like ourselves in our sector, I think that's really, really key. Funny enough, as I picked up the FSC guides, because I think they're a really, really good step for young people. They're laminated, so if you take them outside, they don't get ruined in the rain. As you say, there's a good different selection of species, but they're really easy to use. There's some great information on the back, and if that's the first step in gaining your confidence, then brilliant. You can download them for free, or you can buy the laminated ones, and they're £3 to £4, so really affordable. But maybe there's a takeaway for organisations like ours and some of the bigger ones to potentially somehow provide more of this information, maybe for schools or libraries or other things. Would that be of interest, do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I think if every school had a small selection of guides, some of them would do already for the kind of mandatory GCSE kind of biodiversity subject, but if every school had a small collection of books, even if 1 or 2 students used them, that would be great. And about the FSC thing, a lot of it's not necessarily just buying and downloading these kind of charts. There's keys, so even if you want to get into a really tricky group, you can often find a key to maybe an obscure beetle family with like hundreds of members. So it's anything from that to butterflies and birds.
Absolutely, and that's then you're starting to train the brain in real scientific sort of discovery, and that's the start potentially of exciting journeys that people like Ryan have gone on to 10 years later. There you are at the Wildlife Trust, Ryan.
Yes, so I think the thing is, looking at a lot of people want to get into conservation as a career, and it's obviously a wonderful career to be in. So I think that's the thing we need to think about as well, how we support people and show them that they can go into conservation as a career, including in monitoring and recording wildlife. So a lot of, obviously, there's the habitat management side, and a lot of that does go on reserves, but also we need to make sure that our conservation work is backed up by this hard science and this feedback loop of informing the management on reserves. So it's about enjoying it and showing people that you can develop careers in this area. And
I think that's spot on, and I think one of the things that we have to work really hard on, and listen, there are all the big players are doing it, having traineeships and entry level jobs, but getting funding for those is always a challenge. But the need is great and growing, and I think this forum today's panel have shown quite clearly that we've got some fantastic young people out there, kind of just waiting to get involved and develop careers. Driven by passion and knowledge, and hands-on science. And so I wanted to basically say thank you so much to all of you for giving up your Saturday afternoon when you could have been out birding or watching the football or whatever it would have been that you might have been doing, but you've chosen to give your time, your expertise, your passion and your knowledge to us today. And so thank you so much to all of you for that time. Nick.
John, thank you. Well, can I just echo your thanks? I've genuinely been blown away by that session. It's been absolutely fantastic. Your time and energy, your thoughts, you preparing this on a Saturday afternoon to give up your time is just, it's just inspiring stuff. It's brilliant. So John, thank you for that. What I'd also add is this session didn't just kind of suddenly jump together. We've had quite a few sessions like this. You've also given up evenings and quite keen to help shape the design and kind of shape the thinking of the session itself. So it's hopefully a session designed by yourselves for other people who want to hear your story. So absolutely brilliant, fantastic. Thank you guys for that, and John for your time too. Brilliant. So really we've somehow, despite the jumpy starts at 9:30 this morning, we've kind of got back on track, and tech has played in our favour this afternoon, really, to bring the session to close and ask Elaine, our Chief Exec, to say some kind of words of wrap up, really. So Elaine, I'll hand over to you in a sec, and then we did have a welcome video that we tried to play this morning, but also didn't play, but we might finish with that as well. But Elaine, if I can hand over to you to pull together some thoughts from your take of what you've heard today, and where we go next. Thanks all. Elaine, you're still muted. Yeah.
I think you need to unmute me. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Joe, are you able to unmute?
Yeah, I have. Maybe
I think you could be go now.
They can hear me.
Elaine, we can hear you.
Yep. Okay. Well, great. So I really just wanted to say thank you to everybody for your contributions today and for your sort of passion and energy. It's just been amazing. So, thank you to all of our sort of 29 or so speakers and hosts for today. And, there are a lot of messages that we can take home after this session. And I wanted to particularly thank Nick and Wendy, of course, who organised this event, and Lizzie, who helped behind the scenes. And without people like Nick, Wendy, Lizzie and the rest of our team, these events just wouldn't happen. So thank you very much to them, and also to our audience for engaging so positively throughout the day. And I should also say that the National Lottery Heritage Fund supports a lot of our work. And again, this event wouldn't have happened without them, because they fund quite a considerable amount of our work. So in terms of key messages, really what came across to me today was the passion and commitment of everybody involved, and the sheer numbers of people and the amount of data that are generated. And of course, citizen science has something for everyone, and that was really clear today. There's a huge range of opportunities and subjects to cover, lots of organisations involved. And of course, it's easy. You don't need to be an expert, but you can become one. And there are multiple benefits. So we've heard about collecting data to inform scientists and to influence policy making. And it also contributes to a much bigger picture. And it also tells us, and I think Alan made that quite clear in his presentation, it tells us whether conservation measures are actually working. And there are also huge benefits to people's mental health and well-being. I think that came through really strongly from a lot of the presentations. And also connecting people with the places that they live and connecting people with each other, which I think has been really important over the last few months with coronavirus and a lot of us not being able to get out in the way we might have wanted to. And it's helped build a sense of community, whether that's on the ground or online. And of course, people have also learnt life skills, and it's really come across very clearly how much fun it is. So in terms of what's next, we've just heard from some really passionate and very wise young people. And I think we can all learn from their experiences and from the top tips that they've just given us. And we need to understand the barriers and how we can help them overcome them. And we need to make sure that everyone feels welcome. and can get involved. So I'm now going to make sure that I pass the mic, as John mentioned. We want our older generation to pass the mic to the new one. I'm going to pass the mic by concluding again to just thank everybody for being involved. Thank you for all the hard work that you're doing, and if you're just sort of toe in the water at this point, then I hope it's inspired you to get more involved. And I'll leave the final words to the introduction that you would have heard at the beginning. So thank you all very much.
Loading. Don't know. You can see it. Don't know. The wildlife and the cultural features and all the important parts of the landscape that makes our country so important. So thank you for joining us, and thank you for what contributions you're making towards collecting citizen science.
Hello everybody, my name's Tom Beeston. I'm the Chief Officer at the Chilterns Society. Citizen scientists, or as we call them, volunteers, are critical to all our work across the Chilterns. Without citizen scientists, we wouldn't know the state of our biodiversity today.
Is it now? Coming through now? Yeah. Yeah. There was quite a delay. It's gone off again.
It's just too big a file.
Are they commenting?
Yeah. And maybe we just need to put a final chat then to say apologies for the... Yeah, can we put something that just says sorry for the sound, apologies?
We can just go into Zoom call and show this on. You know, it's not on any.
It's on the Zoom call.
We just join it and say we're going to give up on this video. See. I add it to because it's not working.
Hello everyone. For those of listening to the video, where the tech gremlins have got us again, I'm afraid, with the video. Many apologies for that. We will attempt to put the video back up online with all the other resources from today after the event. We'll be back in touch for those of you who registered, I'll let you know where you can get the information and find out about all the opportunities. And hope you had a great day. Apologies for the tech, but despite that, hopefully some inspiring sessions. I wish you well for the rest of your weekend. Thanks for joining us. Goodbye.